irregularities.
Meanwhile, Sergeant Nkosi has denied allegations that the Tshwane CFO and Tshwane Metro Deputy Police Chief used him as a go-between to communicate the obscure tender dealings. WhatsApp screenshots before the Madlanga Commission show that Dlamini and Mnisi used Nkosi to communicate with each other. This is despite them working for the same metro. Nkosi, who returns to the Madlanga Commission this morning, is expected to face further cross-examination. Sibahle Mota reports.
Evidence leader Advocate Matthew Shackleton put it to Sergeant Nkosi that the Tshwane CFO, Gareth Mnisi, and the city's deputy police chief, Umashi Dlamini, used him as an intermediary to conceal their involvement in irregular tender processes. Advocate Shackleton further put it to Sergeant Nkosi that Mnisi and Dlamini used screenshots to communicate through him. He says by doing this, they were never seen to be communicating with each other. The evidence leader says this would ensure that the pair didn't leave an electronic trail of their direct involvement in these irregular processes.
The chairperson of Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Police, Ian Cameron, says they are looking for a joint initiative with other relevant departments that will ensure properties leased or purchased for use by police are occupied. The chairpersons on Peace and Security Cluster Committees in Parliament held a joint media briefing on issues of oversight on crime, defence and national security. Cameron was responding to the testimony of the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, that despite being purchased at a price of 1.5 billion rand, the Telkom Towers Police Headquarters in Pretoria are not occupied. Mkhwanazi said the process of occupying the building was frustrated by police officers who were in favour of leasing, and that resulted in the building deteriorating. Cameron elaborates.
There is work already being done by the Portfolio Committee on Public Works. So obviously there's already, it could be an opportunity for a joint initiative, but it is something that we would need to zoom in on. Our challenge, and I'm saying this really as a challenge, not as an excuse, is that if we walk across the road and we go and look at the status of the officers of some of the police units that are just across from Parliament, the state of those buildings are absolutely horrific. So it wouldn't only be the Telkom Towers, but some of the other major offices.
And finally, a U.S. Senate committee has backed President Donald Trump's nomination of Mark Wayne Mullen to be the new Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, responsible for carrying out his administration's immigration crackdown. The committee voted 8-7 in his favor, but with some senators expressing concerns, Mullen set out his objectives in the role to the committee.
My goal in 6 months is that we're not in the lead story every single day. My goal is for people to understand we're out there, we're protecting them, and we're working with them.
Recapping the top story, the Freedom Front Plus in Tshwane has submitted an urgent motion to investigate CFO Gareth Mnisi and possible political interference in a multi-million rand security tender. This follows evidence presented before the Madlanga Commission. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
There's a bold new rhythm on SABC2, and it starts Monday, 9 February, weekdays at 3:30 p.m. A new vodcast, Our Space, fires up conversation with young perspectives. At 4:30 p.m., a new talk show, Ain't Like Let's Connect, hosted by Penny Lebiane and Fran Rico. At 7:30 p.m., Deal or No Deal, now in a new time slot, Raising the Tension with Katlego Mabuwe. At 9 p.m., the new telenovela, Pimville, starring Gil Mabalane and Tapelo Mokoena, brings bold Soweto stories to life. From 23 February at 7 p.m., settle in for new drama, Paradise, starring Losha Cooper, Ilse Klink and Zayn Mias. This is the new era of SABC2. Live in every beat, the pulse of SA. SABC2.
There is no room for mistakes for the Cottagers. They need victory to pull away from trouble.
Oh, yeah! He's done it again! Harry Wilson for Fulham. It's 2-1.
But the Clarets are ready to command possession, control the tempo, and spark moments of brilliance.
And Burnley are ahead. It's Bashir Humphries. Oh, what a turnaround we've seen here. Time out at all, Burnley are ahead.
This is the Premier League. Don't miss out on Fulham FC versus Burnley FC on Saturday 21 March at 4:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
This February, love the shows that keep you guessing. Every case tells a story. Every clue brings you closer to the truth. From shocking twists to unforgettable investigations, Homicide returns with seasons 3 and 4, where justice is hard-won and nothing is ever simple. Because loving what you watch sometimes means leaning into the darkness. Homicide seasons 3 and 4, weekdays at 12 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
Safety begins in our homes, our streets, and our communities. Government is working to ensure that every person in South Africa feels safe. Based on the President's commitment during the State of the Nation address, the South African National Defence Force is being deployed to support the South African Police Service in crime prevention operations across selected areas in Gauteng, Western Cape, Free State, Eastern Cape, and the Northwest. Their role is to support the South African Police Service to protect communities and strengthen safety where it matters most. Fighting crime needs all of us. If you see criminal activity, speak up. Report it to your nearest police station or call Crime Stop on 0800 10 111. Working together for a safer South Africa. A message from the Government Communication and Information System, the GCIS.
Brilliantly taken!
Last year, the Proteas women were runners-up in the ICC ODI World Cup against India in front of 1 billion cheering Indian fans.
The new champions of the world, India.
Now Laura and her team take them on home ground with your unwavering support behind them. Watch this unmissable T20 International Series versus India live this April with 2 games in Durban, 2 in Joburg, and 1 in Benoni. Let's get behind the Proteas. Tickets are selling fast. Book today at cricket.co.za. Dare to be unbreakable.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up. S3.
This Human Rights Month, we commemorate a significant milestone, the Bill of Rights at 30, making human dignity real. For 3 decades, South Africa's constitution has been a beacon of equality, freedom, and justice for all. Yet dignity is not just written in our constitution. It must be lived, protected, and upheld every single day. Join SAFM as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change, and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay's Future Food Stars, Wednesdays 6 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Mzansi, forget the weather forecast. Powerball and Powerball Plus are making it rain lots of cash this March with a staggering 155 million rand in total guaranteed jackpots this Friday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for 107 million rand and Powerball Plus for 48 million rand today. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app or cell phone banking. Panda, Pusha, play. Players must be 18 years old to play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
The passbook was a document which all Africans had to carry from the age of 16. They had to produce it on demand. It was a criminal offence to fail to produce it on demand.
It was always in my back pocket. It was easy because when they say pass, you always do. You have to go to the back and then produce it and give it to this man. He knows what he's looking for.
The women's passes, where it was a long, it could be about 8 inches long, and then they made, because it's for women, they made a pouch that long with a string. So, and when people were saying, we forget them, they say, put them around your neck. And then you'd see women with, they say, this is farm women, we will not do that.
Well, it was everything. It was whether you were allowed to look for a job, whether you were allowed to work in a job, whether you were eligible to have a house. It ruled your whole life, that system.
It was the core of your existence was all in the passbook.
In fact, most of the time, we did not understand all those hieroglyphics that were stamped to say what does X, what mean, and all that. You just know that it says, permitted to remain in the proclaimed area of Johannesburg whilst, and then as a student, whilst you're a scholar, that type of thing. And in that pass also, there used to be what they used to call poll tax. So they check whether you are a bona fide citizen of the city. Are you working? Have you paid poll tax? If you haven't, there's a big van waiting for you there. You'll be thrown in there and you'll spend 14 days in prison.
A reflection and a reminder for South Africa. Tomorrow is the 21st of March, a day that we've come to now know and mark as Human Rights Day. But the historical events that are linked to it, of course, lead us straight to the Sharpeville massacre, where police opened fire on a peaceful crowd of protesters who were protesting against apartheid pass laws. In that one massacre, they killed 69 people. And that sound was brought to you courtesy of the Open University. And basically this project undertaken to give voice and archive and memory to what it was like. And what the purpose of that protest in Sharpeville was, and that the sound there courtesy of the Cape Town Youth Choir. You're listening to The Talking Point. A very good morning to all of you that have tuned into the show. My name is Kathy Motlatlana, and I'll be with you until midday as we lead conversations that move us. So what can you expect then coming up on the show today? We'll take you live to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. This is when it gets underway at 9:30. We are going to continue with that evidence of Sergeant Fani Nkosi. It's been a couple of days now. In fact, not a couple of days. I'll just need to check exactly how many days it has been that Fani Nkosi has been giving evidence. But this is his second week. So as we end off this week, we'll be concluding what has been his second week giving witness in that witness box. And my word, when you look at where he began with his evidence, and where he is now, just even by way of his frame and his confidence in that box, you can tell that this is a man who is taking a strain, right? Taking strain from the questions he's having to answer. And I don't know about you, but yesterday, the number of times that I tracked him saying he simply has no comment, has nothing to say, when asked by the evidence leader on some of the interactions, communication he was having with people on his phone. Basically coordinating, right? Coordinating, colluding. I don't know how else one describes it. But clearly, there was a lot happening behind the scenes. And Sergeant Nkosi was one of those individuals who was a central figure in influencing and in interfering with procurement processes, right? And it seems like it links all the way to the top in some of these institutions. Yesterday, of course, we saw Action SA responding in the city of Tshwane with already suspending one of their members that has been implicated, not only suspending her from her position within the city, but also suspending her as a member of the party. And we'll wait and see if others will follow suit. We know that the EFF and its has also been implicated as a political party. But yeah, so Sergeant Nkosi is going to continue with his evidence later on this morning. In fact, in a short while, and we'll take you to that commission as the commission continues with its work. Your reflections, then, I think, of the week that has been, and perhaps any matters that you want to put on the National Roundtable. I'll give you an opportunity to do that shortly. The number to dial for the studio line is 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. Of course, on X, it's at SAfmRadio. The hashtag there is SAFM Talking Point. Tomorrow, of course, is a Saturday, so we won't have the public holiday in the sense of having the day off because it falls on a Saturday. You only get it if it falls on a Sunday. Then the Monday perhaps is a public holiday. But I think that an opportunity still for us to reflect on the way in which the ability of South Africans, even in accessing the basic rights that are promised to them in the Constitution, is a challenge. And part of why it's a challenge is because of people like Sergeant Nkosi. It's because of individuals like this that we continue to face the challenges that we're facing. Why? Because they interfere. They interfere with processes. They predetermine outcomes to favor those that are linked to them. A security company that had no business getting a security contract because it just simply did not meet so many of the requirements. How many times were they given the opportunity to apply? 12 to 15 times? Meanwhile, that opportunity was not afforded to all the other companies that were disqualified. And it is the brokenness and the corruption that exists in us in our society that entrenches and further perpetuates the inability of ordinary South Africans to be able to access part of what is promised to them in this constitution that we say is the foreground of our very being as a country. So we can have some reflections on that in the short time that we have for the open line. Let's take a quick break, and I'm back with your calls and your WhatsApp voice notes.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Call us on 086 000 2032.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAFM, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. Invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide with me, KG Mweketi.
This Human Rights Month, we commemorate a significant milestone, the Bill of Rights at 30, making human dignity real. For 3 decades, South Africa's constitution has been a beacon of equality, freedom, and justice for all. Yet dignity is not just written in our constitution. It must be lived, protected, and upheld every single day. Join SAFM as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change, and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Hashtag SAFM Talking Point.
Well, let's start in Johannesburg. Robert, good morning.
Good morning, Auntie Kathy.
Robert, Auntie Kathy, no.
Okay.
I have a line.
Okay, good morning, Kathy.
That's a lot better. Good morning, Robert.
I'm staying here in Joburg. I have to admit I'm from Malawi. And during my stay here, I happened that I see a lot of things happening here in Joburg, whereby concerning us foreigners and the police. There's a problem where AMA police are nowadays, they arrest people randomly and they demand for 500 rand for them to be released before they can reach a police station. So I don't know, is it in the law that the police has to demand 500 on the spot where they have arrested you, or there's a way, or is this just another crime that they are also committing?
Robert, how often is it happening based on what you are able to see?
Every day.
And when they arrest people, on what grounds are they making those arrests? I mean, are they asking people for documentation? And if you don't have it, or just give us a breakdown of what happens when they stop you.
Okay, they are civilians, but with police cars and also police IDs. And once they I'm starting from that
So that
point.
means that they're not civilians, because if they have police cars and police IDs, it means that they're in all likelihood police officers, but are dressed in civilian clothing.
Yes.
Okay.
Now they are in the street. Then they'll just stop you. They'll ask you one question: ID or passport. Once they do that, you say, "I don't have a passport." Then they'll take you instantly. They'll handcuff you, and when they are handcuffing you, they don't say anything. They just say, "Follow us," without even reading your rights, that you have a right to keep quiet and all that. They don't do that. They'll just handcuff you, and there will be a lot of people who have been handcuffed. They will take you. There's a street called GP and Moi. Thereby, there's a pub called Catcher Inn Pub. Their cars, they are put there. So they will take you into the vans, and also there's this one we call Mbaula, the big car. Then they'll pack you inside there. Once they pack you inside there, then they'll be telling you either you call your relative, or if you have 500 with you, then you need to give them, they'll let you out. So now and then, it doesn't matter whether they will arrest you 2 times per day or 2 times per week. If you're unlucky, you get caught 2 times per week, which means you spend 1,000 rand paying them for them to let you out.
Sure, Robert. And you know, it's not the first time we're hearing of this, but I think that the way that you have described it today certainly gives us a lot more to work with, and given how often it seems to be happening. Are there any others with similar experiences in the Johannesburg CBD? Please get in touch with us. I know we're going to be going to the Madlanga Commission shortly, but I'm going to ask, please send us WhatsApp voice notes of the experiences that you have had, especially if you can resonate with what Robert is saying, whether it's something you have seen, whether it's something you have experienced. And what details do you know about these vehicles? Are there registration plates, numbers that you can share with us? Are there names that you can share with us? Please send it to our WhatsApp line, and we will then be able to follow up on this particular angle, especially going into next week. The number to use for the WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. We're going to pause it there. It's 9:30. Let's take the latest news headlines, and then we're back at the Madlanga Commission.
Mr. Maleka, but I thought your team looked much better yesterday when you had a woman as part of it. Yes, Mr. Shaskelson.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, good morning.
Sergeant, yesterday we spent some time dealing with the TMPD Tender 1 of 24-25. That was the land allocation tender, the tender for security services relating to the policing of city land. And it's called the land tender or the demolition tender. You recall that?
That's correct.
Now, on Wednesday, I had shown you a list of prices and bidders that you sent to Mr. Mampani. It's on page 980. Maybe if we can go to 980.
Which file is that?
File 3. At 980. You have it?
Have it?
And you recall that this is the list that you sent to Mr. Mampani on the 30th of April 2025. You recall that?
I recall.
And now, if we go back to 980, I need to correct something that I put to you on Wednesday, because I put something to you in error on Wednesday. If you look at the heading on page 980, you'll see that it doesn't relate to tender 1 of 24-25, which was the tender we discussed yesterday. It relates to tender 3 of 24-25. You see that?
Correct.
So this was not a list of bidders and prices for the land or demolition tender. It was a list of bidders or prices for a different tender. It was, in fact, a list of bidders or prices for an ad hoc security services tender. Were you aware of that?
That's correct.
And the ad hoc security services is an arrangement where the city appoints providers to a panel, and then as and when they have an immediate need for security services, they call a provider from the panel to provide those services. Is that correct?
I don't have knowledge about that.
I see, but you did send this list to Mr. Mampani.
That's correct.
So what did you know about the list when you sent it to Mr. Mampani?
As I said earlier, that I sent to Mr. Mampani because of he had an interest on it, because of he also applied.
Sorry, he had an interest in it? I didn't hear your answer.
That's correct.
Did he explain what his interest was?
He also applied for a tender.
And what was his company?
Okay, let me just check. It's ADW. Let me just check, be sure.
Can I read out a list of names to you, and maybe you can identify it from the list of names that I read out, if it's one of these? Can I give you a list of names, and if one of these is a security company belonging to Mr. Mampani, will you tell me? Ramalepe Security. Is that his company? Ramalepe. It's not this list, it's a much shorter list than this one. This one runs to, well, possibly hundreds.
No, I don't know about that. I wanna comment on the exact name that I know that it belongs to him, because of it is.
Well, let me read the names that I have, and if it is one of those names, say yes. If it isn't, say no. Sergeant?
Yes?
So the first one was Ramalepe. You don't recognize that as his company?
Ramalepe?
Yes.
No.
Seputwe?
No.
Izingwenya?
No.
Mabotwani?
No.
Both Best Security? Both Best.
Both best.
Both Best, yes. No? Piri Piri?
Piri Piri.
Yes.
No.
Do you know whose company Piri Piri is? No. Ulitsaki? No. Now, Triotic we've spoken about previously. That was a company associated with Mr. Modise. You recall?
That's correct.
Mr. Mampani doesn't have an interest in Triotic.
I would not know.
You don't know that. Vugi Security, VHUGI?
What security?
Vugi, VHUGI.
I don't know.
Raite, R-A-I-T-E.
I don't know.
Gubis, does he have an interest in Gubis?
I don't know.
You don't know. NEP Security, NEP.
NEP. Yeah. Mampane's one, it might be NVP, not NEP.
NVP.
Yeah, NVP.
You think NVP? It's a three-letter name like that.
Yes.
And is that his only security company?
According to me.
The only one that you know. Okay. Did you know whether Mr. Mampani's security company was already providing ad hoc security services to the city?
No, I did not know.
No, you didn't know, or no, it wasn't?
I did not know.
You did not know. Now, what I'm going to put to you, you may or may not know, but these are the facts, that the ad hoc security services that the city was receiving were being provided in terms of an old tender that had expired on 28 February 2025. Were you aware of that when you sent this 2 months later in April? That there had been a tender which was a 3-year tender, and the 3 years ended on the 28th of February 2025?
No.
You weren't. And that tender was being extended on a month-to-month basis, while this new tender, TMPD 3 of 2024-25, was being adjudicated.
You mean after it expired?
After it expired. Well, you didn't know that it had expired, so you wouldn't know that it was being extended on a month-to-month basis. What was interesting to me is Mr. Mampani's, well, before we get to Mr. Mampani's response, when we looked at this list on Wednesday, you said that this was a public document that you sent to Mr. Mampani.
That's correct.
In fact, it was not a public document. It was an internal city document relating to a tender process that was still ongoing at the time. Were you not aware of that?
No, according to me, this was advertised and cancelled.
Yes, when was it cancelled?
I can't remember.
Well, the facts will show that it was cancelled on the 29th of October 2025. So on the 30th of April, when you sent it, it hadn't been cancelled. But let's see why it was cancelled. You sent it to Mr. Mampani on the 30th of April, and that appears at page 930, well, it starts on 932, and the list is so long that it goes all the way down to it finishes on 935. So if we can go to 935. you'll see that at the top of the page of 935 is the last few items on that list.
Okay.
And it's also got the date and time where you sent it to Mr. Mampani. It was 11:56 on the 30th of April. And you see that shortly after he received it at 11:59, he called you back. That was chat 2. And at 12:04, you called him back. Then at 12:54, he said to you, Buti, please let him say no to that appointment, please. How did you understand that request from Mr. Mampani?
I can't remember.
Well, let me put to you how I understand it. He's saying, let him, and the him, it seems to me, is Mr. Mnisi, the CFO, say no to that appointment. He's saying, tell Mr. Mnisi not to make an appointment on tender 3 of 2024-25. Was that not what he was saying?
Mr. Mampane never met with Mr. Mnisi, according to me, and they don't know each other.
Well, who had the power to make this appointment?
I don't know.
Was it not Mr. Mnisi who was chairing the bid adjudication committee and who would make whatever recommendation was ultimately implemented by the city manager in relation to this tender?
I don't know.
Well, as a matter of fact, it was Mr. Mnisi who had the power to make the recommendation that was ultimately to be implemented by the city manager in relation to this tender. And you know that this tender was cancelled, do you not?
That's correct.
It was cancelled on the 29th of October. And it was cancelled pursuant to a recommendation made by Mr. Mnisi. Did you know that?
No.
Did you speak to Mr. Mnisi or to General Dlamini in relation to this tender after Mr. Mampani said, please let him say no to that appointment?
I can't remember.
But Mr. Mampani was making a very specific request to you after you'd sent him a whole list of bidders, bid prices in relation to a pending tender for which he had applied. You don't recall what you did in relation to his specific request?
To answer that, Commissioner, I would not say please let him say no to that appointment, because we talk a lot with Mampani, so I cannot align his statement with what I've sent him. But I could remember that earlier, before I could send him, he just phoned me that he heard that the tender had been cancelled.
Sorry, you say he heard that the tender had been cancelled before he sent you this message, or afterwards? Or
if I could recall, yes.
Well, that's not possible, because the tender was only cancelled 6 months after he sent you that message. So he couldn't have heard it had been cancelled, hadn't been cancelled. It was still alive.
Yes, I'm just saying that there are possibilities, because the reason I would send him this is on those bases.
But if he knew that the tender had, well, he couldn't have known that the tender had been cancelled because it hadn't. So that couldn't have been the situation. You accept that? He couldn't have known that the tender had been cancelled because, as a matter of fact, it had not been cancelled by that stage.
I cannot comment on that.
And if he thought that the tender...
Sergeant, you have to be able to comment. You've been given dates, and maybe this is where I should express my concern about how you've been giving answers that you don't remember things since yesterday, even the most obvious ones. You've just been given dates. The tender, as a matter of fact, was cancelled in October. That's fact that you've been given. We are looking at WhatsApp messages in April. You say that the message, Buti, please let him say no to that appointment, was sent after he got information that the tender was cancelled. What is being put to you is simply this. At this point of this message, in April, the tender hadn't been cancelled. So it can't be that this message was sent after he heard that the tender has been cancelled. It's that simple. I think you are denying and refusing to comment on the most obvious things because you have taken a particular position that you are not going to be helpful to the Commission. And I think that should be expressed to you. You've been carrying on with, I don't remember. Now you say, I can't comment. You must be able to comment. And the comment is, yes, I accept that if the tender was cancelled in October, then in April he could not have been told or heard from anybody that the tender has been cancelled because it hadn't been cancelled. You should be able to accept that. And that you're not doing that is because you are being obstructive and not helping the Commission. That's the position you have taken. And I think you need to be reminded your obligation to the Commission is to assist and give satisfactory answers. You are not answering satisfactorily when facts are put to you that you are not disputing, and then you say, I cannot comment. I don't know if you want to comment, if you want to say anything. If you do, feel free to do that. But I think you need to be reminded of your obligations as a witness. It is to assist the Commission, which so far you haven't been doing. 2, it is to answer satisfactorily. Otherwise, you are committing an offense, and maybe you do need to be reminded of that.
Thank you, Commission. Commission, I would not answer something that I'm not sure of. I will be defeating the same oath that I took. I want to answer to the best of my ability. It is just unfortunate that maybe the Commission would see as in I'm not cooperative to the Commission. I've been answering questions since Monday till today. I'm answering, and I'm answering to the best of my ability. And it is fair for me as well, if I can't remember, I must bring that to the attention of the Commission that I can't remember. If I can't comment, not on the basis that maybe I'm negative or I'm funny. I can't comment because of I don't want to say something that I cannot elaborate further on it. Thank you, Commission.
You see, Sergeant, what has been put to you now is the tender was cancelled in October. That's a fact that is being put to you, right? The second thing that is put to you is that the communication it happens in April at page 935 of the same year in April. So at the point, what is being put to you for comment is that at the point of this April communication, Mr. Mampani could not have been told that the tender has been cancelled because as a matter of fact, it was not cancelled. How are you not able to comment on that? How are you not able to say, I accept that? Because that is the only answer. It is yes, I accept. If the tender was cancelled in October, then I'm wrong to say in April he would have heard that the tender has been cancelled. And it is that which is making me raise this concern that surely you have to be able to say, yes, I accept that set of facts.
Can I comment on that? Sorry, on that matter, Commissioner, there are two things. I might maybe answered too quickly, or I might have misunderstood the question. But I sincerely apologize to be heard or to be understood as in I'm obstructive in terms of answering the questions.
Now that you have understood what was being put to you, which is the tender was cancelled in October. This communication between you and Mr. Mampani happened in April.
Yes.
Therefore, it cannot be correct, or in fact, let me put it differently. Mr. Mampani would not have been told by April that the tender has been cancelled. Now you understand the question,
That's
right?
correct.
What's your comment to that? Do you accept that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shaska.
Is my apology accepted that I misunderstood this?
I do accept your
Thank you.
But Sergeant, there is another difficulty with that, because if you now accept that the contract couldn't have been that the tender hadn't been cancelled at the time of this exchange, you need to explain why you sent this document to Mr. Mampani when it was a document relating to a tender that was still under consideration.
Chair, can I use the services of the interpreter so that I must just misunderstood and over to the interpreter?
If you accept, as you must, that the tender was only cancelled on 29 October 2025,
Uma uvuma ukuthi itender yakhanselwa ngo-29 October 2025.
then you need to explain why on 30 April 2025,
Kufanele ke uchaze ukuthi
Is
kungani.
your mic not working, Ms. Murray?
It doesn't seem to be working. It seems to alternate with the other one. Kufanele ke uchaze ukuthi kungani wathumela lo mlayezo ngo-April.
you sent him a list of bidders and bid prices
Wamthumela ke uhla noma i-list yama-bid kanye namanani, ama-price.
in relation to a tender that was still being considered by the city.
Maqondana nethenda eyayisabhekwa eyayisahlolwa.
Ngiyakuphikisa lokhu ubaba uShakalisi nakhuluma ngako ngezizathu zokuthi once ngokuqonda kwami ukuthi uma kukhona ithende seyiphumile yavalwa yakhepturwa manje iyakhishwa kuyi-public ukuthi yilaba aba-applyile yilaba abantu kanje u-understand kwami.
I am in opposition to that because once the tender has been considered and been captured, then it's easy then it's sent out to indicate that fact.
Do you mean it's then available in the public domain, Sergeant?
Ngokuqonda kwami yebo mphathi.
According to me, that's how I understand it. That it was already in the public domain.
Sergeant, your understanding, if it was your understanding, is simply false, is simply wrong.
Ukuqondisisa kwakho akuqondile. Akulona iqiniso.
Do you have any comment on that?
Ungathanda ukuphawula ngalokho.
Ngime uloko bengikade ngikushilo.
I still stand by what I've said.
Mr. Chaskelson, I'm not sure if it's me who's misunderstanding Sergeant Nkosi. I think what he's saying is that on the day the bid closes, there's a public event where all the submitted bids are opened and the list is then publicized to say, these are the people who've submitted the bids and these are their prices. So that's how I understood his response. So if you are putting to him that that is not correct as a matter of fact and law, I don't know if that's where you are going. But that's how I understood the answer, and maybe he can just clarify that and then you put your question to him. Sergeant, I'm gonna try in simple English so that you and I understand each other. I understood you to be saying once people have submitted the bids and they are captured, the list is then made public that these are the people who submitted the bids and these are their prizes. Have I understood you correctly?
Unjalo.
Can I take you to page 175?
Same file.
175, because the document that you sent, which appears there, is not a simple list of open bids, or bids that had been submitted and opened. If you go to 175, you'll see that the document is actually an internal Tswane document, the date of which is not clear, but it is dealing with the status of this tender. So at the end of the list, in fact, I'm sorry, I don't want there to be any misunderstanding. Let's look at the document you actually sent Mr. Mampani, not the document. It is the same document that you forwarded to the CFO before sending to him. But go to 993, I'm sorry, I'll take you back to the other file, file 3. And go to page 993. So the document that you're sending him, if you see the last page of the document that you're sending him, it's not just the list. It says 2.1, late bids received if applicable, no late bids received. Pre-compliance. The following 435 bidders were evaluated on pre-compliance. Disqualification due to non-registration on CST. The National Treasury, and on it goes. So this is not a simple public document that is the document that is issued when bids are opened after the closing date so everyone knows who the bidders are. This is an extract from an internal Tswane adjudicatory process relating to the bids. It's not a public document.
Interpreter?
Let document i-document yangaphakathi evela kwi-committee adjudication akuyona i-document ekhishelwe ngaphandle kumphakathi wonke ukuthi wazi ngayo. No.
On what basis do you say no?
Ukusho ngasiphi isizathu lokho sokuthi ukuthi cha.
Ngoku-understanda kwami ukuthi ithenda masivaliwe ube nezinkampani ezi-aplayile or ezifake isicelo zokusebenza.
According to me, is that once the tender is closed and the names of the companies that had applied are then ungaqhubeka.
Ukuthi izinkampani esezi-aplayiwe ziya-capture esystemini, maqeda uku-capture bese bayazikhipha kwi-public babone ukuthi
The names of the companies that had tendered, once they've been captured in the system, they are then issued out to the public.
But this is not the document that is issued out to the public. If you can go back to page 993.
Kodwa ke le document akuyona le document esikhishwele ngaphandle ekhishwele ngaphandle ukuthi yaziswe wonke umuntu mawubheka la ekhasini ka 993.
If you look at, it says 3, pre-compliance. The following 435 bidders were evaluated on pre-compliance. Evaluation on pre-compliance happens only after the unsealing of bids and public notification of who the bidders are. So this document is a document that is prepared long after and is reflecting an internal process of tender adjudication.
Le document yangaphakathi ekhishwa ngaphakathi ngemuva kokuthi ke inqubo noma iprocess ya adjudication isenziwe kodwa idocument yangaphakathi.
Ngisame lapho ngikade ngokushilo ekuqaleni.
I'm still standing there. Excuse the interpreter. I'm not sure I'm understanding the response from the witness.
Ngisame kuloko engikuphendulile.
I'm still standing by what I've answered.
How did you get this document?
Ngabe wayithola kanjani le document?
Angisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi ngayithola kanje.
I do not remember how I obtained this document.
Well, how you got it, you will see on page 932.
Indlela wayithola ngayo uzobheka ku page 932. 932.
You got it from the General. You got it from the General on the 30th of April at 11:56. I take that back, sorry, I take that back. You sent it to the General on 932. I withdraw that.
You say General, this page is Mampane.
Sorry, I have lost my track on this one. Let me get the correct reference, because you did in fact get it from the General, if I recall correctly.
Once you do that, let's put this to the surgeon. Surgeon, at page 989 and 992, those pages, all of them actually, from where this document starts, it seems from the heading of the document that it is an internal document, because the name of the document is TMPD 0324.25 draft admin R. I'm assuming it will be report or whatever the complete name is, but it is a draft document. So it's unlikely that this document would have been, that's a further indication that it's unlikely that it would have been in the public domain, because it's a draft document of the city. Can you see what I'm pointing out to?
Is 99?
You can pick any one of those. So I'm at page 988 randomly. But from wherever that long list of 435, I think, 435. So any one page that has this list of bids, the heading of it is the same. It's TMPD 032425 draft admin, and then R, and I'm assuming it's report. But the important part that I'm drawing to your attention is it's a draft document by its heading, so it's unlikely that this document was in the public domain. Mike. Mike.
Mike is off.
Uma sibheka le document esihloko sayo sikhombisa ukuthi draft kuyabonisa ukuthi document yangaphakathi akuyona document esikhishelwe ngaphandle ikhishwela uwonke wonke.
Ngenhlonipho ngisame khona lapho.
I apologize, I still stand by what I said.
You are misinterpreting.
Please repeat what you said, Sergeant Kosi.
Ngithi ngenhlonipho kwinkomishana ngisame kuloko bekade ngikusho.
You apologize that you still stand.
Respectfully, either respectfully or with respect. I stand by what I said earlier.
With respect, I still stand by what I said.
Well, I now have found the reference to where you got it from the General. That's on page 518, on the 25th of March.
File 2.
File 2.
518.
518.
Ukuthi le document wayitholaphi ku 518.
Uthi page bani?
518.
Yeah, file 2.
Is that file 2? Sergeant
Yes,
Kosi?
yes. Sorry,
And
sorry,
have you,
not confirmed.
have you
It's file
found page 518?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
sorry.
all right.
So you received it from the General on the 25th of March.
Ngomhla ka 25 ka March le document wayithola ivela ku General.
Ngiyayibona.
I can see that.
Why did the General send it to you? Had you asked for it?
Kungani u General wayithumela kwele document ngabe wayicela?
Angeke ngikhumbule kahle ukuthi ngayicela or kanjani mara ngiyayivuma ukuthi ngayisendelwa uye.
I cannot recall if I asked for it or how it came about, but I do agree that this was sent to me by the General.
And a few days after you received it from the General, not a few days, a few hours, you forwarded it to Mr. Mnisi, that we see on page 158.
Emva kwehora nje noma amahora ambalwa uyitholile wayithumela ke kuMr. Mnisi.
That is what?
58, file 1.
Okay. I confirm.
Why would you forward it to the CFO?
I really can't remember.
That's all in March. And a full month later, you forwarded to Mr. Mampani on page 932. And when he receives it after a conversation or some calls with you, he says, Booty, please let him say no to that appointment, please. And you still can't remember why he said that.
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Mampani was the right-hand man of the late Mr. Msibi. Is that not correct? Was that your testimony on Wednesday? In April 2025, what was his relationship with Mr. Sibanyoni like? Did they have a good relationship or a bad relationship?
In April,
April 2025.
I would not know, but I know that they are not friends. They are not talking.
They're not friends today. Today, we're talking, when you say they're not friends.
If I understood you correctly, you said relationship with Mr. Mampane?
And Mr. Sibanyoni.
Yes. No, they are not friends.
They're not friends.
Yes.
And you don't know whether Mr. Mampani had a security company that was already providing ad hoc services to the city or not?
Yes.
You don't know, or you do know?
I don't know.
You see, what would happen if an appointment was not made on this contract is the existing bidders, the existing contractors, would stay in position until a new contract was appointed pursuant to a new tender process. You accept that?
Interpreter?
Uyavuma ukuthi le contract uba yayisasebenza. Sorry, I think I'm getting my if you could repeat the question.
If an appointment was not made in terms of this tender,
I-appointment yayingenziwanga ngale tender.
then the existing service providers.
Can you repeat that question so that maybe my interpreter can hear it correctly? Because I think another misunderstanding between you and her.
The interpretation was accurate, Sergeant
No.
Nkosi.
But can you repeat again? Sorry, Commissioners.
If an appointment was not made in terms of this tender,
Uma kwakungaqashwanga noma i-appointment yayingenziwanga maqondana nale tender.
then the existing suppliers
Ngakho ke laba ma-supplier ayivele ekhona
would remain providing ad hoc security services to the city
ayezoqhubeka nokuthi ahlinzeke ngama-service okwesikhashana kwidolobha kwi-city.
until a new tender process had taken place and a new appointment had been made.
Uma ngabe le kungenziwanga i-appointment entsha.
Babezoqhubeka
Babezoqhubeka.
kuze kube ne-appointment entsha.
my interpreter is okay. I think we should proceed. Mara, ngiyacabanga ukuthi umama ehambi yamlahlekela endleleni. So the reason ukuthi ngithi ngicela i-interpreter ngoba ngifuna ukuphendula to the best of my ability. So manje makuba namagama awashiya endleleni mina ngophendula base kula magama awafakile kanti bekumele ngiphendule kula magama awashiya. Bese impendulo yami kubonakala ngathi ingenye indlela engafuneki ukuthi ngibeke yona. So it's my humble submission that
Here is the simple question, Sergeant Nkosi, that if there's a tender process,
yes,
and there was a previous tender before,
yes,
if new service providers are not appointed under the new tender process, it means the previous service providers will continue providing services on a monthly basis until a new service provider is appointed.
That is how I understood it. That's not what my honorable interpreted it. So the commission must take note that sometimes there is miscommunication between. In reference to that, I accept that.
See, your problem is you are hearing clearly, and even things that you are hearing clearly, you want to be interpreted. And then you try to correct the interpreter.
No, Commissioner. I'm sorry, ngiyaxolisa mama ukuthi ngibonakala kanjalo. I'm sorry to you, commissioners. You know the reason, commissioners, I don't want to upset Commissioner Baloyi.
Why her?
Because
I'm asking the question, why her? She's quiet.
Yes, you know, before I answer, I must think of her first. That what is coming next? So, with due respect, not in a bad way. So, I want to ask that to the best of their ability, that indeed I want to answer. So that is the reason I'm very cautious when my interpreter interprets, so that the next word now I must look this side and this side. Then I don't want that again.
I think it's a good idea not to upset me.
No.
Mr. Chaselson.
So if you were an existing service provider, you would have an interest in not having the new tender result in a new appointment.
Wena uma umuntu okulected okuleso provide le service ohlinzeka ngale service okwamanje ukuthi kungabi nenye itender ebakhona entsha engenayo uthanda ukuthi isimo sihlale singaleso simo ukuthi kungabi nenye itender engenayo mangabe usaqhubeka nokwenza lo msebenzi.
Do you see that? Do you accept that?
Yes, it is so.
And if you were a bidder for tender 3 of 24-25, like you say Mr. Mampani was,
Uma ngabe ke njengokulesi simo sika Mr. Mampane ubuzofuna lesi simo sihlale sinjalo.
and you saw a list of all the bidders and all their prices, and you realized that your price was going to lose,
Kanti ke futhi wabona uhla lamanye amabid akhona kanye namanani ama-price abenzayo wabona ukuthi wena uzoluza.
you would have an even bigger incentive to get tender 3 of 24-25 to a position where no award was made. You would have an even bigger incentive to get tender 3 of 24-20, tender 1 of 24-25 cancelled.
Ubuzoba nokuthakazelela ukuthi leyo tender ka 2024 I'm getting all muddled up, please.
Sorry, I'm particularly disorganized this morning. You would have an even bigger incentive to get this tender with this list of bidders cancelled.
Uzothakazela ukuthi le list entsha yalamathenda akhanselwe.
No, not the list, the tender itself.
The tender itself cancelled, indeed.
Uzothakazela ukuthi le tender kwasayona ikhanselwe.
Angeke ngiphawule kuloko ngoba nginayo ithenda.
I would not comment on that as I do not have a tender.
Angazi ukuthi maybe mabangangenanga bacabangani or mabangenile bacabangani.
I do not know what would they think, whether they are in or out.
But Mr. Mampani did have a tender, and he asked you to let him say no to that appointment.
Mr. Mampane ke wayenayo leyo tender, wathi wakwazisa wakutshela ukuthi ucela ukuthi bathi cha kule tender entsha.
But you still say you can't remember why he asked you to let him say no to that appointment.
Kodwa usathi wena awazi ukuthi yini eyenza ukuthi akucela ukuthi wena bathi cha kule tender entsha.
Njalo.
It is so.
Let's move to a different topic then, or I'm going to move to a different topic unless there are questions from the commissioners. Can we go to page 532?
Fine.
532. File 2.
I'm pressed, can I?
Yes, Sergeant. The usual.
I'm
The usual.
pressed, please. Not the usual.
Let's adjourn.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Commission of Inquiry, Sergeant Faninkosi is continuing with his evidence, and it's actually quite interesting to see how the commission moves through these moments of tension, right? Where the energy gets very, very tense, just like what we saw a little earlier this morning, with Commissioner Baloyi really calling Sergeant Nkosi to order, and even going as far as saying that he's being obstructive, right? That he's not coming on board and he's not doing everything that he can to assist the commission with the information that it needs. And clearly that has also struck a chord with Sergeant Nkosi, because he's then tried to, say, well, I want to be as helpful as possible, leading to an overinterpretation or a need to overinterpret at times some of the questions that the evidence leader is putting before him. So it looks like what it will do is that there'll just be a short adjournment. It doesn't look like it will be a tea break per se. It's more of a comfort break that the witness needs. So we'll take a break as well, and then we'll continue our coverage shortly.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors, Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay's Future Food Stars, Wednesdays 6 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
As you're getting to wherever you're going, all these trucks you're dodging, that's billions of rands in motion. Imagine that flow stopping because drivers must swap SIMs for better signal. That's an expensive pause. that your business can't afford. Don't let bad tech choices get in the way. Switch to a reliable, stable network because nothing should stop your business. Call 084 1234. Cell C.
When you train for results, you don't quit halfway. Earn up to 7.35% interest with a Nedbank Just Invest account. Access your money within 24 hours. Keep your money agile. Get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank. For more information, visit nedbank.co.za. We're licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
They say the best kept secret is the one you already know. Welcome to Indaba Hotel Fourways, where world-class conferences and unforgettable African feasts at the Chief Boba meet pure relaxation at Moana Spa. Meetings done? Tuck into a legendary courtyard burger, create your signature gin at our gin school, enjoy a wine farm experience, or simply wander landscaped gardens. Visit indabahotel.co.za for the secret you've always known.
Hey, want to check your TV license balance conveniently? Look no further. Our SMS service allows you to do just that. By sending a message containing your ID or TV license number to 44210, you can quickly access your balance without needing multiple inquiries or waiting on hold. Plus, standard SMS rates apply. Take advantage of this efficient method to stay informed and streamline your payment process today. T's and C's apply.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right, you're still listening to the Talking Point. So in a moment, I also want to go back to the issue that was raised by our caller, Robert, in the Johannesburg CBD this morning. And it's about the alleged harassment that foreign nationals, he says in particular, are facing at the hands of people purporting to be SAPS members and officials who are driving official vehicles but are dressed in civilian clothing. And the allegation there is that they ask for documentation. And if you don't have it, you are arrested. But you're not taken to the police station. You're taken somewhere else and given an opportunity to pay your way out of the situation. You don't have to get to the police station. And he says that this is happening frequently in the CBD. And I did ask if there are people who have had similar experiences. Please get in touch with us. Send us WhatsApp voice notes on the WhatsApp voice note line because this is something that we want to follow up with the relevant authorities. It's 10:30. Here are your headlines.
Thank you, Kathy. On the news headlines, the Congress of the People is calling for President Cyril Ramaphosa to fire Police Minister Senzo Mchunu immediately. This follows revelations that Mchunu is currently on special leave, unilaterally disbanded the political killings task team without consulting President Ramaphosa. A suspected drunk driver has been arrested following a collision in which 2 people were killed in Olifantsfontein Road, east of Johannesburg, and the Israeli military says it's carrying out another wave of attacks on the Iranian capital, Tehran. It said it was targeting infrastructure of the regime without specifying what. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Hey, want to check your TV license balance conveniently? Look no further. Our SMS service allows you to do just that. By sending a message containing your ID or TV license number to 44210, you can quickly access your balance without needing multiple inquiries or waiting on hold. Plus, standard SMS rates apply. Take advantage of this efficient method to stay informed and streamline your payment process today. T's and C's apply.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Brilliantly taken!
Last year, the Proteas women were runners-up in the final of the ICC ODI World Cup against India in front of 1 billion cheering Indian fans.
The new champions of the world, India!
Now Laura and her team take them on home ground with your unwavering support behind them. Watch this unmissable T20 International Series versus India live this April with 2 games in Durban, 2 in Joburg, and 1 in Benoni. Let's get behind the Proteas. Tickets are selling fast. Book today at cricket.co.za. Dare to be unbreakable.
What's with the camouflage, Doof?
I'm going hunting. Just me, nature, and my most underrated off-roader, a rental car.
Hunting? You could fit that little car in your backpack, Doof.
I sit in the driver's seat, baggage at the back, chairs on the roof. The kudu is going to get in and strap its own seatbelt, Savvy.
Could do with more legroom, Doof. Go hunt for a new 4x4 at Weebuck Cars. They got great deals.
Oh, shot, Savvy.
Don't be doof, be savvy. We buy cars geared for that big trip, geared for you.
Oh, I'm so tired.
There's nothing on the TV.
Fanas, girls, let's take a break. We are going to a one-day.
Take a break with us. Get your one-day cup domestic cricket 50 over game ticket at www.cricket.co.za. Wazana with It's family time.
Neighbor to neighbor, show me this one is for you. If you didn't replace your Sasa Gold card before, your turn is coming. From around April, you can replace it with the Postbank Black Card. It's simple. Bring your ID and visit a Postbank replacement site near you. For general questions, call Postbank Customer Care on 0800 53 54 55. To find active replacement sites, dial *120 *355#. Postbank will never ask for your PIN. Terms and conditions apply.
Mzansi, forget the weather forecast. Powerball and Powerball Plus are making it rain lots of cash this March with a staggering 155 million rand in total guaranteed jackpots this Friday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for 107 million rand and Powerball Plus for 48 million rand today. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app or cell phone banking. Panda, Pusha, play. Players must be 18 years old to play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
SMS SAFM now on 41391. #SAFM Talking Point.
All right, you are listening to the Talking Point. So let's then take you to some of the voice notes you've been sending through.
Hi, morning, Susketi Squani from Devon. You see, your caller, Robert, is in fact, I thought was going to say I was also caught, so that maybe we can just quickly find his whereabouts and lock him up. Robert and others are the enablers of these things that the Gauteng police or Gauteng-based members of the SAPS begins extorting people money. It's because of the Roberts. It is them that they pay for their freedom. They always want an easy way out. He's not complaining. He just had enough of paying, not that he's complaining. Yeah, so Robert is just inviting us to be sympathetic to their cause. The Roberts need to be found, they need to be jailed. They must be in the country properly. They must have proper documentation. That's it.
Hi, Katie. I think what Robert is saying, it can only happen if you are here in South Africa illegally. If you haven't abrogated the South African law, you won't mind being taken to the police station. You only pay that 5,000 rand, which terms a spot fine, if you know yourself you are here illegally, which for me, I think it's even small. They should be making you pay 5,000 rand so that you can be dissuaded from coming here illegally. Then you would rather spend that money, pay through the borders so that you can be legal here. Ewin B. Bombela.
Good morning, Sisi Katie. Now you are talking with Katlego in Taung municipality. Sisi Katie, what happens if the inspector come into the RDPs and scratch those plaster is failing, but the contractors is still continuing to plaster the other house? So what must happen? Can someone help us assembly Taung in Ward 12, Manukwani? Thank you.
What that guy, the Malawian guy, is saying, that's true. December time, I saw them doing that. A lady and a guy, I can say the husband and a wife, the Malawians, were arrested. Then there by the buses there in Johannesburg, there, they offloaded them because they paid.
Hello, Katie. I've just heard the guy saying they arrest them, demanding a certain amount of money, which I believe is wrong, obviously. But I think you missed something. Why don't they have documents? I think you didn't ask that. Why don't they have documents with them? Or why don't they have? Are they undocumented? Are they illegally here? And why are they not having documents?
Hi, good morning, Kathy. It's Dora here in Heidelberg. What Robert just described to you there, it is 100% true. I'm a South African, and I know quite a lot of people from other African countries. It is exactly as it described it. It's a lucrative business for the police. It is something they do almost every day. They round up these people from other African countries, not because they're enforcing the law, so that they can get money out of them. If they don't have money in their pockets, they tell them to phone their friends or family members to bring the money to them. So it's a very lucrative business for the police.
Good day, Sis Kathy. Yeah, this thing of foreigners, the 500s, I think these people, you can't be caught in a week twice. It means this bribing the police is what works for them. Because if you don't have that 500, you need to make a plan. You need to make sure you get compliant. You get to documentation right. But if you are repeatedly paying these 500 rands, you are encouraging the bribery. So I don't see why should they complain, because it's what works for them. I hope I'm wrong. Thank you. Thokozani Kibla Park.
Number two, there's a police for Kempton Park. There's a van for Kempton Park. Every day, those people, they go road broke along Petit Road. Before the dam, before the garage, engine garage, they do a road block there. Always they are arresting foreigners. After arresting foreigners, they don't take them. What they want is money. If you don't have money, they did phone your colleague, bring the money. Or if you don't have money, if you have money by the house, they drive straight to your place to take the money, or to go to ATM to take the money. So I don't know, these people, they are taking advantage for those foreigners just because they are not, now if you don't have papers, you are not allowed to stay here, but they are promote these people, police, to make money with foreigners.
Good morning, Siskati, Mbongo Sunday Sambuisa. Those commissioners, well done. Big up to those gentlemen and Advocate Baloi, together with Advocate Madlanga. They're doing an excellent job. They don't play. They don't play. Well done.
Good morning, Kathy and the listeners. Kathy, I thank Mrs. Baloi to force this guy at least to answer the questions. Since I'm hearing this guy is dodgy, the man must answer the questions. Thanks, Mrs. Case.
Hello, Katie. Patrick Lona, like Kloof. Many commenting now, it's on the interpreter. Guys, I'm sure this is a state matter. We can find someone who can interpret accurately. Because, guys, wow. There's a lot of facts and meanings that is being lost. Good translator way to Ibo Bagit Ngege.
Thank you. It is true. This Nkosi guy doesn't give out answers. I don't know why they take him so long. They should have let him go, because now he wasted a lot of time. It has now been 2 weeks now. We're listening to this man, and he doesn't know, he doesn't recall, no comment. He doesn't give answers. I think he must not just be taken away to jail. He is useless.
Kathy Motlatlana on SAFM.
All right, yeah, thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes you've been sending through to the show. Lots of you are still reacting to that call that we received from Robert earlier on this morning around the alleged corruption that is taking place. And I hear the questions that you're asking, right? So why is Robert paying? Where are the documents? I do think, though, it will be worthwhile for us to revisit what the protocol is. What is the protocol when you are actually being approached by police officers, when they ask you produce some form of documentation? And remember that part of how that's done is there's a level of profiling, right? So if, let's say, you are South African and you're stopped and asked for your documentation, you don't have any on you, but maybe you don't fit the description of what they think a South African should look like. What happens then? So there are protocols to these things, and part of where I would want to go, even in bringing the officials into the conversation, is to, again, understand what is the protocol, what are the circumstances under which you can be asked for your identification. And if you don't have it, what then do you do? But we can't accept a situation where it is okay for officers to be doing what they're doing. All it does is it perpetuates and amplifies the problem. Because if somebody doesn't have the necessary documentation to be in the country, they should be processed legally. Taking a bribe from them and sending them back, it's not the answer to the problem that we're facing. It is not the answer. So I think that's where we want to try and go with it, and understand for ourselves what police officers must be doing. So we're noting the voice notes that you're sending through, and like I said, we will be taking this matter up with the SAPS, but also with JMPD in the city of Joburg. I think it'll be important for them to be part of the conversation too. All right, you can of course continue sending those voice notes on 0614 104 107. I'll take some of your calls on 086 000 2032. You see, there are always people calling on this show. Zola, you're in Bloem. So, Zola, I assume you're listening to the commission, and when they have a break, you see it as a chance to try and get your voice on air too. Hello.
Morning, Katie. Yes, you're right, Katie. Katie, the interpreter is doing very well. I'm a former interpreter, well trained in interpreting. I interpreted for magistrate court, even in the High Court. And even when I was now a commissioner at another level, commissioner in the CCMA, I was training interpreters. The lady is doing very well. I can tell you what Nkosi is trying to do. When he's dodging answers now, he's turning around to the interpreter. I'm listening to her. She's trying her best, and you can see that she is trained. So that person who said, no, she's missing many facts. No, that's not true. The lady is doing so well, and I'm impressed with her. And I must also thank the evidence leader today. He's giving her a chance to interpret. So it's not true that she's missing facts. She's doing her best.
So like this was my question when I heard Nkosi say that there's some words that she's missing. I thought, no, but you don't understand those words. So how do you know that they're words that she's misinterpreting? Because the reason you need her is because you don't understand.
Exactly. You look at you without wasting time. When you are in court sometimes, and the accused is there, especially those who are in prison, when he does not know how to answer, he will then say, no. The interpreter did not interpret what I said. She missed or he missed this. And it's not that's how they try to dodge answering the exact questions.
Yeah,
so the lady is doing very well.
And Zola, you also get a sense that he's trying to buy time, right? Trying to buy time to think about how exactly he's going to answer the question, because clearly he was involved in conversations, had access to documents that he had no business having access to.
Yeah. And then he wants to make her nervous. You know, when somebody starting criticizing you, you will now start panicking. He must not do that. He must give her a chance to interpret.
Okay.
Because
all right.
she's doing a very good job.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, Zola. Thanks for that call, Zola out in Bloem. You heard there. He also is an interpreter, and he says it's work that he did for many, many years, and he finds no fault with how the interpreter is doing her job here at the commission. Look, and the reality is that you can see that Sergeant Nkosi is in a tight spot. That seat has gotten hotter and hotter by the day, and the pressure is not easing. And this is now a witness who is incredibly under pressure. And let's not forget that the consequences of his evidence have already been felt, and they are being felt right now in the city of Tshwane. And he wouldn't be blind to that. So there's a lot of pressure that is coming out of this moment. Tabani, you're in Durban. You also want to talk about the interpretation.
Very, very, very quick one. You see, just as we have said, that witness is under pressure. He's under a very hot seat. The same applies for the interpreter as well, because she's interpreting a very high-profile case. But be that as it may, an interpreter must interpret to the best of his or her ability. I was a court interpreter at the Durban Magistrates Court for 8 years. I can tell you now, without mincing my words, I was one of the best there.
Yes, when Tabani.
Yes, I was. I definitely was. And I can tell you now that interpreter has misconstrued some of the things that she was saying there when she was interpreting.
Okay. And those misinterpretations, Tabani, is it in translation sort of between what is meant by Shaskelson and how that is interpreted into the isiZulu, that it's lost in interpretation, or what is it really? Help us understand what Sergeant Nkosi is trying to point to.
You see, interpreting can be looked at in two ways. There is interpreting and there's direct translation. Interpreting goes with understanding the context from which the person is speaking or is talking. And translation is translating the word as it is from Zulu to English, or from whatever language to another language. That is translation. So there are some of the things that she has misconstrued, which may be used by the defense attorneys of the witness against the commission. Even though they will be clutching on straws, because the witness is in trouble, as we can all hear. But the fact of the matter is that she has misconstrued some of the things. And because word for word here, everything is important here. Nothing must be lost in interpreting or in translation.
So,
because this is high.
Yeah.
This is a high stakes matter.
So Thabani, when you look at it, then is this a witness that needs an interpreter if he's able to pick up on these nuances? And by the way, this is bearing in mind that we also have commissioners that have a command of the isiZulu language, and they're also coming in. So between, I think, the whole body of knowledge, at the commission that is sitting and listening, the risk of there being something that is completely misinterpreted, I think that's quite low.
You see, this witness does not need an interpreter. He is buying himself time by using the interpretation after the question has been asked, because he understands the question firsthand. And the reason I'm saying that is because he is not using the interpreting throughout the questioning. He's using it as and when it suits him. In other instances, he will answer directly in English. In other instances, he will ask the interpreter to come in, which is also distorting the record, because interpreting should be done completely for the record to be clear, and it should not be used as an interjection every now and then when it suits the witness.
Thabani, I hear you loud and clear. Thanks for those insights and for sharing based on the work that you too have done as an interpreter. Yeah, the idea that he doesn't actually need an interpreter, I think is, that in and of itself is something that, we can question. We can question. He says he needs one, but when you look at how he's nitpicking with the interpreter, then, I still ask, if you're saying she's misinterpreted it, how do you know? Because you're supposed to not understand. That's why she's there. So now if you are able to understand what the evidence leader is asking better than she can, at least based on your own analysis and interpretation, then clearly you don't need her. Onga, you're in Matatiele. Good morning.
Good morning, Katie, and then good morning to your SAfm listeners.
Yes, sir.
Katie, I just want to talk about this march that the ANC is planning tomorrow. I never heard the ANC marching against the prolonged case of Senzo Meyiwa. I never heard the ANC marching against the murder of Babita Diakora, including the murder of the musician in Durban. But they want to march and then complain about America while they are in government not protecting our borders. Now we've got a new king from Nigeria under the leadership of ANC, and they are still silent. They are not saying anything. They are not even acting unless there is something that I don't know yet which is happening, where it is happening. It's so unfortunate that many of us will complain and complain and complain. Maybe tomorrow, the same 90% that calls in your show will be the same 90% that is going to vote for the ANC, give the councillors power back to the ANC. So we need to have a big eye to say, how do we fix our town? How do we fix our borders? We can only do that by making sure that we remove the ANC in power by means of vote, nothing else.
But Wonga, the ANC is in power through a government of national unity.
But, Katie, they have messed up. The government of national unity cannot rectify 30 years of mess up within just 3 years or within just a one term. Yes, there are things that are happening. There are things that are a little bit shaking up. But the 25 years where they have been in power, the country is in mess. There's no water, high level of corruption, high level of killing people, no one gets arrested, drugs left and right, It's a mess.
Okay, all right, Wonga and Matatiele, Wonga, we're going to leave it there with you. Yeah, look, and I know that there's so many things that go wrong and that have gone wrong in our country. But that's not the entirety of the story. That's just part of the story. It's not the whole story. It's not. And we also need to be honest about that. That yes, there are places where there is no access to water. But there are places where there is access to water that was never there before. So I'm not one that takes a completely fatalistic look at things and says, it's all falling apart. I don't think that is a true reflection of the state of our nation and the state of our country today. There's a lot that is going wrong, absolutely. And by the way, I say this not to have weigh in on what Wonga is saying about the ANC being voted in or being voted out. I'm just saying that when we reflect about the state of our country, let's be fair in our commentary. Go to Stats SA. Go and track the numbers about the progress that this country has made. It can't be that we're comfortable with just the story that is shaped by our experience at a particular time and wipes out the progress that has been made within this 30-year period of democracy. The challenges notwithstanding, of course. All right, so we're edging towards 11 o'clock. The break at the commission seems to have gone on longer than what we had been anticipating, but perhaps they'll resume again at 11 o'clock, which means that we'll probably be set then to continue with it right through till after midday. So let me take this voice note before we get to the latest news update.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to SAFM listeners. Kathy, I was listening to Sergeant Nkosi or whatsoever. Hey! How Sergeant wakumsha yapheli English. Yapheli English over data. Why was so? But that time they were eating the money. The English was there, but now it's time to answer. The English is gone. He changed now. He speaks Isizu. Anyway, I'm just confused. Which English must I learn? Because I'm still trying to learn English. Is it the English of politicians or it's the English of Madlanga? Because you come across, they will call it particular or document. Now I'm thinking, when you pronounce cucumber, what must I say? Dango!
On the top stories, Sergeant Nkosi back at the witness stand at Madlanga Inquiry, and Israeli military carries another attack in Tehran. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. Commissioner Sesi Baloyi has put to Sergeant Fani Nkosi, a member of the Gauteng's organised crime unit, that he is obstructing proceedings and not being helpful to the Madlanga Commission. Commissioner Baloyi's comment comes as Nkosi did not want to answer questions posed to him by evidence leader Advocate Matthew Chaskalson, resorting to response such as, "I don't remember." Baloyi has reminded Nkosi that he has an obligation to answer questions at the Madlanga Commission in a satisfactory manner.
And I think you need to be reminded your obligation to the Commission is to assist and give satisfactory answers. You are not answering satisfactorily when facts are put to you that you are not disputing, and then you say, "I cannot comment." I don't know if you want to comment, if you want to say anything. If you do, feel free to do that. But I think you need to be reminded of your obligations as a witness.
The Congress of the People is calling for President Cyril Ramaphosa to fire Police Minister Senzo Mchunu immediately. This follows revelations that Mchunu, who is currently on special leave, unilaterally disbanded the political killings task team without consulting President Ramaphosa. COPE says Mchunu's actions show poor judgment and a lack of accountability, and that his removal is necessary to restore public trust in the police leadership. COPE's acting national chairperson is Pex Deghetsi.
This fuels perceptions of incompetence, and it actually also fuels the public perception and the distance between leadership and what people experience on the ground. The president has known since February last year. He never took the nation into his confidence. He never ensured that he runs a proper, clean government that can instill confidence. And this is a really very serious dereliction of duty on behalf of the president.
Northwest Police have opened 2 murder cases in Kanyisa. This after 2 people were found lying on the floor inside the house deceased in Tlagameng village. Northwest Police's Captain Majang Skalki says both victims were found with visible injuries.
The door of the room was slightly open. Through preliminary investigation, it was established that both deceased are Lesotho nationals. The circumstances surrounding the incident remain under investigation and no arrests have been made at this stage. The Northwest Acting Provincial Commissioner Major General Dr. Rhino Naidu has condemned the incident and urged communities to work closely with the police by providing any information that can assist in the investigation.
A suspected drunk driver has been arrested following a collision in which 2 people were killed in Olifantsfontein Road, east of Johannesburg. Authorities say the driver allegedly crashed into another vehicle, killing the driver and a girl believed to be between 10 and 11 years old. The EMPD's Thabiso Makgato.
A 16-year-old girl who was also a passenger sustained serious injuries and was transported to Tembisa Tertiary Hospital for medical attention. EMPD officers tested the driver of the Audi vehicle with a positive alcohol reading of 0.64 milligrams. He has been arrested and will be charged with driving under the influence of alcohol, reckless and negligent driving, followed by culpable homicide and fleeing the accident scene.
The Israeli military says it's carrying out another wave of attacks on the Iranian capital, Tehran. It said it was targeting the infrastructure of the regime without specifying what. The BBC's Yolanda Nell has the details.
There have been more heavy explosions reported in Tehran amid new Israeli strikes after Iran launched rounds of missiles at Jerusalem overnight. The loud thuds of interceptions were repeatedly heard overhead here. Earlier, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had told journalists that Iran was now decimated and unable to enrich uranium or manufacture ballistic missiles.
Recapping the top story, Commissioner Sesi Baloyi has put it to Sergeant Fanny Nkosi, a member of the Gauteng's organised crime unit, that he's obstructing proceedings and not being helpful to the Madlanga Commission. I'm Wundalambana for SAFM News.
Get Spar's super savings at every store, in every aisle, every day. Like 145-gram Doritos corn chips, buy any 2 for 38, save 12 Rand. Or 2 liters Paletta, Twist or Iron Brew, buy any 2 for 29, save 7 Rand. Now that's super savings. Price is valid from 9 till 22 March, while stocks last, only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Mzansi, forget the weather forecast. Powerball and Powerball Plus are making it rain lots of cash this March with a staggering 155 million Rand in total guaranteed jackpots this Friday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for 107 million Rand.
Documents to the General, and you'll see what those documents are if you go to file 3. Still file 2, page 621, from 621 onwards. They are documents relating to applications for employment at the city of Tshwane. You have them?
Yes, I have them.
And so you'll see at 621 there is a receipt for someone's employment application, then there's an ID that went with that receipt at 623, another receipt, and on they go. There are various receipts for applications for employment at the city. Then I'm going to take you through all of these, and then I'd like you to address them. You'll see that on page 1159, that's file 3, you'll see that on the 26th of August, MMC Morodi sent you a similar document. You'll find the document at 1171. It too, at 1171, is a confirmation of receipt of an application for a position with the Metro Police. And at 1165, you'll see that on the 25th of September 2025, MMC Morodi sent you a similar document, another receipt of an application for appointment at the Metro Police. That document is at 1172. Then if you go back to page 560, you'll see that on...
Please wait for him to get there, Mr. Chaskell.
560, right?
560. You have 560?
I have it.
14 September of 2025, you'll see another series of these documents are sent from you to General Dlamini, and the documents themselves run from page 652 all the way through to 670. And you'll see that they're all applications, job applications at the Metro Police.
Mr. Chaskell, the documents to the general, are they the same as from MMC Morodi that you've referred to, or this is additional?
I haven't done that recon. They're certainly not the same. They are more, at the very least they're more. Whether they overlap, I can come back to the Commission at a later stage.
All right, thank you.
Or maybe, Sergeant Nkosi, can you tell us, are the documents that you sent to the General, do they include the documents that were sent by MMC Morodi to you?
No.
They don't?
Mr. Skelson, I wanted to make the point that the previous ones were accompanied by IDs. These ones are not accompanied by IDs.
Yes, some of the previous ones had IDs. Certainly the list of the 14th of September doesn't have IDs. There was, I think, only one ID on the 6th of May. For the rest, it was just receipts without ID. There were some IDs, but not all of them had IDs. Now, first question is, why were you sending these job application receipt forms to General Dlamini?
Thank you, Commissioners. The reason that I was sending this to General Dlamini, these documents are the application for the vacancy that was advertised in or at Tshwane. As a person who's directly involved in the community activities, I'm encouraging youth to apply for employment. I then make a follow-up to that effect. So those that have sent the website that there were vacancies, some I send them in the communities. I then make follow-up. Did you apply? Show me the proof that you applied.
So you are encouraging youth to apply at the City of Tshwane and in the Metro Police Department?
Not specifically at Tshwane or Metro Police specifically. I just wanted to be vague. I'm encouraging youth to work.
Sure. And when people make applications, you help them to follow up on their applications.
That's correct.
And so in this case, you were following up on applications that members of the community had made, and they wanted feedback. Is that what was taking place?
In addition to what you just said, they want the feedback. Sometimes their frustration would be they have applied and there would not be respond from wherever that they have applied from.
So, if I take you to, say, page 532, well, let's start at 621, because that's where the receipt is. That receipt is dated 11 April, and you send it to General Dlamini on 6 May. Why would you send it to General Dlamini on 6 May if it's less than a month after the application was acknowledged by the city?
I don't know if I understand you. Can you maybe repeat that question?
If this is an issue of following up, and following up in cases where there has been no response from the city, if one goes to 621, one sees that the city acknowledged receipt of the application on the 11th of April, but you are sending the acknowledgement of receipt to the General on the 6th of May. So that's about 3 weeks later. Why would you be sending it to the General after only 3 weeks if you were following up?
Okay. If I understand you correct, I'm subjected to be corrected. You are saying, why did I send this confirmation to the General after it was closed or before it was closed?
No, let me maybe be more explicit. Let's go to the go back to 621.
Yes, you are at 621.
Second paragraph. You are hereby informed that correspondence will be limited to shortlisted candidates only. If you do not receive a reply within 12 weeks of the closing date, please consider your application unsuccessful. So they're saying there's a 12-week processing time here.
Yes.
Now the application, the receipt is dated 11 April. You see?
Yes.
So they are sending this letter to the applicant on the 11th of April and saying it's going to take 12 weeks to process these applications. On the 6th of May, which is roughly 3 weeks after that receipt letter is sent, you send the receipt letter to the General. Why did you send it after 3 weeks?
I still stand by my statement that it was to make a follow-up with results to this application.
But the receipt itself indicates that it's going to take 12 weeks to process the application, or will take up to 12 weeks to process the application. Why would you expect the General to know the outcome of the application 3 weeks after that receipt letter?
I just send it like I'm explaining. I'm explaining to you now.
Let me then ask, why would MMC Morodi send you a receipt of application on the 26th of August? What did she want you to do with the employment application receipt?
It was to make a follow-up on whether the application had been received or not.
Well, she knew that the application had been received because the document at 1171 is a letter from the city saying it has been received. It's the same standard form letter from the city that says, we've received your application. If you don't receive a reply within 12 weeks of the closing date, please consider your application unsuccessful. So she knew it had been received, and it had been received, the receipt had been acknowledged on the 3rd of August. About 3 weeks after the 3rd of August, she sends it to you. Why did she send it to you? She knew it had been received, so it couldn't be for you to check that it had been received. What was she wanting you to do?
She wanted me to check if indeed it was received, and maybe if I could do something in terms of checking, or what could be the problem that maybe some of people who applied to those vacancies were not being called.
And did you make any inquiries on her behalf?
Yes.
With whom did you inquire?
With General Dlamini.
What did you ask him in relation to this application?
I asked him to check in what is happening about such application.
And what did he report?
He said he will check.
And did you follow up again to find out what happened to this application?
I can't quite remember.
Now, MMC Morodi is an MMC of Tshwane. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
You have no formal relationship with Tswane. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
You have no formal relationship with Tswane. You're not a Tswane official. You're not in any contractual relationship with Tswane.
Yes.
Why would she ask you to make these inquiries?
Let me maybe answer it in this way. Like myself, I'm a police official. When people apply for a vacancy in the SAPS, they would maybe send questions or whatever reference. Hey, because of your insight, can you check what is the progress of this application? So according to me, that is the reason or why I sent to General Dlamini, because it was with regards with Metropolis. So same applies to when MMC Morudu sent it to me, and then I then forwarded to General Dlamini like I was doing with other applications that are seen here in this document.
Yes, but you're not inside the Tswane Police Department, or are you?
I'm not.
You're not. I mean, you do quite a lot in relation to the Tswane Municipal Police Department, but you're not formally inside. Isn't that true?
I'm not formally inside. I wouldn't comment on that. You said first.
Yes, well, we've seen you sort of assist the CFO to communicate with the head of the police department a great deal. Do you accept that?
We are in the documents now.
All right. We don't need to go over yesterday's territory. But again, my question is, why would MMC Morodi think that you were an appropriate person to approach to follow up on a job application? Why would you be appropriate? She's an MMC of this city. Why does she need you to follow up?
No, I think it was the matter of, believing that I believe in youth development and knocking on doors where there is an opportunity for people to work, especially youth. So I think it was on those bases.
Does she believe in youth development?
Yes.
So why did she need you to knock on doors? Why did she need you to knock on doors? Why couldn't she knock on doors herself?
No. Maybe I put it in a wrong sense that I'm knocking on doors. I'm trying to take advantage where there is opportunities for youth development.
Can park knocking on doors for a moment, but my question remains, why does she need you to explore these opportunities for youth development in the city if she's the MMC and you have no relationship with the city?
I think it is on the basis that we usually do charity work. We get involved where they are doing the charity. So I think it was on those bases.
So you and the MMC do charity work together, and she saw this as an extension of your joint charity work?
Not always. Where they've got a charity, she will say, we've got this thing for a young woman. Can you help where you can or where you could?
And did you follow up with all of these applications?
Yes, I did.
And were they successful?
No.
They were not successful?
That's correct.
None of them?
According to my understanding, none of them.
And did you find out why?
That's correct.
And what was the answer that was given to you?
They were not compliant. They failed the aptitude test. Some they failed to run the training obstacles.
So not one of the applicants was compliant?
According to me, yes.
Who told you this?
Them, the applicants.
The applicants reported to you individually, I failed, this was the reason they gave me.
Yeah, the one that I know of, yeah.
And do you know if, do you know if anyone was successful?
No, not the one that I can remember.
Now, can I take you to page 563? On the 21st of September,
Is it still the same theme?
it is still the same thing. On the 21st of September, you sent the General a document which, and that document we'll get to, it's at page 661, and you said, look, one of his friends was sent this. And then you said, my General, how legit is this? And if we go to 661,
661.
you see it says, dear applicant, you're invited to attend the Metro Police physical assessments and verification of documents, gives the date, the place, bring along the following documents, and it tells you what to bring. NB, wear sports clothes, bring your own food and water bottle. And at 563, you say, my General, how legit is this? Why were you concerned about the legitimacy of a document inviting applicants for jobs to come and present themselves for physical assessment and verification of documents?
Can you repeat that?
Why were you concerned about the legitimacy of a document that invited applicants for employment in a municipal police department to present themselves for a fitness assessment and verification of documents? Why were you concerned about it?
Okay, thank you. The reason that I was concerned, it was with, this message was forwarded to me that Luke, one of his friends, was sent this. Then I take same and forward it to the General. I then make a follow-up that, my General, how legit is this? I was checking with the General that indeed there were calls made to other applicants.
Sorry, there were?
There were calls made, or there were any other arrangements made to the applicants, some applicants that applied for this post.
You see, if we look at your message to the General that attaches the notice for applicants to present themselves for a fitness assessment, you say one of his friends was sent this, and then there's that sort of shocked emoji, which you seemed able to find on this case. Why was it potentially shocking that one of the friends of the person who you knew had been sent this invitation?
I'm not the author of that Luke, one of his friends was sent this. The person who forwarded it to me is the one who wrote this. I took same and forwarded to the General.
So, who forwarded this to you?
is one of the parents of the applicants.
And the parent was shocked that somebody else had been invited to do a fitness assessment, but their child had not. Is that what the parent was shocked about?
Can you repeat that? What I must...
So the parent who sent this to you sent it with a shocked emoji.
That's correct.
And was the parent shocked because their child hadn't been invited to the fitness assessment, but one of their friends had been invited?
That was my understanding, yes.
And the parent presumably was expecting you to ensure that their child would also get invited.
I wouldn't say he was expecting me to make sure that their child is invited. She was making a follow-up and followed by this message that she's shocked according to the emoji.
But why would she be shocked that an applicant is invited to a fitness assessment? She'd only be shocked if she expected her child also to be invited.
I would not be in position to know, but I would assume that, you know, as a parent, you know that maybe your child is fit or is capable to do something. At the end of the day, maybe your child is a friend to this one, and you see that this one cannot do anything. But be vice versa, that one got opportunity and yours does not. So I think that emoji came from there.
No, I accept that the emoji came from them. But I'm still trying to understand what they were expecting from you and what you were expecting from the general. So let's start with what they were expecting from you. What were they expecting from you?
Okay, as I've said earlier, to make follow-ups with regards to their application. They don't know the general, I know the general. I did not make any arrangement with them with regards to the general. I said, send it to me, I will see how I can help. That is when I involved the general. General, can you check what is happening here, the progress and so forth. So that is that view.
But what they send you is an invitation for a fitness assessment that's been sent to somebody else. So they're presumably asking you to find out why their child hasn't received a similar application for a fitness assessment. Isn't that what they were asking from you?
Yes.
Then why do you say to the general, my general, how legit is this? What was potentially illegitimate about a friend being invited to a fitness assessment?
Okay, if you can see this document, or let's say the so-called response, it says the trainees must come at 4 ways Roodepoort. And I know that Tshwane is not at Roodepoort. Why would they then summon them to Roodepoort? So I was sending the general with that effect that, can he verify that this thing is legit?
Well, if they were being summoned to Roodepoort, one could assume that it wouldn't come from Tshwane, it would come from Johannesburg. Is that not right?
That's correct.
And wouldn't your question then to the general not be, is this legit, but something along the lines of, does this come from Tshwane? Or why is Tshwane inviting people to Roodepoort? If you wanted to follow it up at all, as opposed to just assuming this can't come from Tshwane. Tshwane will never assess people in Roodepoort.
that will be, it will depend on how I express my interaction with the general.
You see, if you follow the chats, it takes the general a while. You send him you send it to him at 5:21, he calls you back at 5:23, and then at 5:24 he says, this is for the JMPD, it's not for TMPD. Can I tell you what it looks like to me? What it looks like.
Oh, before, you said what page is that?
Sorry?
You said what page is that?
It's the same page. Just go down to 5:24.
5:24.
Yes. Not page 524, the same page at chat number 5 at 5:24 p.m.
563, page 563.
Okay. I think maybe to Marab, let me just wait for you to comment first, then I will.
Well, maybe let me hear your comment on the General's response to you at 5:24.
Okay. The General was responding to me that these ones are not the Tshwane vacancies. I think to the General to check if it was legit. But I think maybe it was coming from the basis that I've sent him the Tshwane application, not the JMPD.
Yes, you'd sent him a Tshwane application. You didn't realize at the time that this was a response from JMPD and not from Tshwane.
I think so, yes.
You thought it was a response from Tshwane.
That's correct.
But then why your question, my General, how legit is this?
Because I thought it was a Tshwane document.
Yes, if it was a
So now, when he responds, he rectifies me here and say, no, Captain, this is for JMPD.
No, I understand. I see that the General pointed out that it came from JMPD, not TMPD, but why would you be concerned about the legitimacy of it? Why would your question be, is this legitimate, as opposed to, does this come from TMPD, not JMPD?
Because at that time, this was the first applicant who sent me this, and they came with these things according to the parent. So that is the reason I was asking them.
You see, what it looks like to me from the outside is that this parent had an expectation that you would ensure that, at the very least, their son's application got processed, if not successfully. And the parent writes to you saying, his friend has been asked to present himself for a fitness assessment. He hasn't. Why is this? You were supposed to look after him. Is that not what was happening?
You know, Commissioner, I'm not saying you're not a parent, but when you are a parent and you see your child not doing well, if you feel at that particular time that there is an opportunity, whether that person is going to influence that process or not, according to the way you are putting it to me, that he was expecting me to make, you know, I don't know what there. But according to me, that parent, you know, was happy that at long last my child will have an opportunity to work. So I'm taking that on those bases.
No, I do understand that. But isn't there an expectation that you will look after these applications for the children? That you will make sure that these applications get properly processed and that their children stand a good chance of being appointed?
That is your view. My view is that one that I've explained.
You see, what it looks like to me from this exchange is that you expected that the General would ensure that all of your applicants were invited for fitness assessments and documentation verification and got through the first round of the application process to that stage. And you were quite concerned that somebody who wasn't one of your applicants had been invited to a fitness assessment and your applicant hadn't. That's what it looks like to me. That's why you said, how legit is this? What's your comment on that?
That's not true.
Can I take you to page 654? I don't want to mention names, but can I ask, is this applicant a relative of the mama whose case you wanted, whose case you were sorting out with Mr. Mr. Mtakati and General Sabia wanted to be involved as well?
That is, you're talking about 654?
654, yes.
That's, can you repeat that question?
So we see I don't mention names, but the applicant at 654, is that a relative of the mama who we spoke about a couple of days ago? Remember, General Sabia said, I want you to sort out the mama issue with Mtakati.
That's correct.
And is this a relative of mama?
That's correct. It's a child.
I see. And was General Sabia aware of this application? Of the child's application?
I can't remember.
How long did it take for you to follow up the final outcome of all of these applications? The applications were supposed to be adjudicated within 12 weeks or determined within 12 weeks. When did you find out about the fate of these applications?
I can't remember.
But you say nobody was successful.
According to my understanding, nobody.
Mr.
You know why?
Sorry, Fish.
I think the commission must go first. Then I'll answer them as a package.
Sorry. On the 12-week issue, it seems to me that this is a different batch of applications.
Yes.
Because the previous ones, the acknowledgement date was April, and the 12 weeks.
No, I agree. I agree.
And then these ones are now the July batch. So when you ask him how long did he follow up, are you asking him about the April batch or the July batch? I think that's all I wanted to clarify.
Well, let's take each batch in turn. there's an April batch and certainly a July batch and then a September batch.
Okay. To answer that, there were different posts. There were cleaners post, there were metropolis post, there were general workers post. So on each and every post, I would encourage people to apply and make use. Can you check? Can you? So according to me, when I say none of them were successful, is based on the basis of I did not receive any call from them, no information that our calls or our application were successful. And even to those that have made a follow-up from, they were not successful.
In relation to the posts that weren't Metro Police posts, why were you sending those to General Dlamini?
I'm just taking advantage of the entity that he's working in there, in the umbrella of Tshwane.
So General Dlamini is going to, let's take a look at the one on page 624. There's an application for a position of senior administrative officer.
Page
624. That's a senior administrative officer post. It doesn't say anything about Metro Police.
Yes.
But you send it to General Dlamini.
As I said, that I did not send only Metro Police. I've sent for the cleaners and general workers. I think I took advantage of that. He works in that particular entity of Tshwane.
Yes, this is a senior administrative officer. It's not a cleaner or a general worker. How would General Dlamini be able to help you in relation to this appointment?
I don't know if maybe I will answer to the best of my ability. Let me just make an example about me. I'm working in the head office. Somebody applies in HR. Then he says to me, even though you are in organized crime, can't you check what is happening with this post in HR? So I think because of you are closer and closer, I'm able to check how far this post and so forth. It's because of I'm on the basis that I'm working there. So this is what I'm explaining about General Dlamini.
And what report backs did you get from General Dlamini? Because this process makes sense on your version only if General Dlamini is going to do something and then give you a report. What report did he give you in relation to these applications? What reports?
Nothing much. Nothing much he said. He said no, you'll make a follow-up. So I did not make any follow-up with him.
But you then continued to send him, he doesn't give you much feedback in April, but you continue sending him job application forms in July and then in August, and then in September.
Then not on every post that I sent to him, it does not respond. But other ones he respond that this candidate were not successful, especially the Metropolis one.
I don't intend asking any further questions here.
Let me ask. Sergeant, if the purpose of you sharing this information with General Dlamini was simply to get information about the status of things, then explain why MMC Murodi would want that information through you. She has access to the whole of Tshwane, including the TMPD, and so she can get this information. Why would she want that information through you?
I think maybe, Commissioner, at that time maybe she thought that I'll be of good help, even though she's within Tshwane. But this is what I thought, that maybe.
Yeah, I think what is obvious is she thought you would be of good help. I mean, that's the only explanation why she's sending this stuff to you. So I'm asking, I accept that part of your answer. She thought you would be of good help. In fact, she believed you would be of good help. The question is, if all it was that your role involved was just to get information, why would she do that through you when she's got direct access to all of Tshwane, including General Dlamini and the other parts of Tshwane that are not TMPD? Why would she want that information through you instead of getting it directly from the people that work in that municipality, of which is an MMC? If all it was to get information about the progress of these applications.
I think now it is according to me. You know, almost in maybe I assume it might be maybe office politics. She can ask some things, or she can't engage with some people. So she thought maybe I might have great help at that time. That is one. Two, because I'm always advocating for youth development, maybe she said, this one is always talking about youth development. What are we doing for the youth and so forth? Let me give him this opportunity and see what is he going to do.
So when you say maybe office politics, you say maybe it might have been office politics. Are you saying maybe she didn't want it to be known in the office of Tshwane that she's making inquiries about specific candidates? Is that what you mean when you say maybe office politics stopped her from asking directly?
No, I'm not saying what is my honorable.
So explain what you mean by office politics. That maybe office politics stopped her from asking directly.
I don't know if I'll be answering to the best of my ability. When I said office politics, I'm not necessarily saying that maybe she does not want this one to know about. You know, most office politics is office politics. I'm just assuming maybe this one has got bad blood with this one or this one. I'm just saying that on the basis of my office politics. I'm assuming. I'm not saying it is like that.
So on that assumption, she would have bad blood with the whole of the people involved with recruitment in Tshwane. That it makes sense only if you say that well, maybe she didn't get along with everyone that has access to this information.
I'm not even saying that there is a bad blood. It is me now thinking about that. It's not even like that. You would find, Commissioner, that she was not even there in the issue of office politics, the way I'm putting it to the Commission. So that is just me applying my mind that it might be. But, and then the other one is this one, that because I'm always advocating for youth development, that is why maybe she took advantage of that. No, because if you're always advocating, let us see what we can do.
Why did you not ask her the first time she asked you to get this information, or she sent you this to get information, because that's your version, it was to get information. Why did you not ask her, why don't you get it yourself? From the recruitment people or anyone else in Tshwane? Why didn't you ask her that?
I did not ask her, Commissioner.
Yes, why? It seems like an obvious natural question, considering you are outside of Tshwane municipality. You have no official capacity there. You are, and so when you reach out to General Dlamini, you're not doing that in any official way. You have an MMC who has a right or access even to people in the municipality that she could ask. It seems to me a natural question to ask. Why don't you get this information yourself directly? If all it is to get information about the progress in the applications. Why does that natural reaction not happen with you?
I think it was on the basis of me knowing that what I want for the youth. So that's why I said because of this is what she knows, then there is no reason for me to ask her. Let me run with it.
So do you accept that when MMC Morodi sends this information to you for whatever purpose, it means that she knows you've got access to someone in the municipality who will give you the answers?
I take that.
That she knew that. She knew that you, an outsider, had a relationship in the municipality which allows you to get access to municipal information, because that's what it is, according to you. You were going to get municipal information. So you have an MMC who knows that and who actually asks you to use that relationship as an outsider to an internal person to get municipal information. You accept that's what your answer means?
I don't accept that, Commissioner.
Okay. What does it mean? Why would she ask you if she doesn't know that you've got access and a way of getting municipal information? Why would she ask you to get this information for her?
But I'm not putting this in a disrespectful manner. I differ when my honorable commissioner is saying I accept that the MMC knows that I'm an outsider and I've got information to the municipal information, and she knows that I've got information. No. It was not only on those bases. It was purely asking that here are the service, because I'm always pushing that narrative that youth must be developed, youth must work. So I think she sent me on those bases, not on the basis that I must influence or no.
No, we are not yet at influence. We are at your answer where you say all of this information comes to you so that you can get information about their status, the status of these applications, right? Am I representing your evidence correctly? That is your account. Your account, you say, this was sent to you so that you can find out about the status of these applications. Yes. So I say to you, for MMC Morodi to send you this information so that you can get updates of the status of these applications, it has to mean that she knows that you do have the ability to get that information from the municipality. It must mean that.
That's correct?
That's correct, right? Yeah. So she was asking you to use that relationship that you have, or that access that you have, to get municipal information so that you can report back or you can inform yourself, whichever it is, about the status of these applications.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't want it to I don't know if I'm correct. I don't want it to sound or to be seen as in MMC Morodi was pushing me to do the wrong things at Tshwane, and she knew that I'm doing wrong things at Tshwane, and she supported my wrong things if they were wrong. My version of my statement is she sent me those things for me to see what I can do about them. She did not even know who am I going to talk to or what am I going to do with them, but she only knew that I might have been of great help.
Yes, you see, I'm not yet saying what she did was wrong. So don't be concerned about you admitting to she knew that what she was doing was wrong. It's not the engagement I'm having with you. What I'm engaging with you about is it only makes sense that she sent this information to you so that you can find out about the status of these applications according to you. It only makes sense that she sent it if she knows that you do have the ability to find out. You have the means into the city to find answers to these questions that she's asking or this information that she's asking about. And let me say that it has to be so. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that she sent this stuff to you. She must have expected you would have answers. It has to be so. What do you say, Sergeant?
I think I've answered to the best of my ability, not in a bad way.
Okay. What does General Dlamini do in the TMPD? What's his position?
It's a deputy chief.
Yes. What does that entail? Is he involved with recruitment of cashiers, involvement of trainee officers, of cleaners? What does he do?
I only know that he's doing policing. He's into policing.
He's into policing. So he's not involved. You don't know him to be involved with recruitment.
Yes.
You don't know him to be involved with that.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. All right. So when you send this to him, these questions, you expect that he will find out from other people who are involved with recruitment of cashiers. Let's keep it simple.
Yes.
The recruitments include cashiers and cleaners.
That's correct.
You know he's not involved with that, right? You nod your head. The record needs to reflect your answer.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. So you know that, or you expect that information about cashiers and cleaners at least, he will have to go to somebody else to get information about. You accept that? You must accept it, unless you say he's involved in the recruitment of cashiers and cleaners.
No, Commissioner, I can't accept that.
You expect him to be involved in the recruitment of cashiers. Is that your understanding of his position?
No, Commissioner.
Okay. All right. I want to suggest this to you, that this is what it looks like. It looks like when MMC Morodi sends you this list to you, she knows that you have access to people who are involved with recruitment, whether it's General Dlamini or whoever, and she expects that there are two scenarios. She expects that you will use that relationship to assist these candidates that she's given you to get a favorable response to positions. That's the one scenario. The other is, and this was suggested, so that's the first scenario.
Okay, I don't know if I will be inconveniencing you when I say, maybe can you repeat that first scenario so that when you get to second scenario,
the first I'm putting to you.
Interpreter stand by.
Okay. Okay, Ma'am Interpreter, he says, please pay attention. He wants you to interpret after I've asked my question. So I say, after I've put this to him, to the witness, the first I'm putting to you, the first scenario, possibility, is MMC Murodi sends you this information because she knows that you've got access to either General Dlamini or someone that's involved with recruitment, and that you will use that access to influence the outcome of these applications. That's the one possible explanation for what's happening. The second possible explanation is MMC Murodi sends this to you because she doesn't want a footprint that as an MMC, she's getting involved with issues of recruitment and putting up names to the officials to be appointed. Those are the two possible explanations for why you are involved with her in relation to these recruitments. You've asked for interpretation.
Ukuthi lapha isigaba sokuqala noma iscenario 1 uMMC Murodi uthumela le information kuwe ngoba azi ukuthi uzokwazi ukufinyelela uzoba neaccess kuGeneral Dlamini ngoba uinvolved nezinto zama recruitment okokuqala ukuthi uzokwazi ukwenza lokho. Okwesibili uMMC uthumela lokho ngoba ukuthumela lolwazi kuwe ngoba engafuni ukuthi kubonakale ukuthi uinvolve kube nomkhondo wokuthi yena uinvolve ngabi nalutho okuzokhombisa lokho.
You understand what I've suggested are the two possibilities, right? You've understood that?
Okay, I understood. Okay. I wanted to raise something, but no.
You've understood it from
to save
me.
time, today is Friday, so must.
Yes.
But this is what my commission said, but I understood.
Yes,
now,
and I conclude, I've put to you these two possibilities. It's one or the other. And I concluded by saying that it is not true.
Oh, sorry, maybe before you conclude, it will be fair for me to respond. If maybe the commission says she wants to conclude, I don't want the commission to conclude before I respond, because of she might conclude to find me, I come up with different answers, then what she concluded on is null and void. So I'm saying, Commissioner, now, MMC Murudu did not give me this thing because of there is someone she expected me to engage with so that they can influence those particular employment. 1. 2, she did not give me those things because she was cutting her footprints and did not want people to know that she's also involved. She gave me out of generosity of trying to help people in needy. So it was on those bases, nothing more, nothing less to that, but it was just an innocent thing to do.
Well, I'll still tell you what I was going to conclude as, but what you're now giving as her reason for sharing this information with you, it cannot be the reason that she gave you, because when you had the opportunity to say why she gave it to you, you said, well, I think it's because I'm involved in youth development, and she was sharing with me. So you don't know, according to you. You don't know, you didn't even ask her why she's giving this to you. So that attempt at saying she was giving you out of the goodness of her heart, it cannot help you, because you never asked her why she's giving this to you, and you said, well, I'm thinking maybe this is why she did it. That's my direct response to what you've said. But I was going to conclude this way on those two scenarios. I was going to say to you, it is one of the two scenarios, and I still say that to you. And I concluded by saying the answer that you have given, that the answer that you gave that you were just seeking information when you forwarded these things. When Murodi sent this to you and you forwarded everything to General Dlamini, you did so just to get information on the updates or updates on these applications is false. It's not correct. It's not the true answer. It is one of the two possibilities that I've given you that explains this exchange of these names of applicants. You heard my conclusion. You want me to repeat it, Sergeant?
Can you maybe repeat it? Right? I'm sorry about that, but I wanna.
That's okay. So remember, I gave you two scenarios. I'm not going to repeat them.
Yes,
you
yes,
understood.
that one I'm clear.
You heard what I've said. And what I'm saying to you is the conclusion, my conclusion, right, is that the answer that you have given to Mr. Chaskalson, that you received this information from MMC Murodi to find out what's happening with these applications, that you forwarded all of these batches of information, the different batches, to General Dlamini because you wanted information on progress in the applications. That's a false answer. That's false. The true explanation for it is one of the two scenarios that I've given you, which is you were going to influence appointments to these positions. That's why you have all of this and sharing them with General Dlamini. The alternative is, as relates to MMC Murodi, she was actually hiding her footprint of influencing these applications, and she did that through you instead of directly speaking to officials in the city. Do you have any comment? If not, I'll go back to Mr. Chaskalson.
I have a comment, Commissioner. I respectfully and sincerely differ with what you are saying now. She just gave me because of wanting to help, not merely because I wanted to influence or she knew that I can influence. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Sergeant, I want to raise something different with you. I think we've all agreed that you are not an employee of the city of Tshwane, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you're not an employment agency either, are you? You're not an employment agency, correct?
Yes, I'm not.
Yes. Now, when an applicant applies to the city of Tshwane for employment, that's an issue between that applicant and the city of Tshwane, correct?
That's correct, that's correct.
Yes, and any correspondence between the city of Tshwane and that applicant will be between those two parties, correct?
That's correct.
So when either MMC Murodi or General Dlamini or the CFO gave you access to documents that should be circulating between the city of Tshwane and the job applicants, they were really giving you access to internal Tshwane documents, weren't they? For example, this acknowledgement letters that somebody's application has been received, it is being processed, and they will get feedback within 12 weeks. That's communication between Tshwane and the applicant, correct?
That's correct.
And it's an internal Tshwane document because you pull it from the system. You don't have access to it, correct?
If it was in public domain, I would have
No, it can be in the public domain. These are not things that are put in newspapers. This is communication between a job applicant and a potential employer.
That's correct.
When somebody who works for the potential employer goes to the system and pulls this letter and gives it to you, they are really giving you access into the potential employer's documents, aren't they? These are City of Tshwane's documents that they are giving you. They are not yours. You're not involved in the process. And it's not communication addressed to you.
I think maybe through you, Chair, maybe before I answer that, I want to answer it on a very relaxed mode. Now I'm pressed. Can I? Not that I'm my honorables. I'm not shying away from your question. It's valid, and just now, can I just excuse?
Hina Kamwendo. And what a testimony we've been hearing so far. It's, I think, if I'm not mistaken, day 7 of him on the witness stand there in the Madlanga Commission. And what started off very slowly, because you'd remember he was known as Witness F at some point, and he then went off and he wasn't well, and then came back after the Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibiya also had testified, and Major General Shibiri had also testified as well. And what was very clear, even from the get-go, that, when he came to the commission, it was that the commission was trying to see if he was indeed what appears to be, or what one could call, a runner between some of the generals and the alleged members of cartels. And the more you listen to his testimony, it does seem to be a man who would have been at the center of many controversial conversations that would have taken place. For example, think about the developments in Tshwane now. And the focus mainly had been on Ekurhuleni and what had been going on there, and what the commission was then able to hear. But then the attention quickly turned to the city of Tshwane. And he was trying to then explain, you'd remember even yesterday, when he was talking about how he was trying to assist his brother with tender documents, and he was trying to explain why the CFO of the city of Tshwane would then, was talking to him, and they were in regular contact over a security tender that was in the metro. So the questions then arose there to say, why do you keep on having these conversations with this particular individual, Mr. Mnisi, who is a CFO there, and that is Gareth Mnisi, right? And he said that he was trying to get his brother to be assisted with a tender at the Matthews Posa municipality, but the Matthews Posa municipality, he says, is in Mpumalanga. So also that was, confusing to the commissioners at the same time. And then now there is, of course, a suspension that we saw yesterday of the MMC, who then has now been placed on, suspension. And this is a precautionary suspension, of course, pending investigations. And she's accused of having, supplied information, tender information to Mr. Faninkosi. And that is where they're still hopping on today as well. And when you take a step back, you would also get a sense that this is a witness who, at some point, when there was a raid at Vusumuziket Matlala's house with taxi boss Joe Sibanyoni, he's accused. In fact, he said that he was, the commission says that he was celebrating that raid with the taxi boss Joe Sibanyoni, and he denied having celebrated that. But also at the same time, he was a man that would have then had messages, an exchange of messages with Mr. Ket Matlala, and some of the messages would go from Vusumuziket Matlala to him, to Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibiya, then from there back again, that particular thread. At the same time, there would have been messages with various other senior members of the SAPS. And it raises the questions as well, because you think about the SAPS, an organization that has ranks. How then does it happen that we get to see some of what is going on as with a sergeant, for example, having such direct access to the top? Some of the analysts have raised that question to say, how do you then begin to have someone at a sergeant level to speak directly in such a comfortable manner with some of those at the top. So there's a lot of questions that are being asked here. And remember, this isn't just the only probe that is looking at what, the allegations that were made by Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, that's the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, as far as they go. There was the ad hoc committee, which is now wrapped up and it's seized with the work of its report. And that particular probe as well, getting to learn very crucial detail from the president through his affidavit when they sent him questions, that did he know about the decision to disband the PKTT ahead of time, the president saying, in fact, he didn't. He only met with the minister on the 13th of February, and we know the letter was penned on the 31st of December. So a lot to mull over, to talk about as far as these two processes are concerned. But as soon as the commission gets back, we'll take you back there as we continue then to monitor the developments. Now Tshwane, the city of Tshwane, is in sharp focus.
This Human Rights Month, we commemorate a significant milestone, the Bill of Rights at 30, making human dignity real. For 3 decades, South Africa's constitution has been a beacon of equality, freedom and justice for all. Yet dignity is not just written in our constitution, it must be lived, protected and upheld every single day. Join SAfm as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Bongiwe Zwane on SAfm.
All right, let's take you back to the Madlanga Commission.
To do with, as an outsider, my impression listening to your evidence and looking at the documents is that you were pulling strings in relation to tenders at the Tshwane municipality, but you were also pulling strings in relation to recruitment processes that had nothing to do with you. What is your comment?
That's not true.
That is not true. Then what was your reason for involving yourself in matters that have nothing to do with you at Tshwane municipality?
I think it was on the basis of trying to help these youth who were unemployed or who are unemployed. So it was on those bases, Commissioner.
But you were not following proper channels. You were not going through HR. You were using people you supposedly captured or people who were your close friends within the municipality Sorry, I keep switching it on and off as you talk to avoid disturbing you. Let me start again. I'm saying it was not just a case of helping and following proper channels, because you were not going through HR. You were going through people who were perceived or people that you knew were close to you. So you were using your friendships within the municipality to assist these people that you're saying you were assisting. So you were using your influence with these people who are your friends to achieve those objectives that you say you sought to achieve.
Interpreter?
Lapha wena ubuthola lama document angaphakathi ngoba isizathu salokho kwakungekhona ukuzama ukusiza. Bangabe ubuzama ukusiza ubuzoya ku HR kodwa awuyanga kubantu be HR, ubuya kubantu baziyo ukuthi uxhumene nabo noma babangani bakho.
If it's an HR issue, you go to HR, you make an inquiry. That's not what you did. You went to your friends within the city of Tshwane. So you were using your friendships or your influence within the city of Tshwane to achieve that which you said you wanted to achieve. Do you want to comment?
Yes, I want to comment, Commissioner. If I used my influence at Tshwane or used my friends or people that I have captured in a way that, or Commissioner Khumalo has put it, it's a bit harsh, my commissioner, I did not capture.
We read it from one of the WhatsApps yesterday. You have captured.
Oh, okay.
It's not the words that are coming from me. And when you were asked what captures mean, you said it means he's my friend. Using it in the same context.
Oh, all right, now I understand.
I
withdraw that statement. Yes. Okay. Commissioner, the reason that I differ with the comment of my Honorable Commissioner Khumalo is with the following reasons. If I was influencing or using my contacts with my friends, all these people that they've applied and sent me the approval of application, they would have got employment if there was any of influence. But none of them, they did not. So it on my side, it shows that it was just a clear, intentions trying to help the needy. So I'm asking the commission to take it on that view or level.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaskels.
Thank you, Sergeant. I wanted to turn now to the issue of your relationship with Mr. Sibanyoni. And you said yesterday that you had had meetings with Mr. Sibanyoni on 1 or 2 occasions. If I look at your chats, it seems to me that you have visited Mr. Sibanyoni between March 2024 and September 2025. You visited his home on at least 12 occasions. Would that be right?
What page is that?
Well, I'll give you a series of pages, and maybe write them all down, and then you can check them in one go. It's in file 3, page 1015, which is 17 March 2024.
Okay.
1017, 28 March 24. 1019, 2 April 24, 1020, 5 April 24, 1024, 7 June 24, 1025, 14 October 24, 1033, 13 December 24, 1034, 24 December 24, 1042, 30 April 2025, 1053, 30 July 2025, 1056, 24 September 25. That's the list.
Okay.
Do you want to check them, or do you accept that these will all reflect visits to Mr. Sibanyoni's private home?
You may proceed, yes, I confirm.
Sorry, what's the answer?
I said he may proceed. I confirm because
Thank you.
So why yesterday did you speak of 1 or 2 meetings when in fact you visited his private home on 12 occasions in the 18 months between March 2024 and September 2025?
I've never said that I've visited 3 times. I said I could not remember, but it might be more or less.
Look, in fairness to you, I didn't ask about visits, I asked about meetings. But your answer was one or two occasions. You had had one or two meetings with Mr. Sibanyoni. That was your answer. It wasn't that you couldn't remember. You'd only had one or two meetings at his house.
I can't remember saying that, but maybe I said one or...
It was one or two. Was that answer not accurate?
That's correct.
So you accept that you've had 12 meetings on at Mr. Sibanyoni's house between March 24 and September 25?
Yes, according to this file.
So why would you have told us yesterday that it was only one or two?
I did not say it was one or two. I said I can't remember exactly how many were there.
Well, the record will reflect what you said yesterday. It was very clear to me that it was one or two, because I then went on to ask you, well, if it was only one or two, why can't you remember, one, the one that I was asking you about, the one, I think it was on 30 April 2025. I said, if there've only been at most two, maybe only one, why can't you remember this one? And you couldn't really give an answer. You remember that?
Yes, I remember.
And that was just after we'd seen, I think it was 40 pages of pictures of a red vehicle.
That's correct.
So I repeat my question. Why did you tell us yesterday it was only one or two meetings, when in actual fact it was at least 12, and that's just over an 18-month period, the 18-month period for which we have chats?
I still repeat that I did not say one or two.
I'm not going to take it further. The record will reflect what you said. But what I do want to do is I want to take you to page 42 in file 1. And there on 42, in fact, it starts just at the bottom of 41. You'll see that on the 15th of November 2024, you sent to Mr. Mnisi, the CFO, a link to a TikTok clip of the opening of the Joe Sibanyoni Foundation. That link that you see below takes you to a TikTok of the opening of the launch of the Joe Sibanyoni Foundation.
That's correct, I see.
Why did you send this to the CFO?
I just sent it to him.
No, we know you did, but why?
To be honest with you, Commissioners, I would not remember exactly why would I have sent it to him.
Do you remember the admonition by Commissioner Valoy this morning? The one that made you scared of her?
Yes.
I think you are straying back to that terrain now.
I don't want to take the commission there. I will try to answer to the best of my ability, of which this is what I'm trying to do now, my commissioners.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And then you'll recall that on the 16th of December, at the foot of page 86, you told the CFO that you had a call at 6:30 to come and see number one. And his response was, who, my bro? Number one, JS. And you answered JS. And your version yesterday was that was General Sabia. You recall?
That's correct.
You don't want to reconsider with the benefit of what we've gone through now that it was much more likely to be Joe Sibanyoni?
No.
And can you give me your explanation again as to why General Sabia would be JS in the JS?
Okay, I think it was made on the abbreviation of JS because of JS means Chenene Sibia, Uchenene Sibia, Chenene Sibia, referring to Swazi. This is how maybe if it will be the best of my ability to give that answer.
No, Sergeant. No. You know what you're saying is not true. JS is not a short for Janene in any language. It's not. Try again.
That is my answer. That is my understanding.
Understanding is the initial JS means Janene.
Janene.
Yeah, well, I'm saying to you, that's false. The answer you've given is false.
And Sergeant, can I move on?
Yes, you can, Mr. Shaskalson. He says that's to the best of his ability answer.
And you recall also that on the 30th of April at page 276, you sent the CFO a pin with the location of Mr. Sibanyoni's residence. On 277, you sent him a screenshot of the chats between yourself and Mr. Sibanyoni, explaining that you were meeting Mr. Sibanyoni at 4 o'clock, and saying that you were still there at the foot of that screenshot. And he wanted to know. His response was, let me know how it goes. Why would he have been interested in how your meeting with Mr. Sibanyoni went?
I'm gonna try again, not to upset my commissioner. My answer to that is maybe he was just referring to me or a concern about me. And let me know how it goes. Maybe there are possibilities that on that day maybe we're supposed to meet with him, the CFO, or not.
Well, if he was concerned about you, it would tie in with his response on page 87 when he explained, when he asked, are you meeting with number one, JS? And you said JS, because his response immediately thereafter is, Aish, should we be worried? He seems to have concern when you are called to meetings with JS. Concerns for you and concerns for him. Was it not a similar concern for you that he was expressing in relation to a meeting with JS on the 30th of April?
No.
No.
Yes.
It was a separate concern.
The way I read the message,
So he was just concerned for you, knowing that you were having a meeting with Mr. Sibanyoni.
that's correct.
Why would he be concerned for you?
As I've said, Commissioners, that there are possibilities that maybe on that day I was supposed to meet him, the CFO. So when I inform him that where I'm going, because I'm used on taking pictures in whatever thing that I do or send the location. So this is how maybe he was talking to me that let's see how it goes.
But a minute ago when you explained that, you said he was concerned about me.
I can't remember saying that.
All right, Sergeant, I'm going to leave the topic of Mr. Sibanyoni. You'll be relieved about that.
You leave it. Can I just say, Sergeant, what it looks like? Starting with your response yesterday about meetings with Mr. Sibanyoni, and you said 1 or 2, which is quite far from the 12 that you have now had to accept because you have shown the documents. So starting with that, and then this explanation that JS is firstly you said it's General Sibia yesterday, now you say, well, it's short for Janene. And how you're answering about the CFO's, Mr. Mnisi's response to you when you tell him that you got a call at 6 in the morning to go to Mr. Sibanyoni, and how you're answering. It looks like you are downplaying your relationship or association or even involvement with Mr. Sibanyoni. You're downplaying it. You're creating the impression, you want to create the impression that you have very little to do with him. Very little. And that started with how you answered yesterday about how many times you've met with him. And the question is, why would you downplay or want to downplay that relationship when on the documents before us, it is clear that you have more than just a casual relationship with him. And the question is, why would you want to downplay that relationship? What is it about that relationship that you wouldn't want to be frank and open about, at least the extent of it? But that's the impression that I have. It is you're deliberately downplaying that relationship. I don't know if you want to comment.
Yes, I would want to comment. I would not want to maybe admit on putting it like I'm trying to downplay the relationship with myself and Mr. Sibanyoni. I never had a problem with him. He never had a problem with me as well. He's a taxi owner, he's a businessman. I've got no other relationship that maybe it might look that may cause me to distance myself from him. The reason that I said 3 or more, I've even said to Commissioner Khumalo when I was signing with hands that it can be, it is maybe, it was through the hand signal that I did not elaborate that how many times. But I did not close in that thing that it was 3 or 2 according to my memory. But I've never distanced in terms of the number, whether it's 3 or 4. No, I said it can be, yes.
Let me ask you, when the CFO said JS, after you said I have a meeting, I was woken up at 6, and he says JS. How did you know that he's referring to General Sibia if all he says is JS? Those are not General Sibia's initials. How did you know he was referring to him? Firstly, he says, I think there's number 1, there's a reference to number 1, and then that's at page 87. There's a reference to number 1, and then he said, he asks you, maybe let's start at 86. At the bottom of 86, you say, I got a call at 6:30 to come see number 1. He says, who, my bro? And then he asks again, number 1, and then with a question mark, and then he says, JS, and you knew who JS is. And then you say, I will handle him and will let you know. So you're both talking about the same person. That's why you say, I will handle him and I will let you know. How did you know that where he says JS, he's speaking about General Sibia?
Okay, thank you. The reason that I'm saying it was General Sibia, there was no way in anywhere where myself and the CFO were together with Mr. Sibanyoni. There was no way or any way where Mr. Sibanyoni will ask me or tell me something about the CFO. I'm still standing by my word that says JS. To me, it was referring as Ukenene, because the person we usually talk about is General Sibia. It was just a coincidence when it says JS, automatically there is this visit to him. And I still repeat that I do not distance myself with Mr. Sibanyoni because I've got no reason to do that.
Does your answer mean there has been situations where you and the CFO have been together with General Sibia? Because no. You say it could not have been JS, could not have been Sibanyoni, because there's no way you have been together, the three of you, or where you and the CFO have discussed Mr. Sibanyoni. Does that mean this response, which you both know relates to General Sibia, according to you, does it mean you've been together with General Sibia, the three of you, and you and the CFO have discussed General Sibia?
No, Commissioner. I don't know if maybe my answer will be of satisfactory to the Commissioner. The way we communicate, myself and the CFO, we declare each other as one. So when he said, are we in problem or are we okay? I'm just saying, it does not necessarily mean me and him. It necessarily means me, vis-a-vis to him. Mfethu, are we good? Mfethu, we are one. So that is my reference. And I've never been to General Sibia together with the CFO.
Mr. Mnisi, yes.
Yes, neither with Mr. Sibanyoni. But Mr. Mnisi knows that who Sibia is, who Sibanyoni is.
Okay. And when you say JS stands for Janene, and you both knew that JS is Janene, why does that not apply to General Dlamini? How did you know you're not talking about General Dlamini when he says JS? Because you say JS means Janene. How did you know that he's not referring to General Dlamini when he says JS?
That
because
S
it means Janene according to you.
I'm saying that maybe that S for Sibia, and then that J, Janene. I took it that way because of when it was, when he's speaking of General Dlamini, will say US.
Okay. Now, as a second part to what you've said, it is not true or correct that you and Mr. Mnisi have not discussed Mr. Sibanyoni. It's not true. You've shared a video clip of the launching of his foundation, so there is a conversation there. You've also told him, I'm at the house of Sibanyoni, I'm still here, I'll let you know how it goes. So it's not true that you have never, or you never discuss Mr. Sibanyoni with Mr. Mnisi, at least on the documents that are before us.
I'm subjected to be corrected, my commissioner. I've never said that I've never spoken to Mr. Mnisi about Mr. Sibanyoni. No, I've never said that.
Okay, I stand corrected. So you have discussed, you have talked to Mr. Mnisi about Mr. Sibanyoni?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson.
Very briefly, to turn now to Mr. Lekokela. And you confirmed yesterday that Mr. Lekokela had been an official in the Tshwane municipality and then he moved to the Rustenburg municipality.
Yes, I confirm.
Now, it's a matter of public record that DJ Somebody was murdered on 20 November 2022. 20 November 22. And you may or may not know the date, but I can assure you that was the date.
That's correct.
Can I take you to page 683? File 2. You have the page?
That is 683.
683, yes.
That's correct.
And you'll see that at chat 4 at 11, on 23 November, that's 3 days after DJ Somebody's murder, at 4:53 p.m., you sent Mr. Lekokela a photograph. Do you remember what that photograph was?
Yes.
And can you describe the people in the photograph?
It's Mr. Lekokela and DJ Somebody.
So it's Mr. Lekokela and DJ Somebody, and the caption that you put on your message is, why didn't you call him to order? You see that?
That's correct.
Now, for what did DJ Somebody need to be called to order? What had he done wrong that needed him to be called to order?
I don't know. I can't remember what was this. Why didn't you call him to order? Was relating to, as in when he responded, I didn't know. I can't remember that.
Well, Sergeant, I can't accept that answer. I think you do know, at least from second-hand reports, what, and I'm not suggesting that you had personal knowledge, but what reports have you received in relation to what DJ Somebody did wrong that got him murdered?
I would not comment on the DJ Somebody's murder. Here, it was on this basis of the picture that I sent to Mr. Lekokela, and then I've uttered these words.
You see, when you sent, why didn't you call him to order? Were you not suggesting that if Mr. Lekokela had called DJ Somebody to order, had told DJ Somebody to stop doing what he was doing, DJ Somebody may still be alive? Isn't that what your message was saying?
No, and commissioners, I will not appreciate when you associate me with knowing what was or what happened with DJ Sambod or what might be the cause. Based on what I've wrote here, why didn't you call him to order? It had nothing to do with anything.
Well, what did you mean by saying, why didn't you call him to order?
As I said, that I can't recall clearly what was the conversation all about.
Well, look at it now. Why would you say, well, let me take a step back. Were DJ Somebody and Mr. Lekukela friends?
That's correct.
Why would you say to the friend of a man who has just been murdered, why didn't you call him to order?
Maybe in case it is helpful, you might also want to see the next chat. Look at the next chat where he answers and he says, I didn't know.
Yes, I've answered it, Commissioner, that I don't know how did it come, because of I'm saying, why didn't you call him into order? Then he said, I didn't know. I didn't know really. Even now, I can't remember what was that.
Come on now, Sergeant. Don't play games with us. You say in response to Mr. Shaskalsin, your text, why didn't you call him to order, could not have had anything to do with what Mr. Shaskalsin was suggesting to you. But at the same time, you say you do not remember what it related to. That doesn't make sense to me. How can you be sure that it definitely had nothing to do with what Mr. Shaskalsin is suggesting to you, if you don't even remember what it was about, what the text was about? If you don't remember, you don't remember. And then even what Mr. Shaskalsin is saying may well be a possibility.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, please.
Commissioners, I've answered to the best of my ability.
You are lying. That's the problem. The problem is that you are lying to us. You are lying to us, Sergeant Kosi.
I've got no reason to lie. DJ Somebody was close to Mr. Lekukela, and I would not know what exactly we're talking about on that day, or that led me to say these words. But if maybe during lunch I will be given an opportunity, I will check with Mr. Lekukela on really, if he remembers, then I will come. But it's got nothing to do the way Mr. Shackleton was suggesting that I knew. I'm distancing myself that what I was talking about here, I can recall.
You see, this outside of your work situation as a police officer, where you probably encounter lots and lots of deaths around you, but all of those relating to your work situation. Outside of your work situation, it cannot be that people die all the time around you, die as a result of murder. I'm not talking deaths by natural causes. It cannot be that people die around you as a result of murder all the time outside of your work situation. So this is something out of the ordinary, so to speak. And you write and you say, why didn't you call him to order? Surely you remember that. You cannot tell us that you do not remember that. And if you tell us that, I'm saying directly to you and to your face that you are lying. Please try to come up with a different answer, which is more plausible. Otherwise, you are just telling us lies.
To respond on that, Commissioner, but with due respect, the way Commissioner is putting it, that there is no way that people are dying outside of my work, and with this man, it portrays another picture that maybe I might know what is happening, or I might have knowledge and I'm not doing anything about it.
No, no, you are misunderstanding me. You are misunderstanding me. I'm saying around you,
yes,
around me, around most of the people here, and I'm saying forget about your work situation as a police officer where you probably encounter lots and lots of murders. So I'm saying around you, around me, and around many other people in our ordinary lives. We don't have people dying all the time around us through murder. That's what I'm suggesting to you.
Yes.
And I'm saying nothing about you doing anything wrong with regard to those murders. Do you get me?
That's correct, yes.
So those murders that you do become aware of outside of your work
Yes.
must surely stick to your mind.
Yes.
Correct?
That's correct.
Yes. Now it seems to me that you had a particular interest with regard to or in relation to this matter.
Yes.
Correct?
That's correct.
Now you write to Mr. Likukela, who you say was the friend of the deceased.
Yes.
You write and you say, why didn't you call him to order? Surely you must know what your text was about. You must know. Correct?
I deny. Commissioners, it happened long ago in 2022. And I can't, not in a bad way, I can't remember everything that I said then or I meant then. But I want to try to the best of my ability to remember what really I meant. But
Please,
I can only...
Yes, continue. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine, Commissioner.
Please.
By the help of the person that I was talking about. So
please apply your mind and try to remember over the lunch break, because I know you are lying to us. So I want you to come back and give us an answer to this, an honest and truthful answer when we come back, because right now you are lying to us.
Sorry to add on that, maybe not to I will maybe appreciate maybe if the commissioner can say, because of you are not sure now, go and think hard about it. Not that maybe you are lying about it. I'm not lying. I'm not a liar, my commissioner.
So far, until you give an answer that does sound truthful and honest, so far I'll say you are lying.
Can maybe
please redeem yourself and give us an answer that makes sense in the circumstances.
Yes, but can with this one maybe meet each other 50-50, that maybe I might have forgotten, then you come with your 50 that maybe I might, but not that completely 100%. I'm not a liar. Commissioner Baloyi, I'm not.
May we... Commissioner Baloyi is sitting next to me.
Didn't say anything.
No, I'm looking the way you are looking at me, that the next question, I will not stand for it. So I'm just preparing.
Thank you. Let's adjourn and come back at 2:05.
Completely down every day in parts of central Moscow, St. Petersburg and other major cities. Andrei Soldatov is an investigative journalist in Russia.
It's about, of course, trying to force people to accept the reality of the so-called wide list of approved websites, and to use, so the Russians would use only the services, online services, which are approved by the authorities. But at the same time, yes, it is an attempt to re-educate them and to force them to forget that you can rely on mobile communications and on mobile internet. And it's already happening for several months in smaller towns.
Recapping the top story, the Activists and Citizens Forum is demanding an investigation into possible corruption by a top official at the Hoshimampuru prison following allegations of close relationship with alleged cartel member Vusimuzi Cat Matlala. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News headlines at 1:30.
Mzansi, forget the weather forecast. Powerball and Powerball Plus are making it rain lots of cash this March with a staggering 155 million rand in total guaranteed jackpots this Friday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for 107 million rand and Powerball Plus for 48 million rand today. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, phone banking, Panda, Pusha, Play. Players must be 18 years old to play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
This Human Rights Month, we commemorate a significant milestone, the Bill of Rights at 30, making human dignity real. For 3 decades, South Africa's constitution has been a beacon of equality, freedom and justice for all. Yet dignity is not just written in our constitution, it must be lived, protected and upheld every single day. Join SAfm as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change, and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
What's with the camouflage, Dorf? I'm going hunting. Just me, nature, and my most underrated off-roader, a rental car. Hunting? You could fit that little car in your backpack, Dorf. I sit in the driver's seat. Baggage at the back, chairs on the roof. The kudu is going to get in and strap its own seatbelt, Savvy. Could do with more legroom, Dorf. Go hunt for a new 4x4 at WeBuy Cars. They got great deals. Oh, shot, Savvy.
Don't be doof, be savvy. We buy cars geared for that big trip, geared for you.
Mzansi, forget the weather forecast. Powerball and Powerball Plus are making it rain lots of cash this March with a staggering 155 million rand in total guaranteed jackpots this Friday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for 107 million rand and Powerball Plus for 48 million rand today. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app or cell phone banking, Panda, Pusha, Play. Players must be 18 years old to play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
A glorious Friday to you as we wrap up the work week that was and prepare ourselves for hopefully a restful and quite rejuvenating weekend. But before we can get to the goodness of Saturday and Sunday, we got to wrap up this day. We're going to catch up with Usbahle, see what has transpired for day 82 at the Madlanga Commission. And of course, still under that cross-examination for the 5th straight day now is Sergeant Ngosi, still fielding questions from the commissioners as well as Advocate S.C. Charkelson. So we'll find out what we've missed thus far. They've just gone on a recess. They'll be back as per usual in an hour's time. So we have an hour between you and I to make the most of it. We're also going to be looking at Jazz in the City 2026 as part of this hour's content. And also the Constitution Hill Human Rights Festival. You know, in all the years I've spoken about the Constitution Hill Human Rights Festival, I've actually never attended the Constitution Hill Human Rights Festival. I think this is the year that we rectify that. So we'll have that conversation in this hour. Our lines are open on 061-410-4107 because I anticipate we're going to have about 10 minutes or so that you and I can catch up. So if you want to reflect on Sergeant Ngosi and his 5 days of testimony and cross-examination, you're more than welcome to do so. How have you found him as a witness who is meant to help the Madlanga Commission in this inquiry? How have you found him in character and how he presents himself? I know that the commissioners have really held him to task for being a reliable and willing participant for this commission because he seems a little bit hesitant for the most part to provide clear, concise information. Sbahle Mota joins us now from Pretoria. How are you, Sbahle?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for the time. Much, much appreciated. Day 82, 5 days straight for Sergeant Nkosi, being cross-examined post his testimony at the Madlanga Commission. It's been a long 5 days. I think he can attest to this, a very, very long 5 days indeed. And I'm sure by now he wants to be off the hot seat.
No, definitely, Bridget. And as one would think that, it can't get any worse, it actually gets very worse before the Madlanga Commission, because, as you know, his testimony has tied him to quite a number of people. This includes taxi tycoons, Vusmuzikat Madlala, Katiso Kiti Mulefe, and now it's been found or discovered that he also has his fingers in the city of Tshwane and somehow, taking part in very fraudulent sort of tender processes assisted by the CFO, allegedly, assisted by the CFO as well as the Deputy Police Chief, Umashi Dlamini. And I think today's testimony just thought that it couldn't get worse. It now emerges that they are now asking him questions relating to the death and gunning down of the late DJ Somebody. And what we have heard is that he sent one of DJ Somebody's friends a text asking him, why did you not warn him? And him being a DJ Somebody. And this is where the commissioners are at now, asking what he meant by that, because somebody had just died and he's asking, why did you not warn him? So I think a lot of us before the commission did not anticipate that these proceedings would actually head in that direction.
Sibahle, apologies. I was trying to interject and then couldn't find the break point, but the line just got a bit hazy there for us at the beginning as you were introing the matter of DJ Somebody. Perhaps if you can just indulge us and recap that again.
So what we have found out is that, there was a WhatsApp exchange with Sergeant Nkosi and a friend, and he asked the friend, why did you not warn him in that WhatsApp exchange, and him being DJ Somebody. And now he's being pressed, and obviously after the break, to ask, what did you actually mean? Why did you not warn him? Because we know that DJ Somebody at that time had just passed away, and you're asking his friend, why did you warn him? And his friend is saying that, it was very cruel. So this is where we are with the Madlanga Commission and the line of questioning. And if you know, Katiso Kiti Mulefe is one of the suspects that have are suspected to have been involved in that murder case of DJ Somebody. So this is where we are expecting to head into after the lunch break, where the commissioners will possibly probe him even further about this DJ Somebody matter.
Yeah. So is from what I'm understanding, is the inference, and I know they're going to come back to explore this topic after the break, but is the inference that Sergeant Nkosi knew that perhaps DJ Somebody's life was in danger? And I guess the second question to that becomes, if he did know, when did he know and how did he know?
Mm-hmm. And that is the question that the commissioners are expecting him to answer to, as to, what is his sort of involvement, or, what did he mean? And this WhatsApp exchange. So right now we don't know, because that is only the part of the evidence that has been showed before the Madlanga Commission. But it raises a lot of questions, especially with the testimony that has been heard before the Madlanga Commission. We know that at one point, now this is my mind just running wild, nothing that has been put before the Madlanga Commission. He was referred to as a 007, So now your mind starts racing as to what is his involvement regarding that. And also he has ties in some of the strangest and most dark underworld places. So I think the Madlanga Commission would do actually a better job, even the commissioners as well as the evidence leaders, to sort of extract that information regarding that matter.
Definitely at this point, we see that Sergeant Nkosi is quite deeply entrenched in a lot of these issues. And we've heard throughout yesterday and even the better part of this morning when I was tapped in, Advocate Matthew Charkelson, consistently reminding him that we are entering a line of questioning where, should you feel that you will be criminally implicated, use that lifeline to avoid answering because you will be criminally implicated, or state that you don't want to answer because you will be criminally implicated. And I wondered to what degree. I mean, do you think there is a version where he was playing both sides of the line, like double agent, both sides, especially when it comes to issues around a murder, for instance? Because if you know that someone's life is on the line, is it not your duty as a police officer to ensure that either it is communicated down the right chains or the person who is in danger is informed of such so they can take the necessary precautions?
And also, I mean, you raised such a very, very good question. And I mean, my mind now goes to the fact that when did he actually have the time to do his job, because it seems like he was doing everything else but what he was initially hired by the South African Police Service to do. And he's just been, one of my colleagues even put it as though if you thought Brown Mokgotsi was actually bad, look at what Sergeant Ngosi is doing. He's taking it to a whole nother level, So I think with what we've been exposed to, evidence before the Madlanga Commission rightfully shows that he, played this middleman because of what he could benefit from these alleged relationships and sort of transactions, and he didn't really care about others. I mean, the fact that he was in bed with taxi tycoons who were known to have committed some atrocious crimes as well as being believed to be part of the criminal syndicate. And he was also linked to the lives of Vusmuzikat Matlala. And we know the charges that had been leveled against him and the lives of Katiso KP Molisa. So I don't think a person like that would actually care about what happens to another ordinary person, as long as it seems like whatever he could benefit from those relationships, that's the only thing that he seemingly cared about.
Absolutely. He comes back after this lunch break to continue his cross-examination. Today is Friday. He's been there for 5 straight days. Are we anticipating that there will be a crossover to Monday?
At this rate, those are my thoughts, because before the DJ somebody issue was raised, I thought, okay, now we are just winding down his testimony and he may just be nearing the end, but it seems like it just seemingly gets worse. So we are expecting, if we don't conclude today by 5 p.m., then possibly we will roll over to Monday.
Usbahle Mota, we appreciate the time with you as per usual. There was SABC News reporter Usbahle Mota coming to you live from the Madlanga Commission for day 82. As we see the continuation of that cross-examination of Sergeant Ngosi by Advocate SC Matthew Charkelson. It's 1:20. We're going to take a quick pause and then we come back on the other side. We shift gears a little bit because today is a Friday and we look at jazz in the city.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an Absa Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. Absa Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the Absa Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. Absa is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
The Red Bulls and the Krijgkouwers are on a mission to finish the season as high as possible, with ambition driving every pass and every tackle. The question is simple: who wants it more? This is the Bundesliga. Football as it's meant to be. Witness the thrilling battle between RB Leipzig and TSG Hoffenheim this Friday, 20 March at 9:30 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAFM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAFM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAFM continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
right, a little bit of a teaser and a taste of what you can look forward to in Jazz in the City 2026. Beggy Khoza coming through there. And Beggy is joining us for this conversation alongside Josh Giorgio. But perhaps we'll start with Beggy Qala. How are you doing this afternoon?
Oh, I'm very well, and I'm very happy. You know, I'm sitting with a group called Bigos Manor. You know, the little kids that are making a storm. I am with them as we speak here Kwalanga, in the Mzansi restaurant.
Yes.
I haven't seen them for some time, and now I'm giving them a lesson today.
Oh.
Yeah.
Lovely.
So I haven't seen them in 2 years.
Yeah. So it's a bit of an intergenerational mentor catch-up session.
Yes. You know, they were down here to play at Black Coffee party. Yeah, they were playing there. And then they are here in Cape Town for some days.
Yeah.
So I'm hanging out with them. They are my friends, you know. I've been with them since they were 6 years old. And now they are 18 and what?
I love that. I love it, Uti. You know, a grown man like yourself is befriending such young people.
Yeah, no, they are my friends. We hang together, we go and eat cakes together and smoothies and whatever.
I love it.
And vegan ice cream. Vegan ice cream too.
Vegan, it has to be vegan ice cream. Beggy Khoza, noted guitarist, composer, and educator. And we opened up this segment with a little bit of your song Mama, which you performed in concert at House on the Hill some time ago. I think it was around 2021. Josh Giorgio joins us now as well, the organizer of Jazz in the City. How are you doing this afternoon, Josh?
I'm very well, thanks, Bridget. Thanks for having us on your show. How are you, Malume? How's Uncle Becky doing? Nice to be on the show with you too, sir.
Yes, I'm good, man. Josh.
It's good to have you both. I mean, let's talk jazz in the city, Josh, because this imagines what, or rather reimagines what a jazz festival can be. Talk to us about that. Joburg has been missing, especially in a city, Joburg, that used to be alive with live music before, has been missing that sort of live jazz element. Talk to us about how it becomes reimagined in a city that's constantly evolving like Josie.
Well, look, I mean, just to clarify,
it's in Cape Town.
Bridget, it's happening in Cape Town. Yeah.
We don't get the good stuff, but okay.
But it's happening in Cape Town. I'm sorry for your listeners that are not in and around the Cape Town CBD. It's happening next Thursday, the 26th of March. And talking of the reimagining of it, and actually to use Joburg as an example, when the Joy of Jazz Festival up in Joburg first started, it happened around the Newtown precinct. I'm sure you remember it, Bridget, where there was Nicky's Oasis, and then the various venues that were Yard of Ale that were around the Market Theatre precinct, and obviously the old baseline, or just called Mega Music Warehouse, and then the big show on Mary Fitzgerald Square. That was a lot of the inspiration to what we were trying to do here in Cape Town, and then obviously bigger international jazz festivals that sort of take over certain neighborhoods in the city where you're not going to a stuffy convention center or a field or a parking lot where there's a stage set up. We're actually taking over 6 blocks of Bree Street.
Oh.
And when I say taking over, we taking existing jazz venues that do regular live music, and then venues that are like clothing stores, galleries, little gin bar where Brabeki's playing, and blocking off a certain section of Short Market Street and putting music so that it's coming out of every nook and cranny, out of every corner. And then it's kind of Jazz Week that week in Cape Town. How it happened that the 2 big jazz festivals are on the same weekend, who knows? I know it has caused a little consternation, but we positioned ourselves almost by luck in a way, like literally the night before the 2 big festivals start. So there's going to be a lot of jazz tourists in town, also just regular people that wouldn't normally go to a jazz show or a music show, that could just be walking past something and they could interact with jazz and live music and musicians. So the idea was really to capitalize on everyone else that's in town, and also put a mixture of free and ticketed shows. And we've got some amazing artists on the lineup. I mean, there's Kujenga, Sisonke Khanti, Babeki Koza, who you've just spoken to, Munib Hermans, Uyo Viwe, who's just made a real nice breakthrough opening for Tandiswa recently.
Yes. Josh, let's just pause it there for a second quickly. We'll come back on the other side and continue for a few more minutes. Let's just take the headline news. It's 1:30. We'll be back on The Full Circle.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines on SAFM, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. The 4 communities who were dispossessed of their land rights 50 years ago by the apartheid regime at Umzimkhulu in the southern KwaZulu-Natal say they can now finally commemorate Human Rights Day with dignity after President Cyril Ramaphosa officiated at the title deeds handover. The Activist and Citizens Forum is demanding an investigation into possible corruption by a top official at the Hoshi Mampuru prison following allegations of a close relationship with alleged cartel member Vusimuzi Cat Matlala, and 2 brothers who are medical professors have been commended for their work by Health Minister Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
Jazz in the City is taking over 6 blocks of Bree Street for one night only in Cape Town. 26th of March is when it's happening. And as the old millennials used to say, be there or be square. We're talking to Josh Giorgio, who is the festival organizer, and Aputbegi Koza also joining us, who makes up part of the lineup for this year's festival. You were just about to entice the listeners who will be heading out to Cape Town in the next couple of days around the lineup, Josh.
Yeah, let me talk you through it, and also feel free to direct your listeners and viewers. I don't know if people watch radio these days with all these sort of streaming things that go on, but go to our website. It's jazzinthecity.co.za. Like you said at the top of the show, it's a new initiative, and it reimagines what a music festival should be. Obviously, in this instance, we're focusing on jazz because it feels kind of like Jazz Week is going on with Franschhoek and Cape Town International Jazz Festival. We've got Vuyo Viwe performing. As you know, she's an amazing vocalist and flautist, very, very accomplished. She's doing 2 performances in a small basement, a place called the Athletic Club and Social, which a lot of Cape Townians know as a top jazz destination. We've got Yonela Mnana. He's playing at the Blue Room, amazing pianist. Sisong Kejonte. He's playing in a special venue we're creating called the Castle Room, which is in the Sun Square Hotel. Blabeki, who we got to mention, is playing at a little tucked away gin bar. It's like in the back of, you have to walk through a chocolate shop and go into a courtyard, and there's a beautiful little space at the back. And that's, Brabeki, Munib, the Josh Nimar Experiment, and a group called Cape Correspondence. Those are all free shows. So there's a map on the website that kind of gives you the where all the venues are and the times. So, yeah, amazing lineup. We've also got DJ Bob's Jazz Club, the legendary DJ Bob, who's one of the top vinyl collectors in the country. He's taking over a little clothing store called Volt on Bree. We're collaborating with G-Star, and they playing vinyl all night long in that little space. And the idea that we're trying to get is for people to buy an all-access wristband, so that you can get into all the venues and just curate your own jazz experience. So you kind of start in one place, move to another. We've staggered the shows as best we can. I mean, there's always overlap, but each artist will be doing 2 shows or 2 sets within their venues. And then, if you time it right and you've got 3-4 hours, which is kind of where you would want to be at a festival, you'd walk and interact with the city as well. There'll be some buskers on the street, free concerts on the street.
Yeah.
And certain venues that aren't ticketed. So the all-access pass gets you everywhere. And that's the beauty of it. You can curate your own festival experience.
There's something quite wonderful about activating the city, and activating the different parts of the city that maybe certain audiences and appreciators may not have discovered outside of going along on this musical adventure and exploration.
Exactly. That was kind of part of our thinking, part of our strategy as well. Was and we've had really amazing support from the city of Cape Town. They've been really helpful in encouraging us to go for this thing and putting as much support structures behind us, because they do want the city centre to kind of remain vibrant and to remain a positive destination for people to experience the city. There's also an organization in Cape Town called the Mission for Inner City Cape Town, and their mandate is to sort of also reactivate certain public spaces and certain parts of the city that have maybe kind of fallen off the grid a little bit. And they've encouraged us as well to do busker programs. I mean, there's also kind of skills exchange policy or philosophy, should I say, behind what we're doing. We want to encourage young musicians, and hopefully people also get inspired. Even if you don't know that it's happening, and you suddenly interact with all this beautiful music in a kind of new environment, that in places where you normally wouldn't get to find it, as you said earlier on, that the city itself is part of the land, is part of the tapestry of all the shows.
Absolutely. But begging, so you are, through a bespoke venue, as Josh describes it. I got to walk through a coffee shop, a chocolate shop, and then tucked away in the wings, there's a beautiful space. I mean, it's a 2-for-1. I get to indulge in chocolate and also indulge in great music. For you being a part of this concept and igniting the city this way, talk to me a little bit about what that feels like as a musician. Just the possibility of rediscovering a city that you are endeared to from a new lens.
Oh no, it's quite an amazing. I'm really stunned by it because I started living in Cape Town at the end of 2023. And this December, it was in December, and I've looked. I mean, there's a lot of venues to perform in Cape Town of all different kinds of music, genres, in fact. From DJs to blues to folk music to storytellers to jazz to you name it, and I'm getting an experience here that in fact when it comes to the festivals, one must be prepared to be able to be booked a year before, because when the year opens, you open your eyes and you find out all the musicians are booked. For instance, I realized last year in November, Candy Somerswai is playing already. Is going to be playing at Christian Porch. So there is a lot of venues happening. There is a bars, and also of course then also there's a lot of musicians, and it teaches one a lot of things. I'm not from everywhere that I've played really. I'm not used to be playing. I haven't used to be playing literally so every week, even a few times a week. I wake up. Sometimes I wake up and all become nervous because every time I wake up, I'm thinking, am I missing? I'm playing somewhere that I've forgotten.
Well, listen, those are great problems to have as an artist.
I'm telling you. I mean, and I mean, some experiences have really happened where I was playing in one of the clubs, and I was supposed to play at 13 hours. Somehow in my head recorded it sounded as 3 o'clock because it was and they phoned me at 13 hours and they said, "Where are you?" And I was at home, not even having had a shower yet. I said, "Look," and I went to my diary. I looked; it said 1300. And then I realized, oh my God! I'm thinking, I must get used 15:30, 17. I'm not familiar with those numbers like that.
Yes.
So now, but one is very busy. I've played a lot of clubs here, and I was so lucky when Josh came also to see at Selective, another venue that is opened above the hotel. And he came there, and I haven't even spoken to him for many years when he was with Hima Serena.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lovely. Well, but Peggy, it definitely sounds like the move to Cape Town in 2023 was well worth it indeed. Just from a change of scenery, perhaps to also re-energize the creativity, but also to give you a space that allows you as a performer to constantly be in performance. We're looking forward to Jazz in the City. You can log on to jazzinthecity.co.za, get yourself a ticket. An all-access pass would be great for this one. It's a one night only. 26th of March happening in Bree. They're locking off 6 blocks and you can go from venue to venue, really just appreciating the very best that South Africans have. That was Butbegi Khoza, guitarist and composer and educator, and Josh Giorgio, Jazz in the City Festival organizer and of course entrepreneur in music for many years now. So it's going to be a good one. 2 o'clock, a quick pause, and then we come back on the other side and we look at another festival, and this time it's the Constitution Hill Human Rights Festival.
Mzansi, forget the weather forecast. Powerball and Powerball Plus are making it rain lots of cash this March with a staggering 155 million rand in total guaranteed jackpots this Friday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for 107 million rand and Powerball Plus for 48 million rand today. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app or cell phone banking. Panda, Pusha, play. Players must be 18 years old to play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
Hi, I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, let's talk to the marketing executive at Constitution Hill now, Ritabile Mafaidi. And we're looking at the Constitution Hill Human Rights Festival. It's one of those in the Gauteng calendar of events. It happens this time of the year, and this year it's happening 26th to the 29th of March. March is such a contested time for music, but folks definitely have a lot to choose from. How are you doing, Ritabile?
I'm well, thanks, Bridget. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much. It's been 8 years of the festival. Perhaps a quick reflection on this last 8 years and where the festival finds itself now.
Wow, it's been amazing. It's been an amazing 8 years. We've partnered with a lot of great organizations. We've had a lot of people benefit from this festival where they get to engage in programs and activities beyond the festival, which empowers their communities and schools.
Let's talk about how the festival speaks to human rights efforts in South Africa, and even how it, in some parts, goes to really honor the history that South Africa, commemorate the history that South Africa has walked.
Yes, so our theme has always been Seize the Power, but the underlining theme for this year is remembering the past, engaging the present, and shaping a just future. We do this by mobilizing the communities because it seems as though the issues and the challenges we deal with every day in our country are far beyond where we are as citizens of South Africa, but the festival brings everybody under one roof to highlight the issues, to find ways to tackle what they can in their communities and empower them, because the biggest thing is educating the normal citizen on their rights and how to exercise their rights. And it's wonderful to see them exercising them even after the festival with all the projects and things that they get to do in and around their communities, where they come back and also share what they've done and continue to educate those around them and those who can't come to the festival.
You're commemorating 30 years of SA's world-renowned constitution and 50 years since the Soweto uprising and 70 years since the signing of the Freedom Charter and that very, very earth-shattering 1956 Women's March that changed the history and the trajectory of the role of women in human rights and justice. How do you begin to forge these kinds of conversation elements in a essentially cultural and musical festival?
Yes. So we know that storytelling goes beyond us just using our words and talking and having conversations. But storytelling travels through music, travels through performance arts like your poetry and so forth. So not everybody receives information the same. So we're trying to cater to the greater communities through art and music and dance and kids as well. So we believe that us partnering with incredible social justice organizations who have better knowledge and access to certain things that people need, certain tools that people need and will be able to use, gives us that upper hand to say, look, we're doing something in our communities, we're doing something for the citizens where they can engage and talk and understand. So also, not only are you just learning, but you're also entertained. You're entertained about your history, you're entertained about your power as a citizen, and you get to enjoy yourself through music, performance arts, through film, and so forth.
The festival is free The first 3 days are free to all, and gates open from about mid-morning for those who want to chronicle. But we like a little bit of law and order at the Human Rights Festival. So it's not a come to our gate without being ticketed. Folks must still go to web tickets.
Yes, definitely. So what the people can do is visit our website, www.humanrightsfestival.co.za, and they can also go to web tickets, where they get their daily free pass tickets from the 26th to the 28th. And then we have the incredible walk, We the People Walk and City Run, that's happening on the 29th, which is only 80 Rand. And what comes with that 80 Rand is a free T-shirt and a medal when you complete your walk or race.
Wonderful. I've been seeing the We the People T-shirts over the years, and I think I must commit to the walk so I can see one.
Would love that.
Ritabile, thank you so much for the time. That was Ritabile Maifadi, Marketing Executive at Constitution Hill. So you can go to humanrightsfestival.co.za, or you can visit web tickets to secure your ticket pass for the first 3 days of the festival, 26th, 27th, 28th, and then on the 29th is that We the People walk that is ticketed at 80 Rand. We're going to take a quick pause and then we come back on the other side with Nali Bali.
Safety begins in our homes, our streets, and our communities. Government is working to ensure that every person in South Africa feels safe. Based on the President's commitment during the State of the Nation address, the South African National Defence Force is being deployed to support the South African Police Service in crime prevention operations across selected areas in Gauteng, Western Cape, Free State, Eastern Cape, and the Northwest. Their role is to support the South African Police Service to protect communities and strengthen safety where it matters most. Fighting crime needs all of us. If you see criminal activity, speak up. Report it to your nearest police station or call Crime Stop on 0800 10 111. Working together for a safer South Africa. A message from the Government Communication and Information System, the GCIS.
There is no room for mistakes for the Cottagers. They need victory to pull away from trouble.
Oh, yeah! He's done it again! Harry Wilson for Fulham. It's 2-1.
But the Clarets are ready to command possession, control the tempo, and spark moments of brilliance.
And Burnley are ahead. It's Bashir Humphries. Oh, what a turnaround we've seen here. In time added on, Burnley are ahead.
This is the Premier League. Don't miss out on Fulham FC versus Burnley FC on Saturday, 21 March at 4:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and welcome to Nali Bali. In life we all go through happy times and difficult times. Some children don't have parents and that can make them feel sad or alone. But you know what makes a difference? Kindness, friendship, and the support from those around them. We can all be good friends by accepting and caring for one another. A simple smile, a kind word, or just being there to play and talk can make someone feel loved and included. Let's listen and learn how we can be kind and caring friends to those who need us the most. Today's story is called My Mother and Father, written by Matabo Machela. But before we listen to today's story, let's all get up and dance! Ruby lived with her mother on the lush green grasslands of South Africa. Ruby grew up without a father. Sadly, he had been killed by greedy men called poachers who cut off his horn and sold it to be made into medicine. Ruby was very close to her mother and they did everything together. She found it quite normal growing up without a father. That was until Ruby went to school. In the week before Father's Day, her teacher Miss Mandy said to the pupils enthusiastically,
"Listen up, little ones. On Sunday, we are going to be celebrating Father's Day. I would like everyone to bring a picture of their father to school so that we can make lovely Father's Day cards for our dads."
All the rhinos were very excited. They could not wait to make Father's Day cards for their beloved dads. Ruby was not happy at all. She was very sad because she did not have a father to make a card for. On the way home from school that day, she walked behind everyone else, sobbing softly.
"Hello, Ruby. How was your day at school?"
asked her mother cheerfully when she arrived home from school that evening. When Ruby thought about school and the Father's Day card, she started crying again. Ruby's mother was surprised to hear Ruby crying, so she sat close to her and asked,
"Oh, Ruby, what is the matter, dear one?"
Ruby answered sadly,
"Mama, on Sunday, it's Father's Day. Miss Mandy said that we must bring pictures of our fathers to school so that we can make Father's Day cards for them. But I don't have a father."
"Oh, I understand,"
said Ruby's mother softly. She sat quietly for a little while, thinking about what she could say to Ruby. Then she smiled and said,
"Ruby, what do your friends do with their dads?"
"They enjoy play fighting. Toby once said that he and his dad go on walks and talk about territories and boundaries. His father teaches him how to behave properly. They also play chase and hide and seek,"
said Ruby.
"But I do all those things with you, Ruby,"
said her mother cheerfully. Ruby began to weep.
"But it's not the same, Mama,"
she cried.
"Of course it's not the same, but that is what makes it so special. You have a mom who does all the things you would usually do with a father,"
said Ruby's mother. Ruby began to think long and hard. She slowly cheered up and finally said,
"Wow, you're a superhero, Mom."
Ruby's mother giggled.
"What do you mean, Ruby?"
her mother asked.
"You have a superpower. You can be both a mom and a dad to me, so I shouldn't feel sad. I cannot wait to go to school tomorrow and share this with everyone,"
said Ruby excitedly.
"There we go. That's my Ruby,"
said her mother proudly. Ruby was thrilled when she got to school the next day. During the lesson, Miss Mandy asked them to take out their pictures of their fathers. She walked around to check that everyone had brought a picture of their father. But before she could get to Ruby's table, TB shouted,
"Ah, ma'am, Ruby came with the wrong picture. She brought a picture of her mother."
Everyone in the class thought Ruby was silly, and they started laughing at her. Ruby was so sad. She felt embarrassed and wanted to run out of the class. But then she remembered her mother's words.
"But that is what makes it so special."
Remembering these words made Ruby feel strong and confident. So she quickly stood up and said,
"Ma'am, I understand why the others in the class think that I'm silly. But I did not bring the wrong picture. Everyone else plays chase and hide and seek with their dads. Everyone else talks about territories and boundaries with their dads. And everyone else enjoys play fighting with their dads. But I do all of these things with my mother."
"Whoa, Ruby, your mother does all of that with you?"
interrupted TB.
"Yes, Toby. My mother is a superhero with her very own superpower. She's both a mom and a dad to me. So I would like to make a thank you card to give her on Father's Day,"
said Ruby.
"Oh, that is beautiful, Ruby. Thank you for sharing that with us. You may take a seat,"
said Miss Mandy. As Ruby was sitting down, Tibi whispered to her.
Wow, Ruby, your mom is truly amazing. You must be so lucky.
Thank you.
Ruby whispered back with a proud smile on her face. On the way home from school that day, Tibi ran up to Ruby and said,
Hey, by the way, I'm so sorry that I said you were silly. Your mother is really amazing, Ruby.
It's okay, Tibi. I forgive you,
said Ruby kindly. When Ruby got home, she told her mother all about her day and how proud she was that she stood up for herself. Ruby's mother gave her a big, warm, fuzzy hug and said softly,
That's my Ruby.
And so we come to the end of another Nali Bali story time. Today's story was called My Mother and Father, written by Matabo Matela. Did you know that reading and telling stories to children at home can help them do better at school? If you want free stories to read to your children or for your children to enjoy on their own, visit the Nali Bali website www.nalibali.org or Mobi site www.nalibali.mobi. You will find stories in 11 South African languages as well as tips for reading and sharing stories with your children to grow their potential. Also look out for the bilingual Nali Bali Reading for Enjoyment supplement with great children's stories and activities, available in newspapers. Nali Bali, it starts with a story.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives. SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za.
On the top stories, Ramaphosa officiates title deeds handover in Umzimkhulu and a call to investigate corruption by Kgosi Mampuru prison top official. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana and a very good day. The 4 communities who were dispossessed of their land rights 50 years ago by the apartheid regime at Umzimkhulu in the southern KwaZulu-Natal say they can now finally commemorate Human Rights Day with dignity after President Cyril Ramaphosa officiated the title deeds handover. 17,000 hectares of land was handed back to them. The 4 claimant communities are the St. Paul community, the Ngujini, the Ndimankulu Ferkant community, and the Lawrence family. Ramaphosa was speaking in Umzimkhulu in KwaZulu-Natal.
You waited for almost 27 years since you put in your claim, but you have waited a lifetime because it was taken away many years ago. But we are grateful and want to thank you for your patience. We want to thank you for your resilience and your faith in the democratic processes that have culminated in your land being given back today.
The Activist and Citizens Forum is demanding an investigation into possible corruption by a top official at the Mampuru prison following allegations of a close relationship with alleged cartel member Vusimuzi Madlanga. This after Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi told the parliamentary committee that Madlanga received preferential treatment, including access to a cell phone while at the facility. Madlanga was transferred to a maximum security prison in Gokstad in KwaZulu-Natal in December. Activist and Citizens Forum spokesperson is Dennis Bloom.
We are not surprised by what General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi told the parliamentary ad hoc committee, that a senior head of CMEX in Pretoria is giving Cat Madlanga preferential treatment above all other inmates there, awaiting trial inmates. That is totally wrong and unacceptable. That's why we are calling for the minister to immediately suspend this head of Mampuru.
The detailed Northern Cape crime statistics for the third quarter of 2025 have seen an increase in murder cases by 2.8% and rape went down by 5%. The national data was released last month. Northern Cape police say alcohol remains a huge contributing factor in various crime categories in the province. Northern Cape Provincial Commissioner Koliswa Otola says while law enforcement is making progress with arrests and convictions, alcohol continues to fuel many of the murders and domestic violence incidents reported.
We are continuously fighting generators or causal factors of crime in the province, and our most generator of crime in the province is liquor. In the reporting period, we managed to close 363 unlicensed liquor premises. That shows MEC the magnitude of liquor in the province, because as we are closing the illegal ones, there are licensed premises that are still causing problems for us. We are doing monitoring there where we do our compliance inspection and we issue fines for non-compliance, because MEC, we still find in these premises that there are children that are visiting these premises.
Two brothers who are medical professors have been commended for their work by Health Minister Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi. Professor Mashudu Chifularo performed the world's first middle ear transplant in 2024 at the Steve Biko Academic Hospital. His brother, Dr. Nyaweleni Chifularo, led a team of multidisciplinary health professionals in separating conjoined twins on Tuesday at the Mangweng Hospital outside Bulugwane. Motsoaledi appreciated the brothers for remaining in public hospitals.
Wanted to thank the Chifularo family, because many of you might not know Professor Chifularo here, who did this groundbreaking operation. His brother is a professor of ENT at Steve Biko. He also did the groundbreaking operation. He is the first person in the world who did that middle ear transplant at Steve Biko Academic Hospital, planting the small ear bones we call ossicles using titanium and 3D technology. That was never done in the world. So it's a blazing family. We want to thank them, and we thank them for staying in a public hospital.
A federal arts commission whose panel was handpicked by U.S. President Donald Trump has approved the final design of a commemorative U.S. gold coin featuring Trump. The vote by the Commission of the Fine Arts was unanimous. The BBC's Paddy Maguire has the details.
The 24-carat coin depicts the president leaning on a desk with clenched fists. It's intended to celebrate America's 250th birthday on July the 4th. While federal law says no living president can appear on US currency, Scott Bessent, the US Treasury Secretary, has latitude in authorising designs of gold coins. New coins are also supposed to receive approval from two panels. The other panel, the Citizens Coinage Advisory Committee, refused last month to consider it and says the coin could face legal challenges. Its size and denomination are also yet to be finalised.
Recapping the top story, the four communities who were dispossessed of their land rights 50 years ago by the apartheid regime at Umzimkhulu in the southern KwaZulu-Natal say they can now finally commemorate Human Rights Day with dignity after President Cyril Ramaphosa officiated at the title deeds handover. I'm Wondelambana for SFM News Headlines at 2:30.
As you're getting to wherever you're going, all these trucks you're dodging, that's billions of rands in motion. Imagine that flow stopping.
And on this, I go off
the fact that the commissioners would appreciate that following a funeral of someone so close, there are certain rituals that must be performed. So that would not have made his appearance on the 23rd possible, although he could appear further in the week, say Thursday. Unfortunately, the commission rises on the 24th, as not sitting as the chair announced. And we considered the timetable and the first possible slot available without necessarily disrupting what already has been scheduled is the 14th of April. This date has been discussed with Commissioner Mkwanazi himself together with his attorney, Mr. Kumalo, and we are in agreement that he will be able to present himself on the 14th of April with no further difficulties. With your leave, Chair, perhaps if Mr. Kumalo would like to address you, I would like you to grant him the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Selo. Mr. Kumalo.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Indeed, I did not repeat what Ms. Selo has already said. Yes, tomorrow, Mr. Mkwanazi will be burying his mother, and unfortunately, his state of mind is not correct at the moment. And without any further ado, Commissioners, I need not repeat what has already been said. We request the commission to grant the postponement to the 14th of April, as stated by Ms. Silo, as per our agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumalo. The hearing of Commissioner Julius Mkwanazi's evidence will be on 14 April 2026.
Thank you, Chair. Most appreciated.
Thank you to you both.
If we may be excused. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Yes, Mr. Shatterson. Yes. Sergeant Gossi, did you manage to find an answer?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes.
I did manage to phone Mr. Lekukela, whom I was talking to that time. He just reminded the bit that we were talking about how he could have warned the deceased of not interfering with people's girlfriends.
People's what?
People's girlfriends.
Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, all right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Shatterson.
Can I then take you to page 692?
File number?
The same file, it would be file 3. Sorry, file 2. Do you have it?
Did you say 92 or 93? 692 or 693?
692.
92, thank you.
You have it?
I have it.
There on the 1st of October 2023, you WhatsApp to Mr. Lekukela at the foot of the page, chats 5 and 6, photographs of vast amounts of cash in plastic bags. The big photograph will be on pages 808 and 809.
You said the other one is on which file?
That would then be same file, 808 and 809. You see it?
Yes, I see it, Commissioner.
Why were you sending these photographs to Mr. Lekukela?
Okay, it was the photograph of a scene of crime that happened in Limpopo, where suspects were arrested in possession of firearms and this money.
But why were you sending it to Mr. Lekukela?
I was sending this to Mr. Lekukela because it was on social media, this one, I remember, commissioners. And then because of we, together with Mr. Lekukela, we usually talk about this kind of crimes that I send it to him.
If you go to page 809, you'll see that the station is Sebayeng. Where is Sebayeng station? Police station?
I don't know. I don't know, Commissioner.
And you'll see that the crime, the primary crime here is kidnapping and extortion.
That's correct.
So that seems to be a different crime from the one that you were describing in your answer. Now that you've seen Sebayeng, kidnapping and extortion, can you think again about what this related to and why you sent it to Mr. Lekukela?
Commissioners, I still stand by my statement. I usually communicate or talk to Mr. Lekukela mostly about this kind of things. Even himself, wherever he is in his private life, when he sees something suspicious, he also sends to me. There is this thing suspicious, can you also check?
So were you asking Mr. Lekukela to make inquiries in relation to this crime?
No.
But then why send him what seemed to be police photographs of crime scene exhibits involving vast amounts of cash in plastic bags?
I think it was on the basis of sharing the information with him, because we usually talk about crimes and what is happening around.
Do you remember what the Sebayeng case involving kidnapping and extortion was?
Can you repeat that, Commissioner?
Do you remember what this Sebayeng case involving kidnapping and extortion was?
I remember seeing it on Facebook.
And what was it about?
According to what I see here is kidnapping and extortion.
Yes, but you say you remember seeing it on Facebook.
I'm still saying now, I'm saying to the commission, according to what I see now.
Mr. Chaskalson is asking for the detail, not what you see here.
Oh, okay.
So do you remember what it involved, who it involved, what?
Thank you, Commissioner, for the clarity. I don't know details, but I know that there were people who were arrested.
And you weren't involved in the investigation or arrest in any way?
No.
How did you come by these photographs?
If I can remember clearly, it was in the media space.
So these photographs, you say, were in the media space, and you just forwarded them to Mr. Lekukela, if you remember.
I'm saying they might have been in the media space, but I did not investigate this matter. I did not even know where is this police station.
You see, I certainly haven't been able to find these photographs in the media space, and they look to me like police exhibit photographs. Do they not look to you like police exhibit photographs?
They do, Commissioners.
And is it customary for the police to release these sorts of photographs to the media?
I would not say that, because even with my case of Limpopo, before I could even get the official photos from the LCRCS exhibit, they were all over the news.
Can we go down then to, or up, because we're at 808, to 758 in the same file? You have 758?
That's correct.
You'll see on 25 October 2024, chat number 3, Mr. Lekukela sends you a message, send me that warrant of arrest. What warrant of arrest was he referring to?
If I'm not mistaken, it was that warrant of arrest of Musa Kaula.
You're not mistaken. That's what you sent him in the next chat. Why did he want the warrant of arrest?
Can I please maybe confirm first that it is indeed the one of Musa Kaula?
It is Musa Kaula. I can assure you it's Musa
Okay,
Kaula.
okay. No. If you say that, then I can comment on that. The reason that I sent it to him, I wanted him also to notify me or notify the nearest police when he sees Musa Kaula, because of, according to him, then when he goes to his place of like in the pubs, especially there in Princeton, he usually sees him. I then took advantage of that and said to him, please, when you see him, the nearest police, inform them, this is the copy of the warrant, or let me know.
But why was it necessary to send the warrant to him if he could just let you know and you could then contact the police?
There were, I've sent him on the basis that if he could not get hold of me, then he must use maybe the nearest police officials.
What is the political affiliation of Mr. Lekukela? Is he an ANC man?
That's correct.
And was the tension between Mr. Lekukela and Mr. Mnisi in part because Mr. Lekukela was an ANC man and Mr. Mnisi was not?
Can you repeat that question?
Remember, you spoke yesterday about conflict between Mr. Lekukela and Mr. Mnisi. You recall?
I recall.
And was that conflict in part because Mr. Lekukela was an ANC man and Mr. Mnisi was not?
No.
Can I take you to page 117, which is text from the... Before we get to 117, what was Mr. Mnisi's nickname for Mr. Lekukela?
Where is that? I just want, before I answer, I don't
let
want
me put it
to
to you.
answer and get into trouble. So I want to answer and then be clear.
I can understand why you don't want to answer that question without seeing it first. I'll ask it differently. Did Mr. Mnisi call Mr. Lekukela Mbungulu?
Yes.
So if we go to 117 now. In fact, maybe the place to start is the headline at the very bottom of 116. There you'll see Mr. Mnisi sending you a WhatsApp, which is a copy of an article which says, Tshwane proves governance can thrive without the DA, says EFF's Malema. And there's then a picture of Mr. Malema, and underneath it, Mr. Mnisi says, I'm okay, my brother. We're managing this guy, my brother. I just wanted to show you. Mbungulu will never win. And was Mr. Mnisi saying, we're managing Mr. Malema. I wanted to show you, look at this article, Mbungulu, Mr. Lekukela, with his ANC position, is never going to win in Tshwane. Is that what he was saying to you in this article?
Interpreter.
Lo mlayezo we-WhatsApp yokuthi umnisi simphethe beqondise ku-Mr. Malema ukuthi uMr. Lekukela ngeke awini.
Ngicela ukuthi uphinde ngikuzwe kahle.
Umbuzo ubuqondiswe ukuthi ngoba uMr. Mnisi wathumela i-WhatsApp, umlayezo we-WhatsApp. Ngabe uMr. Mnisi wakusho yena ethi wa managing simphethe uMalema, uMr. Lekukela ngeke awini.
Yes.
It may be a better practice for me to repeat the question when when it's so that the interpreter can translate in stages. So when Mr. Mnisi sent you this WhatsApp,
Lapho umnumzane Mnisi kuthumela lo mlayezo we-WhatsApp,
was he saying, we are managing Mr. Malema,
ngabe wayethi si manager umnumzane uMalema?
and I wanted to show you that.
Ngifuna ke ukukhombisa lokho.
And because we are managing Mr. Malema,
ngoba si manager noma siphethe umnumzane Malema.
Mr. Lekukela, in other words, the ANC in Tswani, will never win.
Kusho ukuthi umnumzane olikokela okusho iANC ngeke awine. Ngeke anqobe.
Ayi ngaleso sikhathi angayi beyangayichazi kanjalo.
At that time he didn't mean that.
What did you understand him to mean with that WhatsApp?
Ngabe waqonda ukuthi usho ukuthini, uqonda ukuthini.
Uqonda ukuthi imbungolo sizoyiwina. Angifuni ukuhlanganisa inkulumo yakamnumzana uMnisi noMalema or ngibonakala ngathi ngivikele inkulumo kamnumzana uMnisi noMalema. Ngiveza ukuthi leso sikhathi umnumzana uMnisi makakhuluma bengimuzwa la ngokubhala kwakhe ukuthi okay mfowethu he will never win.
I wouldn't want to merge or to understand that I was in support of that, but I'm just showing that the message was said that Mr. Mnisi was managing Mr. Malema and therefore Lekukela would not win.
Are you saying when they say we are managing this guy, my brother, they are not referring to Mr. Malema, they are referring to Mr. Lekukela? Is that what you're saying?
If I answer it correct or I understand it correctly, I say that.
So that's why, because I thought I heard you say this message, the one at 8:17, you do not associate it with Mr. Malema, you associate it with Mr. Lekukela.
This is what I'm saying, yes.
Yes.
So Mr. Mnisi was saying, we are managing Mr. Lekukela. I wanted to show you Mr. Lekukela will never win. Is that how you read the message?
The way he wrote it here is how I understood it.
And how did the article relate to managing Mr. Lekukela?
I would not comment on that because of even myself, I don't understand it.
All right. I want finally to go to page 698, well, not finally in relation to Mr. Lekukela. 698. You have it?
That's correct.
And you'll see that on the 14th of December 2023, you sent Mr. Lekukela an invitation to General Sabia's birthday celebration, and that invitation is at page 811.
I see it.
Why did you send the invitation to Mr. Lekukela?
I wanted him to go with me to General Sabia's birthday.
And had General Sabia essentially invited you to come to his birthday celebration with your friends, or friends who you chose?
He did not state whether whom must I come with. I just felt that I must come with this one.
And does Mr. Lekukela know General Sabia? Are they friends?
No.
They're not?
Yes.
So you felt entitled to bring him to General Sabia's birthday celebration, although he was not a friend of General Sabia's?
You know, it's different the way you are putting it. You know, we males, we get that invitation, you invite your friends if you feel that you feel like going with him. This is what I did at that particular time.
You see, at the bottom of the invitation, it says non-transferable, attendance strictly by invitation. Were you aware it said that?
Yes.
But you thought that General Sabia would be happy if you brought a friend of yours who he didn't know?
I didn't see a problem in that.
And as far as you were aware, Mr. Lekokela and General Sabia just didn't know each other?
I knew General Sabia, Mr. Lekokela knew me.
But they didn't know each other?
Yes.
Why did you choose Mr. Lekokela to bring as your guest?
I wanted to go with my brother, but on that day he was not available.
And was Mr. Lekokela your first reserve when your brother wasn't available? First replacement friend.
I would admit to that, yes.
I'm going to move to a completely different topic now, so unless there are questions from the commissioners. Can we go all the way back to your statement, which is in the small file, your statement file. And in your statement, you've spoken about mentoring Mr. Katiso Molefi in relation to motorcycling. And at Annexure S4, at page 4 of the statement, paragraph 17, you attach a series, you refer to a series of documents that are attached. The fourth line of that paragraph, you say, proof of payment for Mr. Molefi's bike attached as annexures C1 and 2, and proof of the bike purchased by Mr. Molefi is attached as annexure G. If you go to page 16, you'll see a picture of the bike. You've seen it?
Page 16.
16, yes. And then on page 17, there is a picture of two bikes. Now, did you buy one or two bikes for Mr. Molefi?
I bought one bike for him.
And on the picture on page 17, which one of these was Mr. Molefi's bike?
I wouldn't know because they were still new.
I see. So, as I understand it, you bought a bike for Mr. Molefi, a bike for Mr. Msibi, and a bike for Mr. Mtakati. Is that correct?
That's correct. And a bike for Mr. Mutsumi.
And a bike for Mr. Mutsumi, four bikes.
That's what.
I've seen records only of the three bikes, not of the fourth. What you say in your statement is that annexure C1 and 2 are proof of payment for Mr. Molefi's bike. C1's at page 9, and C1 is an ABSA deposit slip for 200,000 rands cash, and it tells you that most of the cash came in 100 rand notes, some came in 200 rand notes, and a little bit came in 50 rand notes. And on page 10, there is a separate ABSA deposit slip for 100,000 rands in cash, all in 100 rand notes. You see that?
That's correct.
Now, I presume Mr. Molefi's bike cost more than 300,000 rands. Is that correct?
I confirm.
Do you remember how much it cost?
798.
And do you not have records of the remaining payments? Or when you made the statement, did you not have records of the remaining payments?
Of what, Commissioner?
Of the remaining payments, because you said proof of purchase of the bike is attached
Yes.
to C1 and 2. You'd accounted for 300,000 of the purchase price.
Yes.
So I've been through your WhatsApps, and I've extracted all of the bike payments I could find, and again, I'd like you to write these down as I go along, because I don't want, you can then check them out and comment at a later stage.
Yes.
So chronologically, they start on the 8th of October with your Annexure C2, which is on page 10 of the statement file, and that's 100,000 rands in cash. Then the next payment is the 23rd of May 2022. 23rd of May 2022, which is your Annexure C1 on page 9, and that's 200,000 in cash.
Okay.
The third payment I can find is 16 October 2023. That's on page 514, and it's 700,000 rands all in cash. 700,000 rands. That's also at page 293 of file 3, I would imagine. The next payment is on 18 November 2023. It's at page 515, and it is 200,000 rands in cash, and the cash deposit slip is at page 296 of. Oh, sorry, it's not file 3, it's file 4. These references to the deposit slips will be file 4, not file 3. The next payment is on 18 November 2023. It's at page 515, and...
No, you gave that already.
No, there's several on page 515. And the proof of payment in a bank in an EFT is to be found at page 297, and it's an EFT from a company called Mkombeni Transport. Mkombeni Transport. The next payment is also on the same page, page 516. It is 310,000 in cash.
The Mkombeni is how much?
So Mkombeni was 200,000,
Okay.
but that was EFT. On the 9th of December 2023, there was 310,000 in cash. That was that was page 300 of file 4, where you'll actually see the cash deposit slip. Also on the 9th of December.
Sorry, commissioners. You said now number 5 was Mkombeni, and then what?
9th of December is number 6,
Okay.
310,000. The message, above the message it says NAZO, N-A-Z-O. But the deposit slip is at page 302 of file 4. Sorry, not 302, 300 of file 4. And the last payment I can find is an EFT for 150,000 on the 9th of December 2023. And that EFT printout is at page 302 of file 4. The WhatsApp is on page 516, and it is actually a WhatsApp that is sent. It is the only WhatsApp in all of these that is sent to you from Mr. Molefe, as opposed to being sent by you to Mr. Molefe. So those are all the payments that I could find. Are you aware of any other payments in relation to these bikes that I have missed?
I'm not sure about that.
When you say you're not sure about that, there could be some more payments that just weren't reflected in the WhatsApps.
That's correct.
What was the total cost of these bikes? You've mentioned the cost of Mr. Molefe's bike being 798,000.
That would be the estimation. I think I will be directed by the invoice from Water World.
Let me see if I can find an invoice to help you with. I don't have a reference to an invoice at this stage, and it wasn't clear to me. There were 4 bikes, you say?
That's correct.
And would some of these payments have been for different ones of all 4 bikes?
Yes.
Would all 4 bikes have been covered by these payments and possibly others?
That's correct.
Well, let me ask some questions about these payments. The first is, who gave you the EFT from Mkombeni Transport that you sent to Mr. Molefe? Who is the person who made the payment through Mkombeni Transport?
Okay, can you repeat that so that I must understand clearly?
Let's go to that payment specifically. The WhatsApp's at 515. It's the WhatsApp at 9:51:50 in chat 3.
Which file is that?
That file is, it's file 2. So do you see chat number 3 from 18 November 2023? I think that there's more than one file too. Two of four. You have it.
That's correct.
And then if you want to see the EFT, you need to go to file 4. And in file 4, it's at page 297. (297). You see it?
That's correct.
It's from Mkombeni Transport.
Yes.
And you sent it to Mr. Molefe.
That's correct.
Who gave it to you? Who made this payment of 200,000 through the company Mkombeni Transport?
It was my brother.
Please have it projected, but only if whatever needs to be redacted has been redacted.
Chair, we're struggling to get it. Can we proceed until until we have it?
Yes.
And is Mkombeni Transport one of your brother's companies?
That's correct.
And was your brother contributing to the purchase of the bike for Mr. Molefe?
He was not contributing.
So, on whose behalf was the 200,000 paid?
This 200,000, it was paid for a bike in Waterworld. The money was from Mr. Msibi gave me cash.
So Mr. Msibi gave you cash?
That's correct.
To buy a bike for him or to contribute to Mr. Molefe's bike?
Okay. It was being done like this. Mr. Msibi will give me money, then I will go and deposit. Then after depositing, I will send each and everyone the proof of deposit. So the reason I sent this one, Mkombeni, to Mr. Molefe, it was a proof of payment that it was paid to another 200. I think I've sent it to Mr. Msibi, Mr. Mutsumi, Mr. Mtagati, and Mr. Molefe.
But I see many occasions where you pay the cash into the ABSA account of Waterworld, and you get a stamped deposit slip, which you then send round to Mr. Msibi, Mr. Mutsumi, Mr. Molefe.
To everybody, yes.
And Mr. Mtakati as well. Mm-hmm. Why, in this case, did you do it through your brother's company?
Okay. At that particular time, I didn't have time to go there, and I had a cash with me. Then I asked him to send to pay to Waterworld. Then I will replace with the cash that I had that time from Mr. Msibi.
So you had 200,000 rands in cash from Mr. Msibi. You didn't have time to get to the an ABSA branch to deposit it into the Waterworld account.
Yes.
But you were obliged to do a transfer to Mr. Msibi, so you got your brother to do a 200,000 rands transfer, and presumably you gave the cash to your brother then.
That's correct.
Then, if you go to page 516, chat number 3.
Which file?
File 204.
516.
Mr. Chaskalson, are we going to hear who is Daddy K in these exchanges?
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Commissioner.
In these chats, the sender Daddy K.
That is Mr. Molefe.
I see.
All of these proofs are sent to Mr. Molefe. You'll see on the 310,000 rands that you sent on 9 December 2023, you sent the message Nazo together with the deposit slip. That's chat number 3. That's the only deposit slip that has any message on it. Why was that?
I think it was with regards to the payment of the bike.
Sorry, yeah, I know, but there are many payments. This is the only one that says Nazo. Is there any reason for that? Not that you can think of.
Yes.
And then, on the same page, 516, you'll see the only payment that moves from Mr. Molefe to you, as opposed to the opposite direction, is the electronic transfer of 150,000 that's in chat number 5, and that you'll see on page 302 of file 4 of 4. You see that?
File number 404.
Yes, page 302. You have it?
That's correct, I see it.
It's from a company called Zino Pindrana. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Do you know whose company Zino Pindrana is?
I can't remember, but it might be one of Baba's companies, one of Mr. Msibi's companies. Sorry.
I see. Did Mr. Msibi have friends who were directors of his companies, or was he the only director of all of his companies?
I wouldn't be sure. I would not know.
But when you received this, you understood that it may have been one of Mr. Msibi's companies.
That's correct.
You see, if you go to page 175, which will be in file 3 of 4,
another break.
Please, pass.
Let's adjourn.
And just like that, they have gone on a break at the Madlanga Commission as we try to anticipate what is going to happen when they come back from that recess. but we'll keep you posted on that. We weren't quite expecting that they'd take a quick little adjournment, but that is exactly what they have done. Not enough time for you and I to recap on what we've heard coming out of the lunch break. So I think we'll just looking at the clock with 2 minutes to go to the top of the hour. Perhaps the best thing for us to do at this moment would be to take a song that will lead us to 3 o'clock, and then from there, Ashraf will come through and take over.
This is Dula Sizwe Simelane on the Morning Brief.
What's the best answer of the solve for load reduction?
The reason why we're doing load reduction is that at a local level, where we've got a transformer serving, let's say, 10,000 people, that transformer has been designed to serve 10,000 people. Then you have illegal connections. That transformer is no longer serving 10,000, serving 50,000 people. To protect that transformer from exploding, because of all of these people connecting to it at the same time, you then do load reduction to protect the infrastructure. The issue is illegal connections.
Tetonyati, chairperson of the ESCOM board.
Big stories of the day on the Morning Brief. This Human Rights Month, we commemorate a significant milestone, the Bill of Rights at 30, making human dignity real. For 3 decades, South Africa's constitution has been a beacon of equality, freedom and justice for all. Yet dignity is not just written in our constitution. It must be lived, protected and upheld every single day. Join SAfm as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change, and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 104.4 FM in Durban.
On the top stories, debate on Iran war underway in Parliament, and Sergeant Faningos accused of lying at the Madlanga Commission. For SAfm News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Park Stow, says South Africa is directly impacted by the US-Israeli war on Iran. Stow was participating in an urgent debate in Parliament sponsored by Bosa leader Musi Maimane on the escalating crisis in the Middle East and the implications this has for South Africa. The minister told the House that the economic consequences of the war are grave regardless of political affiliation.
It is a war that has a direct impact on us as a country. South Africa's trade with the Middle East stood at $15.3 billion in 2025, growing at 8% annually. Our exports grew 14% last year, but it is our imports that expose our strategic vulnerability. Over 70% by value is energy products from Oman, Saudi Arabia and the UAE. We also import fertilizers, plastic, copper and sulfur, with 93% of imports arriving by sea.
In news from the region, Kuwait's biggest oil refinery has been hit by drones as Iran continues to respond to US-Israeli attacks. Both Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates said their air defenses were responding to a barrage of missiles and drones from Iran. The BBC's Azeda Mushiri has the details.
News came this morning from the state oil firm KPC in Kuwait that an oil refinery had been hit by multiple drones, that emergency crews...
Now, At the time that this payment was made, which would have been the 9th of December 2023, Mr. Msibi was alive, was he not? December 2023. So would this have been a company of Mr. Msibi to which he'd appointed Mr. Sibande as director?
That's correct.
Now, can I ask you, I mean, the one thing that strikes me about these payments is that most of them are in cash and for very large amounts. To take an example, or possibly the most striking example, if you go to page 293 in file 4 of 4. You see that on the 16th of October, you deposited 700,000 rands in cash.
That's correct.
Now, and was that all from Mr. Msibi?
That's correct.
And if one, I mean, it's not clear from this deposit slip because you didn't photograph it, you didn't photograph the whole of the deposit slip, but as I read the deposit slip having regard to the others, you can see on the right that 30,000 was in 10 rand notes. 40,000 or 30,000 and 10 rands was in 10 rand notes. 40,000 and 80 rands was in 20 rands notes. You go to the bottom of the left, 58,550 would have been in 50 rand notes if it ends in 50. And then presumably 348,000, 6,000 rands would have been in 100 rand notes, and 222,800 rands would have been in 200 rand notes. Is that correct? Is that how it would have been?
That's correct.
So take, for example, the 348,600 rands in 100 rand notes. That would have required 3,486 100 rand notes. That's a lot of 100 rand notes.
That's correct.
Where did all of this cash come from?
Remember now, Mr. Msibi is a taxi owner, and he had more than 200 taxis, and usually his money was in a form of cash.
And this amount of 200 rands and 100 rands?
That's correct, it's from there.
Or was he a long-distance taxi owner as well as a local taxi owner?
He was a long-distance, local, and cross-border.
So he has passengers who are paying fares with 200 rand notes. Did he keep money in bank accounts?
He kept it on safe, the one that I know of.
Did he not use banks?
He used banks, but most of his money was on safes.
I see. Can I take you to page 623?
Maybe before you do that, as a follow-up to your question, when you make these many payments in cash of huge amounts of money, doesn't Waterworld raise any concerns that you're paying in cash huge sums of money? Has that never been an issue?
It's never been an issue, commissioners, because before there was a payment, there was an arrangement prior to that.
When you say arrangement, like With whom and what was the arrangement?
The owner of Waterworld. There was an arrangement.
Between him and, sorry to interrupt.
Between him and Mr. Msibi.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Can I take you to page 623 of file 2 of 4? You have it?
Yes, I have it.
You'll see on the 8th of August 2021, maybe we should start earlier. If we go up a page, in fact, all the way up to page 621. You'll see that you were WhatsApping to Mr. Msibi on the 6th of August. A series of, I don't know if you can identify what these documents are from the small pictures rather than going through all of them. I mean, I can take you to one of the bigger ones so that you can see. If you go to take a look at page 192 of file 3 of 4. So this is the first of those pictures that you WhatsApp Mr. Msibi, and then these are the sorts of, I mean, I think they call them spider diagrams inside police circles. Does that name, that term ring a bell?
Yes.
You're showing connections between people and phone numbers and things like that.
That's correct.
And you see that there's a whole series of them that you WhatsApp to Mr. Msibi from chat number 6 on page 621 all the way down to chat number 3 on page 623.
That's correct.
And those are all WhatsApped on the 6th of August 2021. Do you recall why you WhatsApped all of these spider diagrams to Mr. Msibi?
I can't recall clearly why. I can't recall, but maybe as it goes, I'll remember.
Well, where would you have got these spider diagrams? Where do you get spider diagrams?
It might have maybe in my office.
They're usually from police investigations, are they not?
That's correct.
Now, why would you be WhatsApping to Mr. Msibi spider diagrams from police investigations?
I think it was taken from my laptop. I don't know what was it all about, but it was me.
Would Mr. Msibi have been entitled to see spider diagrams forming part of police investigations?
No.
So, was this a rare occasion in which you sent him spider diagrams to which he wasn't entitled, or did you do that frequently?
Can you repeat that?
Was this a rare, one of few occasions where you sent him spider diagrams from police investigations to which he was not entitled to? Or did you do that often? Did you often send him spider diagrams from police investigations?
No, I did not often send him this spider.
So surely then, if it was a very rare occasion, you would be able to remember why you sent to Mr. Msibi a spider diagram from a police investigation when he wasn't entitled to receive that from you.
That's correct.
So why did you in this case?
I am not sure, but as I'm saying that, maybe as you go, or as it goes, I will remember. But I'm not shying away from that question.
Well, I mean, maybe we should have included all of them in the bundle, and it was possibly a mistake not to. But if we go to page 192, you'll see, you will be able to see the name, or we can all see the name, which is possibly inappropriate. I think take it down, take it down. You on your screen can see that, or on your document can see that name. Does that help you to remember why you would have sent it to Mr. Msibi?
I would not want to lie. I would not want to lie. I can't remember. But as I've said, maybe as it goes, and I will maybe remember and think, where did it come from? You know?
I'm sure you'll be happy to know that it can't go much further from my side. I don't know why you sent it to Mr. Msibi, so there's not much I can ask beyond that. But
maybe before you move on, sorry, Mr. Chaskosin, do you want to finish? Yes. At that page, just to try and understand this information, at 192, you have at the top, I'm just first trying to understand the information on this page. There's a cell number there, and then you have a name at the bottom. Is it a connection of the cell phone number to the name?
Yes.
So that cell phone number belongs to this person?
Yes.
And this information has got their ID number. Is it, you say you don't remember, and so we have to try and see what plausible explanation there could be. You wouldn't have sent this kind of information from police records if Mr. Msibi was not interested in this information. That's fair to say, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you sent it to him because you knew he was interested.
That's correct.
In this information.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Do you remember who this person is, whose name appears here, and what they may have been involved with that Mr. Msibi may have been interested to know about?
I would really not quite remember, but underneath I think it's chart 17, I see a vehicle there. It's a buggy, and it was taken from Sandra. Then I say to him, zoom the photo.
I think, I don't know if Mr. Chaskosin is going to be taking you through, this is at page 623, Mr. Chaskosin, that is referring to. I don't know if they're all connected. But are you saying, in my discussion with you, are you saying the 192 document that we've just looked at, that spider diagram, is related to that Baki on page 623. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying it is related, my commissioner. I say, as I said, I've sent him a Baki, and I remember at that time, this Baki was hijacked.
His Baki?
His son's Baki.
Okay.
Was hijacked.
Okay.
So, to answer the commission's answer, that I might remember as it goes.
I see.
But I could clearly remember because of this one was hijacked.
The same Baki that's in the picture?
The same Baki.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chiskasan.
Unfortunately, we chose not to put all of the spider diagrams in the bundle, which was an error on our part, I think. But we should proceed. You can't recall. You think it may have been related to the Baki that you think may have been hijacked from his son?
I think so. Between the spider diagrams and the picture of the Baki, there's one chat. That's at 6:17. It's chat number 4 on page 623, 6:17 in the morning, 8th of August. And that is a WhatsApp you send to Mr. Msibi of a bag of cash. And the bag itself is at page 193. You see it? Which page is that? So that page at 193 is the photo that you sent on the 8th of August at 6:17 in the morning. That's correct. Do you recall why you would have sent this photograph to Mr. Msibi at the time that you did, 8 August 2021? If I could remember, that is not a bag, it's a jacket. It was Mr. Msibi's jacket, that one. So that was Mr. Msibi's jacket? Yes, a biking jacket. If you could see there on top, on the zip, you'll see the emblem of Harley Davidson. Good observation there, Sergeant. Thank you. You're absolutely right. So it's a Harley Davidson jacket. Yes. And why were you sending this picture to Mr. Msibi? Okay, I was showing Mr. Msibi that his money was in my possession because of the previous night I was with him up until midnight. So he gave me money to keep on that day. That day I might be too drunk and these kids will take my money. Keep it. Then the same jacket, I took it to my vehicle. Sorry. Can you just repeat that? I think I lost you. You were with Mr. Msibi the previous night until after midnight. That's correct. He gave you money to put into a jacket. No. Okay. He had a stack of money in his possession. This is one of the monies, or this is the money that he had on that day. So as he was getting drunk, he said, "Hey, keep this money before I misplace it, or these kids take advantage of it." So he was giving the money to you for safekeeping because he was drunk? On that day, because I don't drink, and he was drinking.
So he trusted you more than these kids? He
He
must have trusted you.
Yes.
A lot of these people trusted you with a lot of cash.
Because, when you are a man of God, they know that you are honest. You can't touch their things without their permission.
Can I say, Sergeant, what is odd and curious, and maybe it's actually more than a curiosity, is that you have a very clear memory of that money picture and how it came about that you had this money on you, and you give detail. Mr. Mswazi gave it to you to go and put it in, and then you put it in your vehicle And this is what he said. He gave it to you because he thought these kids will take it because he has been drinking. Now, that message you forward on the 6th of August at 1:35:50, and that's at page 623. But when you go back to 621, where we look at the spider diagrams from chat 6 on to the next page, 622, all of those attachments or pictures were sent at the same time. So the money picture, you sent it at the same time, so it must have been part of one WhatsApp message because they all have the same timestamp on the same date. So it's curious that you have such a clear memory about that money and you don't have a memory of why you sent the spider diagram to Mr. Mswazi.
Yes.
It's very curious that you don't remember that, if it all happened on the same day and as part of the same transaction.
Yes.
You have to have an explanation why you remember about the money and how it came about, and then you don't remember why something is important. I think it's much more important that you sent the spider diagram, far more important than this money issue. And that about that, which is very important, you don't have a memory. It's strange and difficult to accept and believe that you don't have a memory of why you sent this. Do you want to comment? Do you have a comment? Maybe let me ask.
Yes, I have a comment, Your Worship. Oh, sorry, Commissioner.
No, you can go ahead.
Okay. You know, there are instances that one can remember about them specifically because of, I know why I do remember about the money is because of, I know no matter how much he can be drunk, the one thing that when he wakes up is his money. Where is my money? There was my money here. So that reflects in my message that it might be possible to remember.
But you see, you don't just remember the money.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Apologize, I didn't mean to cut you
I
short.
also apologize to interject you, my commission. I was still explaining that the other thing that I remembered about the bag is because of it was hijacked from the most beloved son. So I remember because of he was furious about that hijack. So that is the reason I remember that maybe as it goes, I'll remember what was the diagram all about.
Actually, I think, Sergeant Kosi, let me correct myself. I'll correct you first about the Baki. It's a completely different date. It's not the same dates as these pictures, even the money picture. So I think I've been unfair to you to put to you that you should remember everything. The money picture, the money picture is on the 8th of August, and the spider diagrams are on the 6th of August. So the dates are wrong, but I think the point still stands that it's amongst the most important things that you would have done in your daily life to take spider diagrams of the police and share them with Mr. Mswazi. And that you don't remember what it was about it's difficult to accept, let me say.
Yes.
That you don't remember.
And I also understand the Commission's position. The reason that I remember about this bag is because of maybe they are in the same line with this photograph. Not that maybe I'm being selective on avoiding things, but
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chaskas.
If I can just possibly jog your memory, because I've now looked through all of those spider diagrams. They all relate to details of the same person who we saw on the first one that you saw. They relate to addresses, allegations against that person in respect of previous cases, occasions on which that, or cases in respect of which that person was arrested. You've got the name of that person from the first one. Does that help you to remember why you would have shared it with Mr. Msibi? It's all about that person.
Which person now? This.
The person whose name you see on page 192.
Yes. Okay. I still maintain that I can't remember exactly, but I do admit the diagram. Because of the diagram, it states the case number, the particulars of the person, but I can't recall exactly which issue did we discuss with Muslims.
Okay. Perhaps what we can do is I can have printed out for you all of the diagrams, which may give you more detail, and then if you remember, you can let us know. Now, before we got to Mr. Msibi and the cash and the diagrams, we'd been dealing with Mr. Sibande, who was the director of Mr. Msibi's company, Zinopindrama, that paid 150,000 towards the purchase of the bikes. Can I take you to your chats with Mr. Sibande, which are the Galito EFF spokesperson chats, and to page 436 of file 2 of the last batch of files. So it's not 2 of 4, it's just file 2.
File 2. Huh? What page is that?
436. And can I just say we're about to see a video of a murder, and so people watching on television ought to be alerted to that fact.
And even those watching inside here, those who are sensitive, may please leave the room. And how long do you think that will take so that people watching remotely may know when to come back? When to resume watching?
I've got a suggestion. I don't know, but I know I don't have a privilege to suggest. I think we must see it first here before maybe it goes there, so that maybe it might cause trauma to the families. That is me now thinking that it might maybe bring back the bad memories. But through you, Chair.
I think the suggestion is the same, actually. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
How long do you think people who do not want to view this may...
It is a very short clip. It's a clip of about 15 seconds maximum.
15 seconds. We'll leave it to the people to decide.
Sorry, I'm told it's 42 seconds. I'd underestimated.
Seconds, yeah. Maybe not watch for, 1 minute? Starting now, or not?
Chair, can I suggest that we make it more than a minute, and that we will just, let's say 2 minutes, and we will wait afterwards.
2 minutes then, for sensitive viewers.
So can we play this video?
Jeremy, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Michaels.
Yes, New Zealand beat South Africa by 8 wickets in the third T20 to take a 2-1 lead in the series. South Africa was restricted to 136 for 9 in their 20 overs, with Ngobani Mukwena pick of the batters, top scoring at 26. In reply, Tom Latham guided the hosts to victory with 22 balls remaining, making 63. In football, Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture Gayton McKenzie says that South Africa is ready to assist Senegal in reclaiming its Africa Cup of Nations 2025 title and to provide legal support. Speaking on SABC News this morning, McKenzie says that they will not allow Morocco to continue bullying African football and the Confederation of African Football's other 53 member associations.
In the African Cup of Nations, we must not beat around the bush. Everybody seems to beat around the bush. Senegal are the African champions. They are the African champions. We must not come here. Soccer games are not won in the boardroom. Soccer games are won on the field. The referee is the officiating person of a soccer game and not a board chair. So we will stand by Senegal. We will assist Senegal. If they need legal assistance, we are there. We've got top lawyers in this country that will assist. That's number one.
Meanwhile, Liverpool have been hit with a blow with news that Mo Salah will miss Liverpool's trip to Brighton tomorrow due to a muscle injury. The Egypt forward was forced off at Anfield on Wednesday. This is after scoring in Liverpool's 4-0 victory against Galatasaray, which sealed their place in the quarterfinals of this year's Champions League. Arne Slot gave no time frame for Salah's recovery. In athletics, South Africa's former Olympic long jump silver medalist Luvo Manyonga is set to make his international comeback at the World Indoor Championships in Poland, ending a 7-year absence from the global stage. The 35-year-old, who won silver at the 2016 Rio Olympics and gold at the 2017 World Championships, has endured 2 doping bans and a battle with recreational drug addiction. Mayonga completed a 4-year suspension in December 2024, but remains determined to target the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. Finally, in horse racing, the Hollywood Bets Durban July has unveiled its 2026 theme, Country Allure. Organizers say that the concept invites designers, fashionistas and racegoers to draw inspiration from South Africa's rural landscapes and equestrian heritage. Now, Stephen Marshall, who's the race coast head of major events, marketing and broadcast, says that the theme pays homage to the elegance and authenticity of horse racing. I think before I say goodbye, Ashraf, one story that caught my eye, and I am so proud that FIFA is actually making a stand with regards to this, saying that now anyone that is coaching a female's team needs to be female. And I think that's great.
Okay.
Because
Explain why do you think it's great?
I think it's great because we've been hearing so many stories with coaches, sexual assault with regards to the players and stuff like that. But for me, I've also been saying that why isn't it that we're seeing more female coaches coaching female teams?
Okay, so now this will be compulsory. So a male cannot coach a female team.
Yeah.
Would that same apply then to referees and things?
I don't know about referees.
You
They
get
just
my
spoke
point.
about... Yeah, I get
I
what
understand
you're saying.
where you're coming from in terms of what your thoughts are, but does that also apply then to what
But
do
I
they call
don't
them,
think so,
linesmen?
because the referees are just running the game. But then I hear why you're saying that, because you're trying to come from a point of, is the women's game, perhaps let's just allow women to do their thing, right? Is that why you ask?
No, I don't know. I'm just saying that in the past, when women were able to cross over and referee in men's games, then most people are like, hey, that's groundbreaking. So that still exists, but you're saying the reverse doesn't happen with regards to coaching. So you also can't get a woman coaching a men's game either.
No, they're not saying that.
But
They're just saying female teams, female coaches.
Okay, interesting. And I have no doubt you're going to get someone listening say, hey, I have a view on that one. Well, let's hear it.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
All right, so they were deliberating about the video, right? Let me tell you what's happened. The Madlanga Commission played a video that showed the murder of the popular South African musician, a.k.a. Forbes, right? And his friend, Tebelo Moswane. So that was what was played and they'd warned us about. Let's rejoin then the live proceedings with the evidence leader now, Chas Kilson, continuing questioning Fani Nkosi about just that.
Was talked about, the sympathy to Mr. Mtagati.
This was an incident in KZN. When you say you were involved, does it mean the docket ended up at National Office?
We were working hand in glove with KZN police.
So it remained a KZN case?
That's correct.
Okay.
But it was an organized crime case as well.
That's correct.
Who specifically assigned you? Because there's a big team in organized crime. Who specifically assigned you to this case?
At that time, Brigadier Ramanga was the head of investigation.
So he's the one who assigned you?
That's correct.
Then you'll see that 2 days after you had sent Mr. Sibande that video, at the foot of the same page, you sent him a link to a clip on YouTube about Mr. Matlala. The clip is, you'll see it in chat number 6. It says, Tembisa Tender Tycoon, his mama cat, and their brazen blue light brigade. You see it?
That's correct.
Do you recall what that clip was about?
I can't recall clearly.
I mean, the clip's no longer available online, but it was about Mr. Matlala, the allegations that he was involved in fraud at Tembisa Hospital, the fact that Babita Diakaran had been murdered while investigating that fraud, and the allegations that that his then wife was using blue lights to take their children to school. That was the mama cat part of the story. Do you recall that article now?
Yes.
Why did you send it to Mr. Sibande 2 days after you sent him the clip about the murder of AKA and Mr. Mtakati's nephew?
I don't know. I just sent it to him.
What interest would Mr. Sibande have in relation to an article about Mr. Matlala's blue lights and his alleged link to Tembisa Hospital and the fraud that Babita Diakaran was investigating when she was murdered? What interest would he have in that?
I think his interest was on the basis that he knew Mr. Matlala, and Mr. Matlala was someone who also talked with Mr. Sibande.
So were you sharing it with Mr. Sibande because you wanted him to be aware of the allegations against Mr. Matlala?
I think it was a matter of maybe gossip, if I can put it in that way. You know, like now I'm appearing, people who knows me, they will say, hey, I'm fry, or, you know.
You're prone to sharing things.
Yes, so is that situation like that?
But what we can say is that by February 2023, you would have been aware of these allegations against Mr. Matlala.
That's correct.
So you were aware that out there people were alleging that he was involved in fraud at Tembisa Hospital, that the investigator of that fraud had been murdered, and that he was also alleged to have abused a relationship with the Ekurhuleni Council to get blue lights on his vehicles. You're nodding.
That's correct.
Did you share this article with anybody else that you can remember?
I can't remember, but I don't want to close it there. I might have sent it to some other people.
I've lost my page reference, but I can tell you that you shared it with Mr. Mswazi on the 13th of February at 3:09 p.m. Sorry, yeah, Mr. Msibi, not Mr. Mswazi, Mr. Msibi. I'll get you the page reference, but you can...
I would not deny that.
Why would you have shared it with Mr. Msibi?
I think now the explanation will be because of at that time, Kat was the head of security for Mr. Msibi. I was informing Mr. Msibi that this is happening about Kat. You can't be seen associating with him.
So as early as February 2023, you were warning Mr. Msibi that he shouldn't be seen associating with Mr. Matlala.
Not per se, he shouldn't, okay, maybe I put it on the wrong English. I was in a way just alerting him that is what is currently happening about Kat.
It wasn't the purpose of that warning what you said in your first answer, that these are the allegations against this man, you shouldn't be seen associating with him.
You must be careful with him, yes.
You must be careful about him.
Yes.
You must be careful about associating with him. Do you recall what Mr. Msibi's response to your warning was?
I can't remember.
But you were sufficiently concerned about these allegations against Mr. Matlala in the first instance to refer them to Mr. Sibande, and in the second instance to refer them to Mr. Msibi, because you thought he needed to know them to decide whether he wanted to continue associating with Mr. Matlala. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, these allegations gave you that concern in February 2023. That was long before your first meeting with Mr. Matlala and General Sabia. Is that not correct? more than a year before you first met with General Sibiya and Mr. Matlala together.
That's correct.
Did you warn General Sibiya about the risk of associating with Mr. Matlala?
No.
Why not?
I did not warn him.
But why not? Did you not think you should say, this man is alleged to be a criminal?
Maybe I was negligent on that part or reckless by not alerting him. I don't want to lie and say I've alerted him. I did not.
You did not. But certainly at the time that General Sibiya says he first met Mr. Matlala, there had been allegations published in the media that Mr. Matlala was linked to fraud at Tembisa Hospital, was operating unlawfully with blue lights from their Kuruleni Metro Police Department, and may be linked to the murder of Babita Dekaran. You'll accept that?
Correct.
And as the deputy head of the SAP, the deputy commissioner of the SAPS at the time, one would have expected General Sibiya to have been aware of these allegations, would one not?
I would not be in position to answer on that. Not that I'm avoiding the question, but I don't know.
No, fair enough. It's a question that belonged more properly with him than with you. You were aware of them. Yes, we've established you were aware of them. I think we have quite a long way to go. So I'm in the hands of the commissioners at this point. My guess is that we are between 2 and 3 hours away from finishing, depending on questioning. Commissioner Mkonazi from the EMPD, who was going to be appearing on Monday, is no longer appearing on Monday, so we don't have a witness on Monday. If the commission wants to sit late tonight and finish, we can do, I certainly can do so. I don't know what Sergeant Nkosi's position is if we now have the day on Monday if the commission does not want to.
We prefer to continue on Monday. Mr. Maleka, I see you nodding. Thank you very much. Let's adjourn until 9:30 on Monday. Let's adjourn.
It's written in our Constitution. It must be lived, protected, and upheld every single day. Join SAFM as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change, and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Morning Brief.
Did you or did you not say those words that say anyone who says they hear the voice of God, they must go to the nearest psychiatric ward? No one hears the voice of God.
The full sentence was anyone who says. If you listen to it, it doesn't say hear the word of God. Anyone who says God told them that they must sleep with people,
No,
must not take their medication.
No, that's not what it said. I watched the video. That's not what it said. It says no one hears from God. If anyone says they hear God, they must go to the nearest psychiatric ward. And I ask you, is there a context in which that was okay to say? That's Togom Kwanazi Kaluva, the chairperson of the CRL Rights Commission.
Tulasizwe Simelane on The Morning Brief. Find the podcast at safm.co.za. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
So 1 minute we are cross live to the Madlanga Commission. The next minute we have a short break. The next thing we find they're adjourned until Monday. So that's it for the Madlanga Commission for the week. Hey, but doesn't mean you mustn't stay tuned. There's lots to comment about or talk about. We'll speak to other people. We've got a great guest coming up after 5 o'clock with a fireside chat, which I'll tell you about in a moment. But you can call in live now because it gives you that chance, right? So to call in live, 086 000 2032. And as always, clearly you don't have to only talk about the Madlanga Commission. You can talk about anything, it is, whatever it is that you wish to get off your chest, okay? But understandably so, if you talk about that. There's also been the latest news to once again revise BE from revise to drop it completely, as you may know. And then the president yesterday spoke about SOEs just, CETAs just not working out. I wonder what you make of that, right? Right, so send us a WhatsApp, 0614 104 107. Comment from, listener, you. To me, I don't see Nkosi as a person who was used only used by the top brass of the police. He was a criminal himself. If this man can be traced from his youth, there can be many that can be found out about him. He is a genius of criminality from Madoda. There's also been comment about the female coaches, the conversation that I had with Tumi, right? Female coaches, that's great news indeed of female coaches coaching female clubs to prevent sexual assault incidents. However, what if most female coaches are lesbians? Anonymous there. Sure, okay. You see, in that light about, gender-based violence, listen, it'd be great if more females actually coach, right? And if the problem is that people are perpetrating acts of violence against them, gender-based violence, shouldn't the policing of that be better to ensure that that is stamped out completely? As an example, that doesn't mean don't encourage more coaches, but do you ban it completely? That means only females can coach females. Maybe you see a point to that. Listen, many people, different religious faiths have this thing where there's a clear separation on many issues, right? Errol in Durban, hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
I certainly can. Go for it, Errol.
Right. I just want to say what a pleasure it was to listen to Mkwanasi, like a breath of fresh air. I mean, with him, there was no, I can't remember, I can't recall, I don't understand the question. He just spoke straight and to the point.
This was on the ad hoc committee you're referring to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you enjoyed it.
I really enjoyed, yeah, Mkwanasi.
Okay.
He wasn't like the rest of them, the ones that didn't know, can't recall,
All right. Well, I mean, you've made your point. Thank you. Thanks for that, because I think that feedback's important. And we do check. Thanks for that, Errol. And then we do check, I think, with many people. Who for you has come across, witnesses, both with the Madlanga as well as ad hoc, is like really stellar in terms of how they've come across, and who has been like just shoddy, shocking, like ish, that type of thing, if you get my point.
Well, when it comes to the coaches, it's a good thing that now we'll have female coaches coaching females. But on the same breath, can't we have female referees refereeing for the females and have male referees refereeing for the males? Because if you're going to have a female referee refereeing for men, you might as well have a male coach coaching women. And if you're saying it's sports equality, if you have female referees refereeing for men, then you might as well have women mixing with men playing in the same team, and you might as well have female teams recruiting men to play for them. So I say,
And you got cut off. I don't know what happened there, just at last. But I do get the sense of what you're trying to say, if we're talking equality, why stop at mixing at a coaching level, or referees or linesmen? Just go the whole lot. They can even play together if they're up for that. But in fact, the ruling is the opposite of what you're saying. In fact, from a female point of view, the ruling is that only females must coach females, and this is a way to combat increasing incidences of male coaches in football perpetrating acts of gender-based violence against women. So this is the way to navigate around it. The question is this the right way to navigate around what is essentially a crime?
Good day, Ashraf. Stemba from Soshanguvi. Big up to the commissioners, the Madlanga commissioners. by being so patient in Fanny Nkosi's testimony or evidence. You scratch a lie, you find a thief. Thank you.
Okay, got that. Let's just pick that up based upon the Madlanga stories, but there's more. There's one on SANDF. I don't know when else have we spoken about them.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the team. Trust you guys are blessed this Thursday afternoon. The advert from GCIS regarding the Defence Force supporting the police. Ashraf, I want you to ponder on this and the listeners. 800 million rand spended by the SANDF to help support SAPS, but not 1 rand is used to support the gang affected areas, to develop them, to empower the youth, empower the communities, change the way certain things are run in the community. But there's 800 million rand budgeted for it. It's a way that they will keep communities behind and hostage for the votes that is in the coming months that will be needed. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so you're suggesting maybe the approach is wrong in this case here. There's a comment about police leadership.
Ashraf, I'm just worried about this leadership of SAPS. That lady is in Tumule. Why is she not suspended? Because for me, that lady is not an honest person, and she might be doing a lot of damage because she's acting deputy police commissioner now. I think she needs to be suspended as well because she's the same as Bia. We might not be solving problem here. I think really Masemula need to reconsider. That lady, she need to go. She need to be suspended. I think for me, after Mukwana's testimony, that lady really need to go.
Okay, suspended, go, as you've said, right? And many people listening in, they very clear in what they want to get out of certain, aspects of these various commissions. Anyway, Joseph in Mpumalanga, let's get your thoughts.
Hello, how are you? Good afternoon,
good,
Ashraf.
Good talking to you. Good talking to you, Joseph. Yeah, thank you for your time. Right, what's your point?
Yeah, my point is this guy, man, Sergeant Ghost, man. No, he needs to be suspended immediately, as Kuno was said, immediately. Because it's not good enough in that position. Yesterday, I hear on radio that another guy said, Titi, actually, Sergeant Ghost do the work at the subs. It seems like he never went to work, actually. We need to see the OB where he comes to work and knocks off. Thank you.
Okay, I hear your thoughts as well. And let me see. In fact, no, let me tell you this much. So we'll play some more voice notes later on. I did tell you we have a fabulous guest coming up after 5. So let me tell you about it. You remember the name? You should. Father Michael Lapsley. Well, we're going to talk to him. He's the New Zealand-born religious leader who has played a huge role with regard to human rights in our country. In fact, he lost the use of both of his arms and one eye after he was, targeted, right? So we're going to talk to him about many things ahead of Human Rights Day tomorrow. Don't miss that. It comes up today from 5 to 6 on the Fireside Chat. Right now, it's 4 o'clock. Here's Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, Petroleum Department urges motorists to not panic, buy fuel, and debate on Iran war underway in Parliament. For SFM News, I'm Ondela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. The Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources is calling for calm following social media reports of a looming fuel shortage. The department has condemned messages urging motorists to rush to filling stations, labeling the calls for panic buying as unverified and speculative. In a statement, the department says it is working with Fuels Industry Association to ensure fuel supply remains stable and there is no basis for panic buying. Government is urging people to rely only on official communication. Lerato Nzoko is the department spokesperson.
Calls for the public to rush to the pumps are irresponsible
They place undue pressure on the supply systems, congestion at service stations, and anxiety among consumers. The department calls all organizations, public representatives, commentators, and social media users to act responsibly and to refrain from spreading unverified or speculative claims regarding fuel supply and fuel price developments.
Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Park Stawu, says South Africa is directly impacted by the US-Israeli war on Iran. Stawu was participating in an urgent debate in Parliament sponsored by BOSA leader Mmusi Maimane on the escalating crisis in the Middle East and the implications this has for South Africa. The minister told the House that the economic consequences of the war are grave regardless of political affiliation.
It is a war that has a direct impact on us as a country. South Africa's trade with the Middle East stood at $15.3 billion in 2025, growing at 8% annually. Our exports grew 14% last year, but it is our imports that expose our strategic vulnerability. Over 70% by value is energy products from Oman, Saudi Arabia and the UAE. We also import fertilizers, plastic, copper and sulfur, with 93% of imports arriving by sea.
Meanwhile, in Iran, heavy explosions have been reported across Tehran as the Israeli military continues to bombard the capital. Iranian media say the Revolutionary Guard spokesperson Ali Mohammed Naini has been killed but didn't specify where or when. Despite the continued bombardment, Iran insists it's continuing to produce missiles. The BBC's Liz Doucet said that despite the blows, the Iranian military is still capable of an intense response.
Even though there has been the assassination of top security officials and commanders, and yes, its conventional military has been all but destroyed, it still has the ability to wage what we have constantly referred to as this asymmetric war. It still has very crude, very cheap to produce munitions. It has the strategies. It's prepared a very long time for a war like this.
And back home, the testimony at the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria of suspended Deputy Metro Police Chief Commissioner Julius Mkhwanazi has been moved to the 14th of April 2026 following the death of his mother. Mkhwanazi was set to return to the Commission on Monday. Evidence leader Advocate Mahlape Sillo.
And we are persuaded that it's only appropriate to give him sufficient space to attend to matters relating to the funeral as a very close member of the family. And as regards his possible appearance on Monday, and on this I go off the fact that the commissioners would appreciate that following a funeral of someone so close, there are certain rituals that must be performed.
Transport Minister Barbara Creasy says law enforcement officers will be all boots on the ground this Easter weekend. The minister was speaking at the Spruit View off-ramp of the N3 highway in Gauteng, where she officially launched the 2026 Easter Road Safety Campaign. The campaign forms part of government's ongoing efforts to promote responsible behaviour and reduce road crashes during Easter travel period. Creasy says road safety must be prioritised to ensure that all road users reach their destinations safely.
We have mobilized all forces throughout the country, from small local traffic departments, metropolitan police, provincial traffic, and the South African police services. And all of these forces are being coordinated through the National Road Safety Steering Committee. And that safety committee, it doesn't just work over these festive periods. It's now working 365 days a year.
Recapping the top story, the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources is calling for calm following the social media reports of a looming fuel shortage. I'm Madlanga for SAFM News Headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, Reinecker staying in the prison despite approaching World Cup, and Deschambault leads into the weekend of Live Golf. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, Leslie Avenue and Four Ways has a crash near Penguin Drive. There's a crash on the N3 southbound at Heidelberg Road and a crash on the R21 northbound at Olifantsfontein Road. In KZN, on the N3 northbound, a stationary truck on Van Reenens Pass. The N2 southbound has heavy traffic towards the M41 Gateway exit, and on the M4 northbound, a crash near Bayhead Road Bridge. In Cape Town, the M3 southbound slow moving towards Rhodes Drive, the N2 outbound is slow moving towards Bunga Avenue, and Voortrekker Road eastbound slow moving through Maitland. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so point one, we know that the Madlanga Commission adjourned until Monday. Point two, we'll take your calls, we'll take your reaction. There's lots which we will take. Point three, the fireside chat guest is Father Michael Lapsley, the global activist, founder of the Institute for Healing of Memories. Surely you're going to listen to that, right? That should be fantastic. Really looking forward to the Head of Human Rights Day, which, by the way, is tomorrow, actually. Right, but for now, let's pick up on something that has been touched on, and we need to give it some attention. It's important. The four communities dispossessed of their land rights 50 years ago by the apartheid regime in Umzimkhulu in southern KZN. Well, they believe they can finally commemorate Human Rights Day with dignity, something they felt they couldn't do before. Why? This follows President Ramaphosa's officiation at the handover of title deeds earlier today. So that's significant. Now, we've picked out some key moments from the president's address. Firstly, maybe predictably, he thanked the community for, well, you know, being patient.
Patience. We want to thank you for your resilience and your faith in the democratic processes that have culminated in your land being given back today. So we salute you. Siyanibonga kakhulu ukuthi nakwazi ukuthi nibekezele. Nakwazi ukulinde sonke lesikhathi. So today, as we give back your ancestral land, we are also here to restore the dignity and the belonging that was from you through a great injustice and suffering that was imposed on you by the colonial governments, by the apartheid government. Now, this great injustice was so starkly described and exemplified in the 1913 Natives Land Act, which possessed black South Africans of their land, of their livelihoods, and their birthright. Millions of people were forced off their farms to make way for white settlements. Their livestock, as in cattle, as in goats, as in sheep, as in chickens, as in everything, was taken from them. In his book, written by Sol Plaatje, one of the key intellectuals of the time, which is called Native Life in South Africa, Sol Plaatje wrote and described meeting with victims of dispossession.
Okay, so that's the one thing about patience. Now there's more. The president then went to the heart of the issue, which is the issue of the Constitution recognizing redress. Listen to this.
Our Constitution recognizes the right to redress of people who were deprived of their land as a result of past racially discriminatory practices. Clause 24 of the Bill of Rights directs our government to take reasonable legislative and other measures to foster conditions which enable the citizens of our country to gain access to land on an equitable basis. Now, amongst the measures izinyathelo ezithathwa uhulumeni ukuthi abantu bathole umhlaba wabo, banikezwa umhlaba through le program esibiza ukuthi restitution. Restitution ukunikeza umhlaba osezandleni zikahulumeni. Now, the land that has been restituted has been under long-term lease from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment to Singisi Forestry Products for commercial forestry use.
So as far as the title deeds go, I mean, how much land impacted by this?
Our country who were dispossessed, who ruled, that the new law now says you must leave. Your possessions belong to them. Possessions that our forebears owned were now taken away from them, not only the land. So the dispossession of people's land, which began before 1913, was the original sin that has caused so much suffering generations in our country. When we talk about poverty, when we talk about inequality, we have to go back to that original sin that was committed during the colonial period. They were the ones who ensured that the majority of our people are poor and they don't have land, and they are the people who brought about inequality. That whole process stripped families of their livelihoods. They lost their livestock, their crops, and their homes. They were stripped of their dignity, and they were rendered pariahs, land of their birth. Now, namhlanje, we are handing over title deeds for a total of 18,000 hectares of land. That is the totality of the land we are handing over to our people. Approximately 2,800 beneficiaries are covered under these 4 claims. And we have to say to Nyoncho, to you, Minister Oakam, and the Cabinet of the Republic of South Africa, of the Government of National Unity, we say thank you for restoring the dignity of the people of this part of our country. Siabo.
So, okay, there's the land. Now, how about developing all of that? The president alluded to the role that the business community can and, well, should play.
Companies involved must treat the claimants as equals. Seniyalingana namhlanje. Akekho ubas, akekho ongaphezulu komunye, kuyalinganwa manje. Abaphethe umhlaba yibona abashaya igatara. Ibona abafanele ukuthi baqhube izinto ngendlela efanele. Now, by supporting the redemption journey, the companies will also make sure that they themselves are restoring the dignity of the people who were deprived of their land many decades ago under colonialism and apartheid. Now, this restituted land will now benefit not just the original claimant, but also their descendants for generations to come. I call on companies here and elsewhere in the country to deepen their partnerships with beneficiary communities and enable them to participate in the commercial value chain. Kungapheleli lapha kuphela. Nakwezinye indawo where land is restored, we would like to see our people and our communities having access to economic opportunities and being part of the decision-making structure. The business community across our country should be in the forefront of forging partnerships that help to ensure that our land reform and rural economic initiatives bear the fruits and improve the life of our community.
Okay, so there we are. A good cross-section, and I'm sure you have your opinions about all of the things which the President spoke about regarding those 4 communities, to recap, dispossessed 50 years ago in apartheid South Africa, in that region called Umzimkhulu in southern KwaZulu-Natal, and now they have this handover of title deeds. So what do you make of it? I'm sure you have your view, so yeah, let me hear it. Also, talk about the commission, and always, for you, maybe it's the end of the week, so yes, what for you has been the big winner of the week, whoever that is, tell me, and who's been the big loser of the week regarding the commission specifically, as well as the ad hoc committee. And then, have you been watching the Live Golf phenomenon that's been taking place, and the crowds? 3 days, about 100,000 people expected over 3 days at Stain City. So just over 30,000 a day, maybe more so even tomorrow, right? Phenomenal crowds, expensive sport, as you know, very, very upmarket, so higher LSMs, right? But for all intents and purposes, it's been a huge success. And of course, the Minister, Gayton McKenzie, has been there. But also, what you make of Gayton effectively making the point of, we're going to support Senegal and we're going to provide the legal support they need. In South Africa, we've got the brightest minds. Well, what do you make of that? I mean, what is that an area that he should get involved in, or it's like, hey, can you in the meantime sort out arts and culture while you're at it? That sort of thing is an overreach in terms of what he's trying to do. But hey, can you fault him for enthusiasm or not? Where do you draw a line? Then further conversations regarding what we heard earlier about the female coach now coaching female teams. I'm not too sure. Someone said, hey, Ashraf, it's not exclusively so. There's they can be part of a greater coaching setup. I'll get confirmation from Tumi about that as well. But anyway, all of that's for you to think about. This is the National Pulse. Hey, we need you to engage. So you have your fingers on the pulse. How do you do that? Express yourself. 0614 104 107. I'll take your calls right away. And then that's via WhatsApp. And then to call in live, 086 000 2032.
The Red Bulls and the Krijgkouwers are on a mission to finish the season as high as possible, with ambition driving every pass and every tackle. The question is simple: who wants it more? This is the Bundesliga. Football as it's meant to be. Witness the thrilling battle between RB Leipzig and TSG Hoffenheim this Friday, 20 March at 9:30 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Now leave the SABC and see the tower block lit up, 27 stories of light. Move from Auckland Park into the shadow of the Hillbrow Post Office Tower.
This is the English service of the SABC. Here is the news read by Patricia Carr. A member of the Planning Committee of the President's Council, Mr. Nick Tuernicht, has been appointed chairman of the Council's Community Relations Community.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Okay, now you do know this, but let me remind you anyway, right? So in business, the right connections change everything. It's the stability you need for that once-in-a-lifetime virtual pitch, the lightning-fast speeds that keep you ahead of deadlines, and the consistent high-quality signal your teams rely on every day. Because when your connectivity works seamlessly, well, so does your business. So power your workday with fast, reliable fiber from OpenServe, built to keep your operations running at full speed. Go to the website, which is openserve.co.za, openserve.coza, to learn more. T's and C's do apply.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
Right, so let's do this. We're going to take some of your calls as we get to later on. We'll have a complete roundup of the Madlanga Commission just for the day with Sibatle Moto. That comes up later. But first, I need to hear what you have to say. Here's an interesting thought. I mean, I asked you about your, the big winner for the week or the big loser, and I see people have thoughts on that, right? Lonwabo in Mthatha, you've got a view on the Bafana shirt. Yeah, Lonwabo, go for it.
Hello, sir.
How's it, man? Yeah.
I'm good, and yourself?
Okay, right. What do you want to say?
No, man. Actually, I wanted to say this. The expensive T-shirt of Bafana does not make any sense, because these guys have not won anything. The Springbok have won 2 World Cup, but that T-shirt is not this expensive.
Yeah, but it's not. The cost is the cost. It's not more expensive because they've won more trophies, which they have. There's a research and development cost that goes into it. There's an amount. In this case, obviously, say it's Adidas. They have a deal with SAFA. There's a lot that gets into that type of thing, and the material they use. That's the cost of and they have to make a profit as well. So you're saying discount based upon trophies they've won? Yeah.
Because these guys just qualified for the World Cup, and they just received the sponsorship from Adidas not long ago. But the T-shirt went from 1.2 to 2.6. Come on, at least us consumers, they must think for us consumers.
Yeah, look, I understand that the player one, the original, that means the one the players will wear is 2,600. But we're not going to buy that. I'm not a player, neither are you, right? But if you bought it in the stores, it's the one that you said. It's like 1.5, 1.6. That's what it's going to cost you if you're going to a store. I mean, I also think it's expensive. Right. Even that's a lot of money, I have to concede. But somehow or the other, somebody's going to make money. And if SAFA doesn't make anything and Adidas they won't do it.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so 1.6 for you or 1.5,
yeah,
right? If it's for you.
Okay.
But the player one, which you can't buy, they're just giving you the cost of actually what it is anyway, so you know. All right, Lonwaba, and hopefully the Bafana team wins lots of cups. Then maybe you'll say, hey, I'll pay 5,000 rands, man. They've won the World Cup. That would be fantastic. Okay. Marcus in Limpopo, hello.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How's it, Marcus?
I'm fine, and you?
Good. What do you want to raise?
That one of language translation, how can you rectify a translator while you don't understand the language? If you rectify a translator, that means you understand that language. You just want to waste the time for no reason.
So give me an example. What are you talking about specifically?
Today, that one I had on the Madlanga Commission when saying language translation, no, that one is not translating a right way. How can you rectify a person who you ask a person to translate for you, but if he or she is translating, then you say it's not a right translation. How do you know it's not a right translation?
Okay, so you're suggesting they're not doing it properly in that
case?
Yeah.
The one who is saying you are not translating right. How do you know that it's not translating right while you don't understand the language.
When you say you mean someone like myself, or you, or who are you talking about?
I'm talking about the one at the Madlanga Commission, the sergeant. The sergeant said, you don't translate in a right way.
Yeah, so you're saying if it's translated incorrectly, then those who are at the commission listening in, and we're talking of the judges and others, if they don't know the language, they have to take the translator's word for it, right? Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
and they could be wrong.
They must need a translator, but the problem is that how can the one who asked a translator and the same person rectifying a translator?
That's basically, yeah, I hear you. You're saying, Fani, in this case, she needs a translator, but then corrects the translator because the translator is not doing the job properly. So then maybe there's no need for a translator.
How do you know it's not doing the job properly that means you understand the language?
Yeah, that's my point. So the person understands it. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think you've made your point. Let's leave it for someone else to also comment as well, Marcus. Thanks for raising that, right? Thank you for that. Talking about raising, yesterday at the South African Innovators Week, again, I just want to say this, just such a privilege meeting some of the people, so many people listening into the show who came up to me, like, hey, we listen to the show and we follow it every day, and they do that. I mean, one of them is Sam Shabalala, sounds like Sim Shabalala. I did say, you're not the boss of Standard Bank, are you? But Sim Shabalala, who's an engineer, he says he listens to the show every single day. He's retired now, he's an engineer, but he's got his laptop logged in, so he's listening on streaming live. So if you're listening now, I know you are because you said you listen every day. Sam Shabalala, not Sim Shabalala, but I will take it anyway. Jabiso in Polokwane, hi.
Hi, Ashraf.
Yeah, how's it? Go for it. Your point?
I'm good, man. Ashraf, you probably would have read or heard, and even the president has actually congratulated the groundbreaking operation that was done in Mankweng, just outside Polokwane, Mankweng Hospital.
Okay, just tell us more so we know, so we all know.
Yeah, no. There was a groundbreaking operation that was done where they were conjoined, if I'm not mistaken, twins. In Mankweng Hospital.
And of course, it's done by the one brother of the other brother who broke a world record for that ear transplant. I mean, it was quite amazing.
Yeah, it was done by Dr. Chifularo.
Yes, that's right.
Dr. Chifularo. Yeah. I mean, you'd remember, Ashraf, in the 80s, you remember the story of Mpho and Phonyana.
Absolutely, you're right. It world headlines, man. Yeah.
Almost 40 years later, we have this groundbreaking, the groundbreaking achievement by the medical profession of our country. It clearly shows that our country, South Africa, is heading for a proper direction insofar as medicine is concerned. And I think those are highlights of this particular week. Whilst we're listening to Madlangas and all the problems that persist in our country in terms of the training of the security cluster, there are those that are dedicated in terms of making sure that the lives of ordinary people are for the better.
Well, I think you're right. And, listen, if you listen to me often, I talk about champions and champions needing to build champion nations. And here's an example of people who are, in this case, they're brothers, right? Years apart, but remarkable people driving, which shows you the depth of talent we got in our country. Now, what we need to do is to create efficiency at all levels of our nation. Then we're on that way to becoming the champion nation that I allude to or vision so often. So thank you for that. And yes, it's a wonderful story.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for that, Tabby. So thanks for calling in. Really nice call. Needed to hear that. Absolutely right. Right. What else should we talk about? I talked about Mackenzie. There can only be one Mackenzie at the moment in the news, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. It's Marumo here in Mahikeng. But now, with our Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Mr. Mackenzie, why is he now getting into the issues of CAF up there? I know it's not fair for Senegal. For after months they are told they are not the winners of AFCON. But how is Mackenzie going to pay the best lawyers? Whose money is he going to use to pay those best lawyers? What is it? Because the decision has been taken. Apparently, Senegal are no longer the winners of the AFCON. How is he going to assist Senegal? I'm just asking because we have a problem here with our own SAFA. They should be focusing on SAFA instead of the AFCON there.
Listen.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Maroon.
Not just good afternoon, good point, Maroon. Really are. It doesn't mean you may not be supportive of the Senegal stance outside the actual ruling, but you actually go out and say, hey, we're backing you, we're going to give our lawyers, we're going to send them out for you, like, at whose cost? Think about that. Right, news headlines. Here's on Dela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa has urged beneficiaries of land restitution to play their part in the economical utilization of their restored land. The testimony at the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria of suspended Deputy Ekurhuleni Police Chief Julius Mkhwanazi has been moved to the 14th April 2026 following the death of his mother. And the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources is calling for calm following social media reports of a looming fuel shortage. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg House.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, there's a crash on the N1 northbound after Allendale Road and on Cedar Road in four-ways, slow-moving traffic at Cedar Avenue West. In KZN, the N2 northbound queuing towards the M41 Gateway exit and the N3 westbound in Pietermaritzburg queuing towards Market Road. In Cape Town, the M5 southbound queuing towards the N2 highway and on the R44 northbound in Paarl, queuing traffic towards the R101 Klapmuts crossing. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Tumi, you've got a Protea story.
Yes, Protea's stand-in T20 captain Keshav Maharaj has refused to point at the inexperience in the team on the New Zealand tour as the reason for their inconsistent form. South Africa lost their third T20 international in Auckland this morning by 8 wickets and are now 2-1 down in the 5-match series. The Proteas have taken a much-changed team on tour with several regulars, including captain Aiden Markram, Quinton de Kock, David Miller, Kagiso Rabada, all returning home after the T20 World Cup in India for the rest. And actually, Ashraf, I was hearing a lot of people, even when I was doing the show last week, they were saying that they're not interested in this one because it seems like it's a Team B side that is playing and it's not worth watching.
And you think?
Guys, the Proteas are the Proteas, whether it's Team B or not. If you love cricket, you'll still watch.
But you do get different levels.
There are different levels, but guys,
you know, like the Springboks in rugby, when they have their tours in rugby,
yeah.
Then especially those long tours, which you now hardly ever have. But when they play like 3 test matches against the same team, then they would have the Saturday test match, and then they have the Wednesday team. There's what's the phrase they use for it? They have a name for the Wednesday team. It's not the Wednesday team, like, you know, whatever that is. They're both Springboks. But there's
it's not the kind of level that you expect.
That's the B team.
But truth of the matter is they need to somehow build depth in the team. So the only way of building depth is
no. I don't think the point is whether they should play. That's correct. But similarly, don't expect the same level of enthusiasm from the supporters when they know it's the depth building team versus the A team. That doesn't mean don't build the depth.
It's future stars.
Well, they'll say we'll support you in the future.
Well, still staying with cricket, Proteas women's sensation Kayla Reneker has made it clear that her full attention is on the ongoing tour of New Zealand and not on the upcoming T20 World Cup in England in June. She was speaking after the team's 6-wicket loss to the team in Auckland earlier today, which leaves them trailing 5-match T20 series 2-1 with 2 to go.
Look, I'm still new in the setup, but I think as the Proteas team in whole, I think we don't want to look too far ahead. Yes, we are aware of the World Cup that's coming up, but I think we have a New Zealand series to complete and then India series also coming up. So it's not too far away, but we are prepping for that also and I'm aware of that. So yeah, as I said, like we're just looking game by game.
Well, then in athletics, the first members of South Africa's 8-strong team have safely arrived in Poland ahead of the World Athletics Indoor Championships, which take place from the 20th to the 22nd of March. The squad will be without shot put, but national record holder Mina de Klerk, whose delayed flight forced her withdrawal, and sprinter Karabo Litebele, who was denied a visa. Long jumpers Timuso Masikane and Olympic silver medalist Luvo Mayonga are due to arrive today, both having cleared 8.1 meters this season. In football, Kaizer Chiefs defender Aidan McCarthy has reiterated his coach Cedric Kaz's comments that they need to finish in the top 3 no matter what happens. After a string of losses, Amakosi picked up their first win in 2 months last weekend when they beat Durban City 1-0 at FNB Stadium. At the beginning of the year, Chiefs looked to be on course to fight for the league title, but the gap between them and the top 2, Mamelodi Sundowns and Orlando Pirates, that dream seems unreachable. However, McCarthy still believes that the top 3 will do.
I feel like we just all need to have the same vision, and that vision is finishing top 3. No matter what happens with other teams, it's out of our control, but do the best that we can as a whole team together to finish in that top 3 position so that we play in Africa again next season.
That's it from my side for now. I'll have more.
No, that's it. Someone said, I said I can't remember the name, and someone said it's called the Dirt Trackers, okay, for the Wednesday team.
Yeah, Dirt Trackers.
Okay, that's the one. But there's another comment about the Bafana jersey, so let's just hear this out.
Good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and the listeners. Let me agree with the gentleman Lonwao from Tahad. 2,600 for a jersey. Real Madrid and Manchester City jerseys go for 1.4. Why would Bafana cost 2,000? 2.6 to some is the whole salary. It's a salary for the whole month. Remember, Ashraf, there's a gap here. Who do you think those people, the people who can afford 2,600 for a jersey are not the ones you will see in stadiums? Believe me, don't these ones who go to the stadium for 50 rand. The ones who can afford them, they watch rugby. The middle class. I think Lonobo was correct. Soviet Kingdom style.
Thank you.
I think what people need to understand is that there's actually 2 different ones. There's the authentic main one, the ones that the players will be wearing. Actually, it has a different emblem to the replica one. Okay. That one is 2006. Then there's the replica one, which is I think 1,005, 1,003, somewhere there. And it has a different type of emblem on the jersey.
So I can buy both.
You can buy both if you want.
I was mistaken. There is, I did say, if you're not a player, you can't get that. No, so actually you can get the players one exactly at 2,600.
At 2006, yeah, if you want it.
The general one is 1.
I think it's 1,005. I'll just check, but somewhere.
So of course, Londoaba was complaining. I mean, you're just saying it is very expensive, and Bafana have not won anywhere near as many trophies as
Springboks.
And therefore, we should.
There's 2 different ones, guys. You can go buy that 1,000. I'll get the right price for you. But there is one which is a replica.
Yeah,
for
1.6.
the fans. Yeah.
But his point about we've won less trophies like the Springboks, so we should be cheaper.
I mean, it is fair. I mean, you saw how the jerseys for the Springboks literally skyrocketed, but also it's because it's a global brand. As a Springbok, they wanted to be that big brand. Do you understand what I'm saying? But at the same time, you also have to think on the side of you want your country to be wearing those. Remember those Football Fridays? And I think they actually pushing for it right now with Bafana, that let's have that Football Friday thing come back until the World Cup, because we want the country to be behind. If it's too expensive, then it's going to be too hard for.
Well, I mean, that is true. And look, I think for most people, even the 1,600 or 1,500 is a lot of money, right? And you are right. It is in their interest. It is in SAFA's interest with Adidas that people rush to buy these tops and wear them. And if it reaches a price level that's too high, I'm even talking at the 1,600 rands. Yeah. Then less people will buy it.
I mean, I was trying to
they're going to wear their top when Bafana won the 96 AFCON, and you don't want that either. There's nothing wrong with that, but you want to have the current one.
I did try to get Safa and a player in studio so that we can talk about these conversations, because these are real things that fans go through, but unfortunately it didn't go our way. Hopefully in the future we'll have
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that to me.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, let's get to those numbers in terms of the markets. So normally, what is it? Paswane, who takes over on a Friday? I want to double check. In fact, it is the Paswane, right? Paswane and Patlele from Markway Fund Managers. What have you got, local and global?
Afternoon, Ashraf, and to your listeners. Well, let's say this, Ashraf, governments are in accepting phase of the Middle East conflict, increasing in duration. We've seen the likes of Spain. They've issued out a 6 billion euros relief plan for their consumers in terms of cutting the likes of fuel, in terms of because of these inflation risk filtering through. Because energy disruption is real and is no longer a risk, but more or less of a baseline assumption. When you look at Brent price of oil is holding up over 1% at $108.40 a barrel, and continue on weekly gains and continue to rise. With compressed volatility, you can see that it's confirming that the likes of institutions, smart money, have positioned themselves and are continuing to position themselves in buying oil as they shift towards benefiting of structural high inflation driven by energy markets. While the likes of the biggest producer, Saudi Arabia, they are projecting $180 of oil prices in the next month if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, and this can expect to play out gradually as the US is trying to make some efforts. We've seen they are considering unsanctioning Iranian oil that is currently in sea, trying to give them some form of money in this format, while deploying more military in the Middle East and requesting 200 billion from its Congress to help stop or cap prices and escalation. When we look at the likes of commodity performance right now, we see the likes of Bitcoin. They've been steady at $70, but they've broken, and if they don't keep up with 70,000, they are going to continue to do on the downturn. Gold prices are platinum prices have broken trend of $2,000 and $1,945 an ounce, and therefore getting out of platinum stocks is probably encouraged. Gold prices is down 1.6 at 4,575, underperforming due to the risks of inflation is going to keep real interest rates holding low, higher for longer, and a stronger dollar is going to pressure it. But the trend is still bullish, but if it breaks below 4,350, it would be best to start exiting. Risks when these things continue to play out, the risk of emerging market currencies like the rand are going to break out to the immediate term of 17.80 in the near term, and this will put downside risk on leveraged and risk-sensitive South African equity stocks. And whilst the dollar is supporting the likes of some resource sectors, on the central bank front, we remain constrained globally, and this signals of inflation pressures we're hearing from central bankers, and it's nothing less. We expect nothing less from the SAP that will follow the same path next week. Onto equities, it still offers opportunity to buy things in future cheaper because shorting the likes of the US is still a honeypot. We see the US markets, the Nasdaq is down 1%, S&P is down 0.8, Dow is down 0.5, Europe ex-CAC down 1%, FTSE is down 0.8. When we look at the JSE, it's down 0.1%, as resources are down 0.7, industrials, financials just up marginally, up 0.1. When we look at our currencies, is weaker between 1 and 1.8% across the board. Rand against the dollar is at 17 rand and 3 cents. Rand against the euro 19 rand and 65 cents, and rand against the pound 22 rand and 68.
All that means it's time for me to wish you well for the weekend. Paswane, you have a great weekend. We'll connect with you and your team on Monday.
Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Call us on 086 000 2032.
Right, let me remind you, after 5 o'clock, we've got the fireside chat, So today's guest is Father Michael Lapsley, big human rights activist in South Africa, and paid the price for it. with his limbs, both arms, and loss of both arms, the use as well as his eye. And we're going to pick his brain on many issues. He is now the founder of the Institute for Healing of Memories. So lots to ask him. I wonder what's the one question I ought to be asking him, right? In the meantime, Madlanga Commission, done for the day, done for the week. Big winners, big losers, you can certainly tell me. I'm going to put that to Sebatla Mota as well. SABC News reporter has been covering that story. Much appreciate your time, Sebatla. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Perhaps you can answer that, in terms of what I asked the audience, who for you has been the big winner and the big loser in the Madlanga Commission for this week only?
I honestly think there's never any losers in the Madlanga Commission, especially if your name or the name of your organization gets dropped in there. I mean, it's such a serious sort of commission that's delving into corruption in law enforcement agencies, and anybody who has their name mentioned or organization or political affiliations really is somehow always left with some egg on their face. And what we have heard this week mostly it's just Sergeant Gosi's testimony, and he was previously known as Witness F. And if you remember, the allegations before the Madlanga Commission was that he was the middleman between alleged criminal cartels that included Yofusmuzi Cat Matlalas as well as Gadiso Keti Mulefe. And we also saw him on CCTV footage carrying a white paper bag leaving Gadiso Keti Mulefe's house, and it was alleged by General Dumsani Kumalo, the head of crime intelligence, that paper bag possibly had money for General Sheriff Sibiya. And what we are delving in, or what we've delved in this week, is the fact that not only does he have associations with these alleged criminal members, but his ties or his tentacles even stretch as far as the taxi industry. I mean, he's been linked to your Swazi CBs, Tagatim Swazi, as well as apparently businessman Zen Mumalo. And we've also heard the name of the EFF as well as the EFF leader Julius Malema come up quite substantively, especially in relation to tenders in the city of Tshwane. So I think what we have gathered. Oh, let me not also leave out Action SA. As we saw, it was a big hoo-ha on social media where we heard one of the EFF members, Vivian Morodi, was even suspended after her name was dropped before the Madlanga Commission, where it's alleged that she had shared very confidential information regarding tenders with Sergeant Gosi. So it was a really, really tough week for a lot of people who did not expect to hear some of the names as well as the political organizations that were dropped before the Madlanga Commission. But one thing is for sure is that Sergeant Fanny Gosi was the middleman for a lot of alleged corrupt activities, because he's been embroiled in a lot of corruptions and seemingly in bed with a lot of these alleged criminal cartels.
Now, there was a dramatic moment regarding a video played of a crime scene with a warning in advance. Tell us more about that.
So this video was one of AKA's murder alongside his friend Tibbs, and it was quite graphic. I mean, I understood why even Sergeant Gosi himself had actually asked the commission not to beam this video, because it could re-traumatize the families. But it was that video, and he was being posed and asked questions about his involvement in the investigation. So if you remember, Ashraf, we know Sergeant Gosi to be part of Gauteng's organized crime unit, right? And at times General Shibi would somehow call him and ask, come assist us in this investigation and that investigation. And what we've seen in the Madlanga Commission is that allegations are that he used his position to somehow benefit members of the alleged criminal cartel. So what he tells us about this video is that in the early stages of the investigation, he was involved, and National Office as well as KZN Police were actually working hand in glove together. But what was posed to him is that why was he involved in that, in that matter, and why was this video forwarded to him and he subsequently forwarded to other people. But what we are gathering is that he forwarded it to Mtagatim Swazi, who he claims is the uncle to Tibbs, one of the guys who was gunned down alongside AKA. So I think, one thing I've learned about Advocate Shackleton is that he would present this information, and it might or might not even come back next week to see what his alleged involvement in the early stages of the investigation was about.
Okay. What about, there was an issue about translation, and it was brought up by the listener as well, where you're chuckling. You can tell me more about it. Yeah.
I mean, the translation thing was is something that was quite bizarre, and I was having a conversation with one of my colleagues and saying, I honestly wish that Justice Madlanga had ruled on this matter to say it's either we are going to permanently have this translation going on, or not have it at all, because the assumption is that certain questions that were posed to him, he did not want to implicate himself, and he changed that he didn't really clearly understand them, so he needed to answer it to the best of his ability and, just not to implicate himself. But, I mean, it was such a broken record between the translator and himself, where I think at times he'd be so tired and exhausted from the line of questioning that he would miss certain questions and rely on the translator, who herself was not even paying too much attention. So there was a little bit of broken record that was being played today, but I think towards the end of the day, before he concluded his testimony for today, we somehow got out of it, and he was able to understand some of the questions that were posed to him.
Okay. And often enough, when they adjourn for the day, there's a certain break point that suggests they can't move beyond that for today. What was that today?
So I think today a lot of things had transpired, Ashraf, and I think since he's completed his testimony for today, he's definitely back on Monday to further complete his testimony. And as we've seen, he has quite a lot of questions to answer for at the Madlanga Commission, because as we have heard is that Advocate Shackleton will continue posing questions to him regarding various investigations that have been going on and that he's alleged to be involved in.
Okay, let's leave it at that, unless there's something else you wish to, amplify that came up today.
Yes, I think that the one of the most disturbing things that had come up today is how, Sergeant Gosi had a friend of his picture of DJ somebody who was gunned down in 2022, and in that picture he says, why didn't you warn him? And I think the commissioners, because it's such a sensitive case and how he died I mean in a hail of bullets, and the commissioners were putting to him, what did he mean by that? And he kept on evading the question, saying that he doesn't remember why he sent the picture and why he said that in the conversation. And eventually after lunch, when he had figured out why he had said that, he said no, he was actually asking him why did he not warn his friend about, I think, being in relationship with other people's women or something like that. So I think what also it shows with Sergeant Gosi's testimony is how he always downplays a very, very, very serious allegations that are put to him, and sort of things that he's implicated in, to sort of not try to involve himself in such. And I think this is what even Commissioner Sesi Baloyi had reprimanded him about early this morning. So that was the most important thing, and it was quite surprising that he would say that, why didn't you warn him 3 days after DJ somebody was gunned down?
Now, just lastly, in terms of media response, people listening in on the show, caller response, that is, right? They've sort of just disregarded witness Sergeant Fani Nkosi. Is like he's just a liar, completely discredited. Now, I'm not asking your personal opinion because you're reporting on it, but do you get that same sense amongst people in the media fraternity and others who have seen a closer action of what's actually happened there?
No, definitely, Ashraf. I mean, I picked it up actually this morning, and I try not to be biased as much as I can. But what I saw is that with questions relating to his image and uplifting and allegedly uplifting the community, that's when he has the answers and says, I'm passionate about this, I'm passionate about that. But when it's conversations that he has with people that he's close with, that he downplays, I mean, it actually shows that he actually downplays a lot of his relationships that he's, interacting with, and sort of the wrongdoing that he's been found in. So he is somebody that is not really forthcoming with the truth, tries and fabricates the truth. But I mean, the commissioners as well as the evidence leaders have found a way to deal with such, and they poke holes, in his testimony. They run circles around him, which eventually exhaust him, and he, in some way or the other, then he's forced to concede. And remember, the commissioners as well as the evidence leaders can say something to you today and come back to the issue 3 days down the line. So I think they've poked enough holes just to demonstrate what sort of witness he is.
Yeah, and of course the ranking that he holds within the police as well. But thanks for your time, much appreciated. You have a great weekend, Sibatler Mota. So another busy day, Monday morning, 9:30 with the Madlanga Commission, right? Thanks for that. Okay, we've got time to pick out your voice notes. I'll do that after this.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
Okay, don't forget Fireside Chat after 5. Father Michael Lapsley, head of the Institute for Healing of Memories. Clearly you don't want to miss that. That's a memory all in its own, just to be built up tonight. Comments from you, let's hear it.
Ashraf, this is Nonde in Cape Town. About Sergeant Nkosi, I don't think he deserves to be a policeman. Instead of him fighting and combating crime, he's busy doing sideline hustle. You know, he's a community activist, organizing CVs, organizing employment for people, riding bikes, and, you know, to me, he's a habitual liar, not a sophisticated liar or intelligent liar, no, a habitual liar. He deserves to be in jail. I end it right there.
He deserves to be in jail with the calmness and authority of someone who's very clear where that should end up.
Ashraf, it's Chris here in Kambato. It's very good that the president is presiding over the handing over of title deeds. Precisely because while we tend to focus on the primary land dispossession under the apartheid and colonialism, we forget about the secondary, which is happening today. One, its form is when people are given small plots. The second form is when people, while they are given land, but they are not entitled to those lands, including under this things like Inkonyama Trust. That the discussion we must have.
Well, absolutely. There's so much in terms of redress that we've not been able to deal with effectively in 3 decades, 30 years plus of our democracy. By the way, tomorrow is Human Rights Day.
Good day, Mr. Ashraf. The biggest winner is Lieutenant General Hlahla Mukhwanazi. That guy, he deserves some flowers while he's still alive. He has done a great job exposing those criminals and the cartels. And the biggest loser, I think it will be Sergeant Nkosi, man. That guy, he's not make sure, man. And the other one, Fidel Adams, even him, is not longer honorable, man. Tsako Shivambu, La Kamala Mulele, Section B.
No longer honorable. How do you respond when someone who's been in leadership, especially in this case, your public service, then, and has dropped down not just one peg, but more than one peg? How do you respond to that? Right. There's another. Yeah.
Ashraf, good afternoon, man. This is Flores from the beautiful Winelands. Ashraf, Sergeant Nkosi all of a sudden needs an interpreter. Any deception specialist would tell you that this is a tactic that he is using to hear things twice so that he can gather his thoughts and then come up with an answer that he thinks he's comfortable with. I'm not sure how long the commission is going to interrogate this Fani Nkosi. He's a hard nut to crack. He must just come out with the truth. Have a good job. Bye-bye.
Do you think it's a hard nut to crack? I mean, has he not cracked in terms of just how he's come across and people have heard what he has said? I mean, some may disagree with you on that part. Anyway, here's a comment. The Potchefstroom Agricultural College has been without water since the schools opened. Teaching and learning continues as normal. Kindly assist in resolving this matter from a concerned parent. Sure. Too much of that. How is that ever been normalized? It is normal, right?
Msakazi, let me thank our president, Cyril Ramaphosa, for what he did for the people of Mzimkhulu, for bringing back their land to the right owners. Thanks to the president. It's a great achievement for the people of Mzimkhulu. Thanks so much.
Okay, there's more comments. We can't play them now, unfortunately, because we move into fireside chat mode. But of course, you can raise issues, if you like, with my guest, which I'm so looking forward to. That comes up with Father Michael Lapsley. So do join us. It happens like now, just after the news. Here's the news at 5 with Greg.
Thank you, Ashraf. Ramaphosa hands over title deeds in KZN and a US actor passes away. Good day to you. President Cyril Ramaphosa has urged beneficiaries of land restitution to play their part in the economical utilization of their restored land. He's handed over title deeds to 4 claimant communities dispossessed of their land rights 50 years ago at Umzumkulu in southern KZN.
Now, this is a fine example not only of positive collaboration, but it is also a fine example of sustainable and ethical business practices. The community must get involved. They must not be spectators of what happens on their land. After all, they are now the owners. They must be involved. They must sit at the table to determine how the land must be utilized. So in Kela Nje, the companies involved must treat the claimants as equals.
Ramaphosa says the event is even more fitting as the country commemorates Human Rights Day tomorrow.
Since 1994, we have worked hard to reverse the painful legacy of land dispossession under apartheid and colonialism. We have done this by working within the rule of law to ensure continued productivity of the land while speeding up the process of redress for those who are affected. To date, as I was saying, the government has settled many land claims.
The testament that the Madlanga Commission of suspended Deputy Ekhululeni Police Chief Julius Mkhwanazi has been moved to the 14th of April following the death of his mother. Mkhwanazi was set to return to the Commission on Monday. Evidence leader at the Commission, Advocate Makla Peselo.
And we are persuaded that it's only appropriate to give him sufficient space to attend to matters relating to the funeral as a very close member of the family. And as regards his possible appearance on Monday, and on this I go off the fact that the commissioners would appreciate that following a funeral of someone so close, there are certain rituals that must be performed.
The Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources is calling for calm following social media reports of a looming fuel shortage. The department's condemned messages urging motorists to rush to petrol stations, labelling the calls for panic buying as unverified and speculative. Department spokesperson Lorata Nsoko.
Calls for the public to rush to the pumps are irresponsible. They place undue pressure on the supply systems, congestion at service stations, and anxiety among consumers. The department calls all organizations, public representatives, commentators and social media users to act responsibly and to refrain from spreading unverified or speculative claims regarding fuel supply and fuel price developments.
In Zimbabwe, motorists have expressed displeasure after the government announced another fuel price hike for the second time this month due to the war in Iran. Zimbabwe's Finance Minister, Mthuli Ncube.
The issue of fuel pricing is beyond the government's control. It is a byproduct, a result of the ongoing war and tensions in the Middle East, and government is doing all it can to cushion our citizens, to cushion our businesses. So we have some principles that we've followed in adjusting prices in response to the international prices. First of all, we recognize that this is not something that we produce locally, it's imported.
Finally, US actor and martial artist Chuck Norris has died at the age of 86. In a statement posted on social media, the family of the late star say he died yesterday morning. Reports had indicated that Norris had been admitted to hospital in Hawaii for a medical emergency before his death. He was a household name in the American martial arts scene. He rose to fame as an actor in 1972 after he appeared in Way of the Dragon alongside martial arts legend Bruce Lee. Some of Norris's other films include Delta Force and Missing in Action. The top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa has urged beneficiaries of land restitution to play their part in the economical utilization of their restored land. That's SAFM News, I'm Greg Coos.
In your sports this hour, Dishambao leads into the weekend. Black Caps outplay the Proteas and Country Allure unveiled as 2026 Durban July theme. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 southbound in central Johannesburg, queuing towards Crown Interchange. There's a stationary vehicle on the N1 northbound after Buccleuch Interchange and a crash on the N1 southbound after Albertina Sisulu Road. In KZN, the M4 southbound has delays towards Sandile Tuzi Road, the M1 Higginson Highway westbound in Chatsworth, a crash reported before Havenside Drive, and a stationary vehicle on the N2 northbound after Watson Highway. In Cape Town, the R304 northbound in Stellenbosch queuing towards Port Lorraine Road, on Imam Haroun Road eastbound slow-moving traffic towards Lansdowne, and Brackenfell Boulevard northbound slow-moving towards the N1 highway. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
Mzansi, forget the weather forecast. Powerball and Powerball Plus are making it rain lots of cash this March with a staggering 155 million rand in total guaranteed jackpots this Friday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for 107 million rand and Powerball Plus for 48 million rand today. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app or cell phone banking. Panda, Pusha, Play. Players must be 18 years old to play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
Right, we're going to fireside mode now, right, for the next, up to 6 o'clock. So about 45 minutes of conversation with my guest, Father Michael Lapsley, who's the founder of the Institute for Healing of Memories. But I would suggest if I say that like skips out 100 other things that Father Michael Lapsley has been involved in. Is very much switched on regarding social justice and human rights. And we thought, hey, great chance to talk to him ahead of Human Rights Day. So Father Michael Lapsley, appreciate your time and real privilege to have you as my guest here on the Fireside Chat.
Thank you, Ashraf. Not the first time. I'm very happy to be with you. I was listening to the radio earlier today, and they said they didn't know that you were going to turn up today. So I thought, oh my goodness, Ashraf is going to stand me up. But voila, here you are.
Well, that was related to the Ramadan and the Eid start, and as you would know as a man of faith, that the Muslims follow the lunar calendar, so there's a tradition that you have to sight the moon for the new month, and it often gets sighted in the northern hemisphere, which it did. So they have Eid today in many countries, including the Middle East and Canada, but not the case with us in South Africa. So therefore, it is tomorrow, and that means that I did not stand you up, and that means we have a great conversation coming up. So thank you for that.
We wish you well for Eid for tomorrow.
Much appreciated indeed, right? In fact, later on we must talk about the goings on in the Middle East, because it's just so complex, right? But let's start with human rights, as in Human Rights Day. What should we take out, as we go into Human Rights Day tomorrow? What should we take out of it in terms of us as individuals and then as the collective?
Well, I think it's important that we remember where human rights come from. I saw that the Council of Churches is having something at Sharpeville about lament, about healing, about reconstruction. So I think it's a time of remembering, of pain and sadness, but also out of sacrifice comes commitment to a different kind of world, a different kind of society. And I think it's beautiful that, in so many of our national holidays, we've kind of sought to redeem them. out of horror, we've sought to bring something extremely positive, something which is life-giving. So we remember Sharpeville, we remember what happened, the horror, the terror that happened that day, both in Sharpeville and then in Langa. But we commit ourselves to a different kind of world, a world in which our common humanity stands above all.
And I mean, do you think generally we as a country, we get that right? Meaning on Human Rights Day?
Well, I think there's always a tendency, not just on sort of National Heritage Day, we say, okay, let's have another braai. So I think, we know how to celebrate as a nation, but it's important that we also recall what it's about. And it's like Women's Day. It can't be just, okay, we honor women on one day of the year and don't be inspired to work for the rights of women every single day of the year. But it's good to be reminded, and I think it's the reminder which is important. And we saw today just on the news the restitution of land where the president was speaking, and that speaks to the healing of wounds, which hasn't fully happened. And you think of the Kampepe Commission, of those families who still wait for acknowledgement and accountability of those who took the lives of their loved ones in horrendous ways.
I was speaking to Temba, my producer, off air, and we talk about, as the country moves on, like 31 years into democracy, there's this increasing calls, and you brought the issue of land up, about people who are saying, hey, we need restitution, we need some form of retribution, there must be redress, all those things. But there's also an increased sense that because so little has happened, a lot has happened in terms of redress, but because so little has also happened, on the one hand, that there's a greater polarization of South African society, and it's polarized very much fractured on racial lines. Now, I don't want to even bring up a Donald Trump in this conversation, not at all. But I mean, for us as South Africans, do you see that?
Yes, I do. And I think there's plenty. And I suppose it's because, in a way, when democracy came, we slayed one monster. We slayed political oppression. We didn't slay economic exploitation. And the fact that and until we can become a more equal society, and that inequality falls on racial lines, there will always be those tensions. But I think it can either simply make us cynical, or it can inspire us to say, well, past generations made their contribution. What's our generation going to do? How are we going to transform? But of course, in the work that I do with the Institute for Healing of Memories, we need to deal with the economic transformation, but we also, to create a more equal society, to deal with corruption, but we also have to deal with the psychological, emotional, and spiritual as well. It was Chief Lutuli who once said, those who think of themselves as victims eventually become the victimizers of others. So we get cycles of oppression, and sometimes what happens in public space gets transferred to what happens in private space. So we have immense level of abuse, of domestic violence and sexual abuse, and that's not unrelated to what happens in the wider society. Because it happens in private space, we fail to see how that's connected to public space and what has happened and what has not happened.
Well, I mean, in the space,
but also we need to see the signs of hope. We work with, for example, with military veterans, and not the ones who made it, the ones who didn't make it economically. But some of them have become involved in programs against the abuse of women. So they've taken their own pain and become committed to helping transform society at a very grassroots level, and that for me is encouraging.
You touched on the point about when victims feel like victims, right? But how do you navigate that? How does a victim navigate that he or she in fact does not feel like a victim, and never mind the oppression against them, they're able to rise above that? I don't know. It must be the most difficult thing, or not?
Well, I think it's easy to talk about it, but it can be something that takes decades. But I think often the key to transformation is the power of acknowledgement, that one's pain is heard. And that's part of what's happening in the Kampepe Commission. People are saying, But what happened to us has not fully been acknowledged. Society has sought to move on, but it hasn't dealt with accountability. But sometimes in the kind of healing of memories workshops, even when you are in a safe space where you tell your story and people hear what you said, where they believe what you said, sometimes that's where people can, if you like, begin to detoxify and begin to say, I've been heard, now what do I do? And begin to, if you like, pick up agency. You know, I mean, part of the reason I started Healing of Memories was because in my case, my story, when I was bombed all those years ago in 1990, my story was acknowledged and reverenced and recognized by people all over the world. And that helped me not to stay as a victim. But then I realized that for millions of South Africans, their stories had not been acknowledged and reverenced and recognized. And sometimes all people had was their victimhood. And that's why I said, let's set up a process where people can tell each other their stories, where their pain can be heard. And of course, what's fascinating, I mean, we now work in 26 countries. About 16 of them African countries, because obviously pain and oppression is not unique to South Africa. It's the story of what we as a human family have done to each other. So it resonates in many other parts of the world. But I think my own story and the people who work with give evidence to saying, yeah, healing's not easy, but it's possible. And sometimes we work with communities, and people when they become transformed, they become local activists. They take back agency at a very local community level to be able to create a different kind of society. And that's where the signs of hope are.
Just, let me not assume that everybody knows what happened to you. But as I look at you, and we're doing it online so I can see a visual of you, right? I am aware that by the normal standards that there's something missing. So just share what's
very diplomatic.
Share what's missing and tell us what happened to you, because I think it's an important story that we need to hear.
Well, I suppose one has to speak about the loss as well as the gain. I wrote my memoir and I called it From Freedom Fighter to Healer. So I was part of the liberation struggle. I was a pastor, priest, chaplain within the ANC for many years. I was exiled in Lesotho and in Zimbabwe. And then I was on a South African government hit list. The kind of only irony about that, Ashraf, is the only automatic weapon I've ever used in my life is my tongue. But that didn't stop them wanting to kill me. So 3 months after Mandela's release from prison, I received in the post 2 religious magazines when I in my home in Zimbabwe, where I lived in exile. And the magazine exploded. And then I lost both my hands and my eardrums were shattered. So there was immense permanent loss. I'll always grieve for the hands that I've lost. But at the same time, Ashraf, because of that love and prayer and support, I've gained. I know that I'm a better human being because of the journey that I've traveled. And I realized, in a sense, you remember Madiba said to us, he said, look, when I left prison, I realized that if I didn't leave hatred and bitterness at the prison door, I'd still be in prison.
Yeah.
So I realized that if I was filled with hatred and bitterness, they would have won. They would have failed to kill the body, but they would have killed the soul.
But how do you navigate that? I mean, it must be so difficult. Now, in your case, we all are victims of apartheid in many ways. In yours, there's a clear physical thing. There's an attempt to have killed you clearly, right? How then do you leave, hatred by the door?
Well, I think this key thing was the fact that I was accompanied. People walked beside me, and it's Muslims walked beside me, Hindus, Buddhists, atheists, communists, human beings, and so that was the journey. But it doesn't mean that there's still not grief. I will always grieve for the hands that I've lost. When you lose a loved one, grief becomes a permanent part of your life. But it doesn't mean you're necessarily consumed by it. So grief is a permanent part of my life, but it doesn't mean that I'm consumed by it. But of course, I'm reminded 1,000 times every day that I have no hands. It affects every single every single part of my life. But I also said to myself, for me, the victory will be to live my life as joyfully, as completely as possible. And that ever since 1990, I've sought to do. But not only that, to turn my pain, to transform it, to creating spaces for other people. You know, as an institute, we say, all people have a story to tell, and every story needs a listener. And I always think of a military veteran in the United States who said, I've waited 42 years to tell this story. And in our workshops, people often tell stories, and I will say, have you told this story before? No, it's the first time. So people that hold on in themselves, their victimhood. But as they tell their story, and as they believed, you remember in the United States, it's spread around the world, the Me Too movement.
Yeah.
So many women. There was an importance where they were believed. Not only they were heard, but they were believed. And that is important. You know, for example, when people are tortured, they're told, don't worry, we won't leave marks so no one will believe you. So the need to be heard and to be believed are key elements in the journey of healing. And that's true for the nation as well. I always remember at Winnie Mandela's funeral, President Ramaphosa, very remarkable speech, talked about us being a wounded nation. And I think we need to recognize that woundedness goes deep and crosses generation. Wounded parents have often wounded their kids as well. So we need to seek to break that chain that turns victims into victimizers.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about the need to be heard and to speak, and not many people have that opportunity. You and I have this opportunity right now talking, and we have the privilege of being heard nationwide and maybe globally from people listening on streaming live, and will listen on podcast later on. So, I mean, that's our privilege. But if I look at your situation, and it sounds even bizarre saying so, that the loss of your limbs and the hearing deficit and the eyesight has, in a strange way, given you celebrity status, authenticity that you would not have had if you didn't lose those things. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I can travel anywhere in the world and no one will ever say to me, you have not suffered. I just stand there and people know. So it becomes a passport and also a point of connection. But if you like to use your words, I've sought to use that celebrity status for healing across the world. So it becomes not about me, which I say all people have a story to tell. Every story needs a listener. But, you know, I was thinking one of the questions you often ask on this program is about, you know, who would you like to be at the table with?
Yeah.
So in some ways, I'd quite like to meet the person who sent me the bomb and to say...
What would you tell
the
person?
He may have gone to wherever we go after this life. But I might say, sir, firstly, you know, what you did, of course, it was an evil act. But nevertheless, I want to thank you. Because of what you did, I have been able to create a worldwide movement called Healing of Memories. So thank you, sir. Thank you for what you have done. And then I say, now tell me about your life. What have you done with your life? So indeed, and that's the value of having a status. The question is, what do you do with it? Is it just about you and your ego? And so everybody say, you're wonderful? Or do you say, no, this is a space. So, you know, for example, if I go to do a workshop somewhere in the world, there are rows of chairs, and they give me a sit in the front. And then they're all ready. Father's going to heal them now. So the first thing I do is say, let's rearrange the furniture. Let's sit in a circle. And then we tell each other our stories. And so it's not about me. It's about listening, and it's about hearing. It's about supporting and encouraging. Yeah. And that's the context where healing begins to happen.
What about South Africa as a country? I mean, besides human rights, you obviously have a strong advocate for social justice. And I've often said that the absence of social justice, you know, ensures that social injustice thrives, right? What do you feel about, you know, where are we as a country right now?
Well, I think it's a mixed bag, very mixed bag. I mean, in some ways, we've gone backwards. If you just have to listen to the Madlanga Commission, and thank goodness for Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. I mean, we have heroic, brave figures. And listening to the Ad Hoc Commission, I think, I come of a tradition that believes in saints. Who are the saints of today? The whistleblowers.
Yeah.
And we have the whistleblowers across the country. So those are the voices of hope as well. But in every sector of society, there are those voices of hope. So even as we've been eaten alive by greed and corruption, there are voices of hope in every political formation and every faith formation as well. But we have to rebuild a great deal. One remembers the great figures of Oliver Tambo and Chief Lutuli, heroic, and Albertina, and women and men of stature. If you like, our political and spiritual ancestors. But we need to recover those, not to have a savior who's going to come in, but we're all called to, I think, recreate forms of leadership at every level of society who will be ethical and also compassionate and have a vision of where we want to go. And that we desperately need. But I think the little signs are there, but we're going to have to rebuild.
Yeah.
We were, of course, supposed to be at a better place at this stage of my life. So it's frustrating that at this stage of my life that we are at the place we are as a country. But I am encouraged by young people who have a hope, who have a courage, who are working to change society, and elements in the political class. But the political class doesn't, as a whole, fill one with hope. One despairs by the level of
and what corruption. Do you see playing out? I mean, the party that you supported, the African National Congress, we've had changes. They lost the majority in that last election. They've had to be in a power sharing agreement. Who knows what's going to happen in the local government election? If you're in Joburg, there's a whole discussion about the mayor being a non-starter when other parties like Alan Ziller and Herman Mashaba making a run for it, meaning that the stakes are extremely high. And I'm not talking about the ANC, but where do you then see the country headed over the next couple of years, or 5-year plan, or 10-year plan?
Well, Ashraf, I want to come back every 100 years just to check out where we're going, how far we've got. Coming out of the kind of things that led me to be part of the ANC, we need a new, if you like, leftist, center-left formation with integrity that will have a moral vision for the country. The terrible thing would be that we become a United States and we say, well, we're going to organize society for the billionaires, and that would be the greatest. I'm sure the Chief Lutulis and the Oliver Tambos will turn in their graves, not to mention the Desmond Tutus, if that was to be the case. So we need to say, okay, yes, the ANC has lost its way, but we need a new moral vision which transcends all the political parties and all the formations, and maybe it will cross parties or parties that have not yet emerged.
And what about those moral leaders? A lot of the names that you've mentioned, and you mentioned Bishop Tutu as well as others too, besides Mandela's too. I mean, they've all passed on. So you did speak about modern day saints, right? But who are these leaders that are emerging?
I don't have the list of names with me in front of me, Ashraf, but I think they exist. As I say, the whistleblowers, the Mkhwanazis of the world. I think they're there. I mean, again, some of them have died. The Babita
Jekaram,
yeah. I mean, those are our heroes, but some of them are still alive as well. So those are the figures we have to look up to. But if we look hard, we're going to find them at not just at a national level, but a very basic community level. I meet women and men and young people who are doing their thing. of courage as well. And so they need to be encouraged in every way.
Well, I do say if
when I have
yeah.
a full list, I'll call you and you'll bring me back on the program and I'll give you the list.
I'd love to. And I'll tell you what, I mean, we always say you want to build a champion nation. It's got to be starting with building champion communities. So that's important. And we'll ask you about Donald Trump and what's going on in the Middle East as well in a moment. Let me remind you, maybe time for 3 WhatsApp comments. That's all we can take. If you know Father Lapsley, it's even better. So like a shout out to him. Quick calls, quick comments. That's all we can do. Right now, let's get the news headlines with Greg Cross.
In the headlines, the South African government has granted Muslim marriage officers the same permanent status as other religious leaders. President Ramaphosa has urged beneficiaries of land restitution to play their part in the economical utilisation of their restored land. And finally, the Western Cape government says there is a sufficient supply of fuel in the province to meet demand. All those details and more at 6 o'clock.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 southbound queuing towards Boysons, the N3 northbound slow moving on the link to the N12 east at Giluli's interchange, and Christian de Wet Road southbound in Kloofendal is where a crash is reported on Wilgerwood Road. In KZN, the N3 westbound queuing towards Cliffdale. On the M13 westbound in Kloof, there's a crash near Village Road, and Bayhead Road westbound is closed between Langeberg Road and Rotterdam Road due to a crash. In Cape Town, the M5 northbound has heavy traffic towards the N1 Koeberg interchange. Voortrekker Road eastbound has heavy traffic between Saltrava and Maitland, and Koeberg Road northbound in Maitland has heavy traffic towards Koeberg interchange. To those celebrating today or tomorrow, Eid Mubarak and be safe on the roads. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Jimmy, your mind has to be on golf.
Live golf, to be exact.
Yeah. By the way, did you work on why is Live? Well, maybe you know it already. Live Golf. Why is Live Golf called Live Golf?
Live golf.
Okay, Google it. There's a fascinating story behind that.
Well, American golfer Bryson DeChambeau is leading by 2 strokes after the first 2 rounds. He followed his opening round of 63 with an impressive 6 under par 65, putting him at a total of 14 under par. He is 2 shots ahead of Spain's David Paige, who shot at 64 in the second round after opening with a 66. Close behind is South Africa's Brendan Grace, who scored a 66 today on the par under 71 course, which round included 6 birdies and just 1 bogey, which came at the par 4 15th hole. In cricket, Proteas stand-in T20 captain Keshav Maharaj has refused to point at the inexperience in the team on the New Zealand tour as the reason for their inconsistent form. South Africa lost their 3rd T20 international in Auckland this morning by 8 wickets and are now 2-1 down in the 5-match series.
Very inexperienced, and you can understand the inconsistencies, but it's not an excuse. I think we're all professional enough. We are representing our country, so we just got to go look back at ourselves and just find ways through it. Put away our egos when it comes to sometimes playing on these type of wickets, because it doesn't allow you to play with the freedom that you want at times. But yeah, I wouldn't use it as an excuse, even though we have a very experienced squad. Guys are professional enough and mature enough to find ways to combat it.
In football, Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Gayton McKenzie, says that South Africa is ready to assist Senegal in reclaiming its Africa Cup of Nations 2025 title and to provide legal support. Speaking on SABC News this morning, McKenzie says that they will not allow Morocco to continue bullying African football and the Confederation of African Football's other 53 member associations.
I feel like we just all need to have the same vision, and that vision is finishing top 3. No matter what happens with other teams, it's out of our control, but do the best that we can as a whole team together to finish in that top 3 position so that we play in Africa again next season.
Meanwhile, the Premier League returns with tonight as Manchester United take on Bournemouth under the lights. The Cherries are looking to extend a 10-game unbeaten run in the league, while the Red Devils resume their fight to finish in the Champions League places. Liverpool travel to Brighton in a clash that could shake up the race for European places, while Chelsea visit Everton as both sides look to strengthen their push up the table. There's also pressure at the bottom with Fulham versus Burnley and Leeds versus Brentford carrying major implications in the relegation battle. In athletics, the first members of South Africa's 8-strong team have safely arrived in Poland ahead of the World Athletics Indoor Championships, which take place from the 20th to the 22nd of March. The squad will be without shot put national record holder Minnie de Klerk, whose delayed flight forced her withdrawal, with sprinter Karabo Letebele, who was denied a visa. Long jumpers Timoso Masikane and Olympic silver medalist Luvo Manyonga are due to arrive today, both having cleared 8.11 meters this season. In rugby, Stormers utility back Damian Willemse believes the upcoming stretch of home fixtures will play a decisive role in determining their position on the United Rugby Championship table. The Cape side currently sits second and remain locked in a tight contest for a top 4 finish, which would guarantee a home quarter final in the knockout stages. The Stormers return to Cape Town Stadium on Sunday against the Dragons at 3 p.m, marking their first United Rugby Championship home fixture at the venue since January. Ashraf, I think I remember.
Yeah.
Live Golf. It has to do with the holes, the number of holes.
Yes,
the
so
tournament
54,
has.
I mean,
54.
obviously at like majors it's 72 holes, but 54 holes is what constitutes a golf event, right?
Yeah.
And so, okay, why not call it 54? Because Live is actually Roman numerals.
Yeah.
The L is a 50.
50, yeah.
And then
I
IV
is
the 4, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So it's 54 holes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pronounced actually Live, but we all call it Live.
Live.
Let live. Now we know, yeah.
Let's say it again.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, let's get to the markets with for the last time for the week. Jimmy Muyaha.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. We close out the week similar fashion to what we did last week. Not in the best of spirits, not in the best of shape. Equity markets seeing another sell-off. The rand weakening against all major currencies, really. The dollar fighting back against the major currencies, but still struggling to break above the 100 points mark in the case of the dollar index. The price of Brent crude still around that $110 a barrel mark, playing around in that region. The silver price still below $70 a fine ounce. Platinum still below $2,000 a fine ounce. Palladium and now still below $1,500 a fine ounce. For those interested to know, the last time palladium was at these levels was around December of last year, or rather November of last year, and then December of last year got as high as $2,600 a fine ounce. So $1,000 off where we recently saw those highs. The local markets didn't fare any better. They all share down 0.45%. The top 40 down 0.2%, almost. Resources down 1%. Industrials down 1/3, and the financials down 0.25%. The rand 17 rand and 1 cent against the US dollar at one stage. We're now around the 16 rand 99 cents mark, so around that 17 rand level. Against the British pound is at 22 rand 65, against the euro 19 rand 63, and against the Australian dollar ever so close to 12 rand at 11 rand and 19. We did briefly touch above that 12 rand level. Not much better on the international front. The Nasdaq down 1%, the S&P down 0.75%. The European markets all finishing in the red, more than 1%. The only market really spared today was the Nikkei in Tokyo, and that was only because there was a banking holiday in Japan. So that will likely take its effect going into next week. But going into next week, though, we are hopeful that we see some change or some turnaround in markets. The sell-off continues on the gold front, $4,570 a fine ounce. For context, we started this week at $5,000 a fine ounce, so we've lost around $500 per ounce on gold. We're back below 2.5 million rand per kilogram of gold, where at one stage we were above 2.7 million rand per kilogram of gold. So not much positive news to go into the weekend with. I suppose the fact that markets are still trying to make sense of some of the data that came out this week leaves market participants concerned, and we know that ongoing trend that markets do not want to necessarily be into, or traders and investors rather don't want to be holding into the markets going into the weekend seems to persist. We'll see what next week holds for us, but for now, Ashraf, back to you.
Right, have a great weekend, Jimmy. We're going to connect on Monday. Thank you.
Get Spar super savings at every store, in every aisle, every day. Like 2-liter Spar Extra Shelf Life Full Cream or Low Fat Milk for $29.99, save R7. Or 450-gram Bacoma Wheat Bix for $27.99, save R9. Now that's super savings. Price is valid from 9 till 22 March, while stocks last, only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Oh, I'm so tired.
There's nothing on the TV.
Fanas, girls, let's take a break. We are going to a one-day.
Take a break with us. Get your one-day cup domestic cricket 50-over game ticket at www.cricket.co.za. Wazana win. It's family time.
Mzansi, forget the weather forecast. Powerball and Powerball Plus are making it rain lots of cash this March with a staggering 155 million rand in total guaranteed jackpots this Friday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for 107 million rand and Powerball Plus for 48 million rand today. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app or cell phone banking. Panda, Pusha, Play. Players must be 18 years old to play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
Right, mass market, think fast downloads, fast streaming, fast wins. That sounds like Formula One, because whether you're chasing high scores, chasing deadlines, or chasing the next episode, buffering is not part of the plan. That's why your home needs the power of OpenServe fiber, fast, reliable Wi-Fi that keeps up with your life. So game harder, work smarter in this case, stream without limits. And right now, when you sign up before the end of April, you'll score a free Netflix voucher. So don't wait, level up your home connection with OpenServe Fiber and feel the difference speed makes. Get to the website, openserve.co.za today. T's and C's do apply.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
Right, back we go to Father Michael Lapsley, who's the head of the Institute, founder as well, of the Institute of for Healing of Memories, right? We're talking about many, many things. Hey, the challenge to you, if you know Father Lapsley directly, great. Time for maybe, as I said, one or two quick WhatsApp comments or quick calls. Ideally, if you know the person. If not, hey, just chill and listen as we continue chatting. So I did tell you, Father Lapsley, before the break that I want to ask you about Donald Trump. What do you make of him?
Next question.
He would have said, you know, don't come with your fake news. You're gone. Something like that. Yeah.
No, Donald Trump is a disaster for the United States of America. He's a disaster for the human family. And he, together with the Zionist state of Israel, are the greatest threats to world peace. And I see his intelligence advisor just resigned and said, well, actually, Iran was no threat. And this is serving the interests of Israel, not of the United States. But I think it's very scary. And you can think of 1,000 different fronts where Trump has been a disaster for the people of the United States and the peoples of the world. And the scary thing is how many millions of people in the United States still support him, despite the evidence. I mean, he said, I'm the one who's going to stop all wars. And now he's created this terrible, terrible war. And very cynically, they were negotiating with the Iranians. And for the second time, and then they attack them as well. Yeah. So I think it's very scary indeed.
And when you say they're the greatest threat to peace, I mean, effectively we're not at peace right now. We're at war, certainly in the Middle East, right? And we see the effects of it already now. People stranded in different places. Maybe the fuel prices shooting up, and not maybe will be, right? what do you think is likely to happen if this continues and it spreads beyond, Iran and the Gulf states right now?
No, that's why we need very cool heads to come as much as possible. It's encouraging that some of the Western countries have refused to play the game. I think Spain has been quite encouraging, but also at another level, I think what is also very disturbing is it's the arms manufacturers who are laughing all the way to the bank. Not just in the United States, but across so many countries. Money that was spent for education and healthcare has now been spent on weapons. The Brits have just announced how much they're going to cut back in aid. So there's serious implications everywhere. I think myself, Ashraf, if you could remember, you're old enough to remember in the 80s, there was a kind of worldwide peace movement, East and West, against nuclear weapons. And we need young people to come and we need to be protesting against the arms. We need to see the role of the arms manufacturers, and of course the arms manufacturers have played their own destructive role in our own history, post '94 as well. So I think we need to focus on that as well.
And also, sorry, carry on.
But also, people need to. I mean, I think for myself, because you mentioned this, I think the genocide in Gaza is the greatest moral issue of our age. And the Israeli state have played the anti-Semitic card. But again, there are signs of hope. Zoran Mandani in New York, and equally elected by many Jewish New Yorkers as well. So we need to see these signs of hope, who refuse to buy the line that if you are anti the state of Israel and Zionism, therefore you're anti-Semitic. Every Wednesday at lunchtime, I go to the steps of the Anglican Cathedral, Tutus Cathedral, and we're there protesting against the genocide. But who are we? We're Christian, we're Muslim, we're Jewish, we're Hindu, we're atheist. We're there on the basis of our common humanity, standing up for justice, standing up against the genocide. And we've been there every week. Ever since those first attacks took place, solidly saying no, we're saying no to this. But I think also we've had a lot of lip service against the genocide from many Western countries, but the peoples of the world, across the world, have come out more and more clearly, and that's also a sign of hope.
But do you think the peoples of the world, peoples in South Africa, and I mean you mentioned Spain as well, but wherever, are they able to influence leadership in their countries outside of an election? I mean, are you seeing that happening now in a bigger way?
I think it's not happening. It's not happening sufficiently, and it needs to happens more. And you're quite right to say it's not sufficient to say let's wait for the next election. But politicians worry about the next election as well. So I think political pressure does have its impact. And I think in a sense the veil has been ripped from the Israeli state like never before. They played the propaganda tool incredibly well, including in South Africa. But that has been ripped off to a large degree. But it needs to happen more and more as well.
What do you make?
Which is why interfaith solidarity is very, very important. It was good to see, there was a new Catholic Archbishop in Cape Town, who's also the president of the Council of Churches, Archbishop Sepuka. But who was there? It was the Greeks were there, the Anglicans were there, but not only that, the imams were there at his inauguration. So that's a sign of hope for the human family as well, where to stop religion being exploited for violent ends.
Yeah. Well, what about South Africa's position? I mean, you mentioned Gaza or Palestine, and again, we often get people saying whatever you feel about them. I mean, clearly you have better things to worry about to solve at home, and the same with dealing with Iran. Once again, people have attacked, notwithstanding the attack of USA, Israel on Iran, which, as you clearly know, without a global UN mandate, there's again people saying that South Africa's played the wrong card here because, these Iranians are a bunch of terrorists who've wiped out people in big numbers, like 30,000 people protesting in January. That's the type of allegations made. What do you make of that?
I think that's a very, very complex question, and one can be totally opposed to whatever excesses or human rights violations the Iranians have carried out. But that's not a reason to go to war. Because I think post the end of the Second World War is a rule-based order, but it doesn't mean to say we're in favor of every internal policy. But of course, the worrying thing for many of us is now Cuba as well. The threat to overthrow, and of course, Cuba is a threat psychologically, because Cuba's existence says there's another way of organizing society. It doesn't have to be about a rich minority. It can be about a poor majority as well. But of course, just to say, Ashraf, I will also face the firing squad if I don't mention how you can support the Institute for Healing of Memories.
Okay,
before we end this
pause
talk.
on that, and I do not want you to face the firing squad, so I will ask you that right after this.
They say the best kept secret is the one you already know. Welcome to Indaba Hotel Fourways, where world-class conferences and unforgettable African feasts at the Chief Boba meet pure relaxation at Moana Spa. Meetings done? Tuck into a legendary courtyard burger, create your signature gin at our gin school, enjoy a wine farm experience, or simply wander landscaped gardens. Visit indabahotel.co.za for the secret you've always known.
Sorry I'm late, Sevi. Had to fetch my lucky putter. No worries. Let's go. We're teeing off in an hour. Great. We're taking your car. Can't. It's already taken. What do you mean taken? It was right here when I left a few minutes ago. I sold it to Weber Cars and made a whole lot of green. Birdie told me that's the best way to sell your car. Not only the best way, it's the fair way. Kom ons vat die pad.
Don't be doof, be savvy. We buy cars geared for a fast sale, geared for you.
Mzansi, forget the weather forecast. Powerball and Powerball Plus are making it rain lots of cash this March with a staggering 155 million rand in total guaranteed jackpots this Friday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for 107 million rand and Powerball Plus for 48 million rand today. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app or cell phone banking. Panda, Pusha, Play. Players must be 18 years old to play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Well, I don't know about you, I'm really enjoying this chat with Father Michael Lapsley, the head of the Institute for Healing of Memories, and you need to listen to this podcast and share it with your friends over the weekend so they can download and use it as the basis of conversation. But Father Lapsley, you did make the point you do not wish to be in the firing squad. So maybe tell me, A, what are the biggest challenges of healing of memories? And B, you have a fundraiser coming up, right? And explain the link there.
No, thank you, Ashraf. But just also to say, all our faith traditions require us not to be concerned about local issues as well as the issues of the whole human family. And of course, climate justice is probably the most obvious as well. It's about us and Mother Earth as well. So yes, we need to be concerned about Palestine and Cuba, and equally about violence on the Cape Flats and about corruption, all of that. Now, just to say that as an institute, we are doing well. Our programs are well supported. The key issue is sustainability. And as I said, people all around the world are giving us, governments are giving money for guns, not money for healing and for peace. So we are having a fundraiser on the 14th of May at the Royal Johannesburg Country Club. And it's going to be an art auction as well. And which Great Joy in Lovo has donated some of his art pieces, and the MTN Foundation. But we want people to support it. It's only 1,836 per seat. It's only 15,000 for a table. But people can look at our websites. Easy to find, easy to remember. Healing-memories.org. Healing-memories.org. Or they can write to Ntokozo, Intokz, Intokzo, at healingofmemories.co.za to find out more about. So if you can support that, we would be most grateful. It enables us to do our.
Thank you. Well, I'll tell you what, get into cause as well to just, share it on social media. And you can certainly tag SAfmRadio, but definitely tag me as well. I'll gladly share that. If I got the details, we will certainly share that on all those platforms. And clearly that's important.
And also Cardinal Brislin, the Catholic Cardinal in Joburg, will be our guest speaker on that occasion as well.
Okay, sounds absolutely fabulous. Did you say 14th of May, right? Yeah, okay. That comes up very important.
14th of May, yeah.
Very important day. How do you then look at the relevance of the Institute for Healing of Memories? I mean, in terms of looking at its relevance and the impact that it makes.
I suppose, in a sense, the greatest relevance is where we see people who are prisoners of what's happened in the past take back agency and take back the ability to help and shape and create their own world. And I mentioned this earlier particularly with some of the military veterans, often feeling quite hopeless about their situation. And the more they heal, the more they can get involved. And our work with young people restoring humanity. One of the interesting things with restoring humanity is young people who have gone back to do further studies. Because suddenly they realize that they need to be further equipped. And also women, we also have a program that's working internationally, human trafficking, where we work with people who've been the victims of human trafficking, as well as advocacy work. And also in communities like in Cape Town and other places, working with people who have been the victims of gang violence as well, working with those communities, discovering, helping, walking beside them so they can discover what they can do at local level. So in a sense, it's about creating hope as well.
Yeah. I take it, I mean, you have a certain methodology that works, isn't it? What would that be?
Yes. Yes, no, thank you. Our core thing is what's called a Healing of the Memories workshop that takes place over 2.5 days. 25 people at a time. They come together. We have certain ground rules like confidentiality. On the beginning of the second day of the workshop, we ask people to draw their story. Sometimes people say, okay, we're back at nursery school. But it's another way of getting the story out. And then in groups of 5 or 6, people spend the whole day telling their story. And as I mentioned before, often it's the first time they've told the story, the first time they've been believed. Then on the third day, we work with clay, and people create symbols of peace. Again, symbolically showing, yes, we're not just victims. There are things we can do. And then we have a ceremony. And if we have Muslims and Jews and Christians, we take out of each faith tradition ways of celebrating as well. We say to people, come to our workshop. We promise you one step on the road to healing. But if people are telling their story for the first time, it can be life-changing. It can be the point that people begin to leave victimhood behind.
In fact, here's a quick comment saying from Zakele saying, I'm a military veteran who came to realize how wounded I was through HOM's, your workshops, Healing of Memories, and eventually I was one of the participants who was chosen to be a facilitator. I mean, would you remember that?
Zakele? Right. Yeah. So he becomes the healer of others as well. The more people heal, the more they can heal others, and become people in their communities who listen to the pain of others, encourage others on their journeys as well, and become themselves signs of hope.
Talking of memories, we've only got a minute left, okay? So we have to squeeze this in. Maybe just share with us, one beautiful story, and a 45-second story that will be inspired by.
Oh, my word. Why do you ask the toughest question at the end? I think I don't really have a story. It's people all over the world I meet that I come back, like Zakele just told you, who found his voice as well. And so, yeah, lots of stories of hope, thousands and thousands.
Okay, if you
as well.
find those
And from
stories
all across the world.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you do find those stories later on, just share it again on social media. I'll gladly share that and amplify it. I think it's that important. Good, wonderful talking to you. Our time's up. Until we meet again, I should say.
Thank you, Ashraf. Look forward to the next time.
What a privilege talking to you.
And have a beautiful Eid tomorrow.
I do know that. Yes, absolutely. Moon should be sighted just now. Well, whether we do or not, it's going to happen. You don't fast more than 30 days. So tomorrow is Eid. So Eid Mubarak to those celebrating as well, including me, of course. But thank you for your time, Father Michael Lapsley, the head of the Institute for Healing of Memories. And, when you listen to people like Father Lapsley, there's always hope. And the hope comes in abundance, as we've just heard. Thank you for your time. Right now, the news at 6 with Greg.